We got to no take that off.
Give us a close up on that hair skullet there,
No,
Mr. Nick.
Should have kept the hat on.
How many inches did you get cut off the back?
Yeah,
over 10.
really.
Over 10.
Yeah.
What'd
I
you
got
do with
10 off the back, and it's
Did
still
you donate it?
it's still shoulder length.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Did
Sure
you
is.
donate it to like Locks of Love or something?
It's
I
the
was
summer
thinking
cut.
about it, but I fell asleep halfway through getting my hair cut, and I didn't.
Oops. I haven't had a haircut since October of 18. Like the last time I was with Serge was when we went to that Day of Darkness Fest. Serge was the last day I'd actually had a haircut.
I only did it because I got sick of getting my hair caught in tree branches because I've been doing trees all summer,
Oh yeah.
and it got annoying.
All right, we were just chatting about Nick's new haircut, all kind of. So we got a little distracted. We forgot to hit the go live button, but we're here now. Housekeeping. Metal Miners hit 200 subscribers today, so congrats to you guys.
What's up, dudes?
Welcome
Hey,
everybody.
what's up, man? How you doing? Thanks to those of you out there that joined us. We're a little bit disjointed today because some people are coming in late and we didn't have a complete head count. And I usually tend to do quite a bit of organization on these, and I haven't really been feeling very well the last couple of days, so I wasn't able to do my usual micromanagement on everybody. So we're gonna get into topics, but it might be a little bit, might be about a half hour, 45 minutes to an hour before we get into it. So we'll probably bullshit for a little bit. Is Stefan alive up there?
Stefan, yeah. Here's the question, Stefan. Did you do your homework?
Yeah, I was actually looking around at things actually. So right. I got some questions. I got some.
Hey, we missed. You gotta spell brutal correctly.
Oh fuck! I spelled it wrong.
Way to edit that, I wonder.
There's nothing more brutal than bruaddle. I'm so fucking bruaddle I can't spell brutal.
I just typed way too quickly, so I was like, oh shit. Sometimes I do that.
I was trying to like type the questions up here so I could post them up, and I was making sure I had them right, but I missed the number on this one. All the other ones have a number in front of it.
Yeah, I hate to say it. Go back to my question there, man.
Which one was it? This one?
Yeah, I hate to say it. That's, given the circumstances, that sounds a little more fucking intense than it probably should have been.
Yeah, a little bit.
Incinerated.
I have my album for that question.
But I actually have some. I have some I can say for that. But
no, not
Christ.
that. No, not that. Please, Nick.
Okay, you know what, Brian?
I'm having deja vu.
Brian, it's already time to kick him out, and he's only been in here for 5 minutes.
By the way, I fixed my name, guys.
Oh, you got it. All right, cool.
There we go. Thank God.
Oh, by the way, this is probably the last time you guys will see this background for a while.
Why is that?
I'm going to school. I move in August 22nd.
All right, then.
Oh.
Where at?
Missouri State Tech. It's a technical college. I'm going for commercial turf and grounds and
Interesting.
Getting my arborist certifications and whatnot.
So you start next month, I assume?
Yep.
We are complete.
It's Rick.
We got to check his mic to make sure he sounds good before we.
All we just gotta do is wait for Morty, and then we're all good.
Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me?
What's going on?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. All right.
What's up, Serge?
My headphones.
What's up, Stefan? Geoff?
Hey,
Brian.
Rick.
What's up? Hey,
man, I've been talking too much already. I can feel
Bassman. Nick, you and Bassman might be neighbors. Bassman, not Bass.
I was gonna say slapping the bass. Slapping the bass.
What if
we got a couple of bass players here.
What if it was shaped like a bass?
Actually, is that
Bass.
is Bassman? Is that Steve? It looked a little like Steve.
You know what? Maybe. I thought he went by S&T Young.
I
But
thought he did too. Baseman,
well, he'll let
who
us
are
know
you?
if that's you.
You look a lot like
It's,
that Steve guy. Oh wait, he's got a
yeah.
much longer beard. Maybe it isn't
That's
him.
true. We got Lonnie here.
Oh, Lonnie.
Hey.
Hey, Lonnie.
Is that the plural of numbnuts? Numbnutses?
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't Lonnie a poser? Does he belong on here?
Hey.
No.
Hey, that was per his own picture today on Instagram.
Oh,
It
because
looks
he wasn't
Alan
wearing.
wants us to get going.
What's that?
Okay, so
Alan
this
wants
is.
us to get going. He's got a.
There's so many.
Early
We know
on.
so many bass players on YouTube that.
Hey, Drew, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us. As we said, we're kind of slow. We're gonna slow
Slower
roll it
than
into the
usual.
topics tonight.
So I don't know. Is everybody ready? We could just jump right in now that we got 6.
6'6".
I have
I
no
know-
albums to show.
I know Jake will probably not be joining us, but we can
Chuck's
get
gonna-
started if
I'm
that's
gonna
cool.
gonna
actually
pop
make
in.
a coffee real quick because I've been up since 5 in the morning and I need to be with it, if you know what I mean.
All right. Yeah.
What kind of coffee, Rick?
God, I don't even know.
Hey, Alan.
It's all just caffeine to me. I don't even care anymore.
True cold
Hey,
coffee?
good to see you, Alan. If you guys keep this up, I'm gonna be busy in this chat box here. All kinds of comments. Good stuff.
You know what? Well, that's cool.
Right.
What is the first topic? I hate to say I don't even know because I didn't really.
Okay, let's go to the first one. This was Serge's
Serge's one. Yeah.
pick for this week. Well, this is a good question. This had me thinking.
God, there's so many of them, man.
Yeah.
For me, there's that list could be kind of some way, shape, or form.
Right.
It depends because sometimes albums have like a visceral effect where it just they either they pump you up or they make you angry or they piss you off. Something like that, like like the Sex Pistols or something like that. Or some really brutal death metal album. But then there's other stuff that's more, I think, more cerebral. It hits you more intensely cerebrally, rather, I should say.
Right.
That's,
Marty.
that could go a lot of different ways for me.
Stefan. Let's watch
Marty.
it. Okay?
How you doing? We're kind of a little haphazard tonight.
You said something, Brian?
Congrats, Nick, for Marty.
Yeah, thank you, Marty.
Yeah, right. Congratulations.
Are you
No, what
going
you
to live
saying?
there, Nick?
Brian?
Nick, are you living on campus?
Yeah, I am.
Are you? Where's it at?
You know where Jeff City is?
Say again?
You know where Jefferson City is?
Not off the top of my head. I mean,
Kinda- The western part of the state. Where it's right at 100 miles west of here.
So it's 100 miles away from where you live right now.
Yeah.
Oh, is that where you're going to be living?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought you were staying like around St. Louis.
No.
2-hour drive.
I
Hour
am
and a half drive.
ready to get out of St. Louis.
Yeah, but
How far west?
I don't know.
How far of a drive is it for you?
It's about an hour and 45 minutes.
Huh,
Yeah.
That's quite a bit of a trip.
Is it
How
a
much-
co-ed campus?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is it a co-ed specialty?
I was just gonna say, is it a co-ed specialty?
well, no. He just didn't. You just come from a all boys school?
Yeah.
So, I mean, anything will be better than none, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of thinking that all the chicks that are in that major, Nick, they might be able to whip your ass.
Doubt it.
Oh.
Well, what if you like that sort of thing?
You're lucky, Nick, actually.
Sure.
As for my 4 years of college, I never stayed in campus.
I'm
Hey,
just
what's
looking.
up, Phil?
I'm just mostly
I
looking
did.
forward to getting my arborist certifications so I can go work for a tree service or something.
Yeah,
Take care of those. What are they? The arbor or the? What's the pest? The big pests here in the Midwest? At the emerald ash borer.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Kills
yeah,
trees.
They're hitting the cemetery hard.
not much
You
of
got
those left, honestly, in terms of the trees.
Yeah.
I think they took out 70% of American ash trees by now. I
Oh,
remember correctly.
We got about 10 we got to take down at work still.
Hey, Nick, if you get a call from Stefan once you get your arborist degree and he's asking you if he can borrow your wood chipper, don't do it.
I haven't planned on it.
Don't worry,
I'm
I
ju-
already got plenty of material.
I'm just saying, you may find yourself in the middle of a federal investigation. Just
I
saying.
I guarantee you, he will not clean it after he uses it.
Although,
don't worry about that, guys. I got plenty of tools in my garage to help.
you guys are giving me ideas for what to get Stefan for his birthday.
For my 28th birthday. 27, I got it. 27, I got a special message from Chris Barnes' cousin.
That's true. That's true. How's
Brian,
he doing?
Brian
Have you
put this
talked to him
in.
lately?
I think
Oh, no,
Stefan needs one of these.
Oh,
What?
look at Alan. He's already starting with the pun jokes.
Jeff left Stefan alone. Wood. Week what? I'm sorry, I can't.
Okay, let me
Leaf
hang on.
Stefan.
Let's
What
break
shows,
this
yeah.
down for you here. Let's break this down for you. Leaf.
Oh,
hang on.
sorry.
Put it back
Yeah,
up.
oh, yeah, I get it.
Leave
Jeff,
Stefan alone.
that's
Wood.
me. That's
Oh,
me,
okay.
Jeff. Right?
Nice,
Leaf.
nice.
Jeff.
Leaf as in tree leaf. Stefan alone. Wood. You get it from wood chipper.
Now I get it. Now I get
there
it. Oh, what?
Stefan
Yes.
needs one of these.
Definitely. That's something I definitely
that's his
need.
birthday present.
Head first, right in, man.
So no
Well, it's,
lie.
hey,
But
Vermeer.
you have to
Vermeer's
paint it camo.
So no lie on this, true story. When I moved in here with my old man a couple years ago, there was a girl that worked. My landlord had a cooking business out of his house, and he has a pro kitchen downstairs, and they would do like Meals on Wheels type thing for people that couldn't travel for food and shit. And here I'm talking to this girl one day, and she was talking about having trouble with her kid and all this bullshit. And goddamn, well, that's my story actually. This kid's husband, she was saying her kid was really messed up because his father was working with a wood chipper, and it grabbed him and sucked him into it and fucking ripped him apart. It's like, oh my god.
Oh my god, that has
So-
to be the worst way to go.
There's this company that makes wood chippers called Moorbark, and they have a technology on their new chippers where you wear a wristband,
Right.
and anytime your hand, we have one at work, your hand goes into the bay to feed a log, it stops the feeder wheel.
Okay,
smart.
shuts it off. That took a couple of those bad accidents to figure something out there.
They got sued a couple of times, and
I would imagine.
what-
it's all
Stefan,
run
the
off
only-
of magnets, and it stops the feed wheel. It's really kind of neat.
That's pretty
Also annoying.
pretty brilliant. Yeah. Being killed by a callus or
I don't even know that.
I mean, how would you know?
Now, how would you know?
Way to go.
Well, yeah, unless. Oh,
Hey, they used to do that.
that was a
shit
great
around-
movie.
Oh yeah,
They used to do that shit around here where you would go and tip cows. You ever hear that?
yeah, cow
Oh
tipping.
yeah.
Where,
Cow
where,
tipping,
where
yeah.
they sleep at night, then you just run up to them and shove them, and they fall. But imagine if you were in the wrong,
Oh, good
on the wrong
lord,
side of that.
Alan!
Not good.
No, hold on. Tell the truth, Jeff. Have you actually participated?
I have not. I swear to God. Swear to God.
Get a case of Milwaukee's Best and just head out into the farmland.
Hey,
I know
listen,
Pennsylvania has a lot of cows.
when other guys in Central PA were out running around cow tipping, I was driving drunk. So there you go.
Both,
Hey,
both,
you guys want to
both
hear a
very
tree joke?
pastimes.
What was saying? Nick?
You want to hear a tree joke?
Oh, here we go. Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
boy.
Go right ahead.
Not really. Not really. No.
Oh boy.
Get ready to
What
pull
do
the
you
trigger,
call a
Brian.
tree with a black belt?
Wait, sorry, say again?
What do you call a tree with a black belt? Spruce leaf.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Dun-dun.
All right.
Jeez.
All right.
All
Back
right, well,
to the task at hand.
Oh, that was very sappy.
Excellent.
What's the word with
Damn.
Chuck? Is he coming on board?
boy. Chuck is coming he was at dinner. So he'll be a little later, and Nick and the guys, I think you saw Nick and the guys are enjoying some extracurricular psychedelics apparently tonight.
It's gonna be fun to see him come on. He's all bloodshot.
So
You know?
they said they might join in,
Yeah.
and they, not all at on different devices, but singularly. So,
All right. That's probably easier anyway. it'll fill up one square and get everybody on there.
Actually,
Actually, interestingly,
Love that show.
on that topic, unknown basis, I was alerted that Duff McKagan was on his Instagram, and I looked at it, and they were showing an audience front live, and here I'm like, man, that looks really, really familiar. That for some reason that venue looks really familiar, and here, Guns N' Roses is actually playing Hershey, Pennsylvania, which is about 30 minutes from my house tonight. And I got to tell you, well, Brian, I said it to you, there's probably 35,000 people at that show.
Oh man, that place looked packed.
It's fucking
Like,
packed.
And it looked like a
I
huge
saw
stadium.
Rush. I saw Rush at that same venue back in 2007, and it was probably about 2/3 full, and there was 17,000 at that show. So I bet you there was at least 30,000 at this show tonight. It was just insane looking. And I had no idea they were playing 30 minutes from my house. Just wasn't paying attention to it. So, well, those of you guys that have stuff to show, go ahead. And I'll go last since I'll have to
Cool.
out of my ass here.
Let's see.
It's gonna be one of those streams where like not everybody's gonna be showing shit, right? It's just, I mean, that's
well,
what
we were kind of really, all week long we were kind of up and down about what we were gonna do, whether we were gonna do something. And I gotta be honest with you guys, I just didn't have the strength or stamina to dig in my collection. So sorry for that on my part.
It's okay, Geoff. You don't have to apologize.
a little low key anyway.
Yeah.
It's all good.
It's fine, Geoff. You don't have to apologize, man. It's all good.
Well, thank you, Stefan. I really appreciate your understanding.
Feel pretty
You're
real.
very welcome.
I think the tree and the lawn jokes might just keep us going for a good 6-7 hours tonight.
There you
Good
go.
Lord.
Tree
Quick
and all-
lightning round. Name your favorite tree tree themed album.
Yeah.
Tree themed album. I got one. The Gurchik tree.
The who?
They're a brutal death metal band from Washington.
Not brutal death metal, Stefan. Not you and brutal death metal. It just couldn't be. Couldn't actually happen.
Yeah, it's true, man.
Smoke the tree.
Smoke the tree.
Oh,
How about some Carpathian Forest? I don't know how to
Carpathian
say
Forest.
Yeah.
There you go, man.
Forest.
I actually know how to
Serge.
say it in English.
Serge going deep right there, man.
Yeah, that was a good one.
In Russia, we used, well, in Soviet Union, we vacationed in the Karpaty once, which is part of that mountain range. Really beautiful.
Have you been there?
Yeah.
Well, you lived near there, right?
When you were younger?
In the Ukrainian part of that mountain range. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
That answer that Marty gave was hilarious.
How far is
It gets me wood. Oh jeez.
as it should, sir. As it should.
still gives me wood? Huh.
Oh, hey. Now we got a serious comment here about the question.
That's actually, he stole one of my picks.
Oh yeah.
But although Greatest Hits wouldn't be the one I would pick, I would pick Shepherd Moons.
All
In
right.
fact, Shepherd Moons by Enya. Both my children were born to that album.
Oh, shit.
In
Like
the
it just
hospital.
happened to be playing randomly. Like
No,
well,
we took the CD in.
yeah.
My
but I mean,
ex-wife.
I can totally see that. It's kind of like it's a good calming,
Oh yeah.
like positive kind of calming
Well,
effect.
with my daughter,
Uh-huh.
my ex-wife was in labor for like 36 hours with her.
Oof, wow.
She was all set to come out, and then she decided, nope, I'm not ready, and we had to do the whole bath thing, and it was just, man, it was a long.
wow.
I was up for about 3 days straight on that one, and we actually had a good friend of hers come in because I called her and I said, I'm fading. I don't know if I can even stay awake for this whole event, because by that time we were already shit. I had been awake the day before because she was in so much pain. So yeah, that was Enya's Shepherd Moon would definitely be one of mine. It's just such a beautiful, gorgeous, evocative album. You listen to Enya, right, Serge?
Yeah. I have a couple of that album or her albums.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I appreciate sometimes you need music to just calm you, get a little bit of a positive vibe.
Somehow I'm thinking that Stefan would never,
Yeah.
ever listen to Enya during when he has babies through some unnatural childbirth method. Something's telling me he's not listening to Enya. He's going
You mean
straight
that-
on. He's going straight on suffocation.
Oh yeah.
You mean there's no
Well,
brutal metal covers of Tanya? Surely there's got to be.
You can
Oh,
kind
you
of
know what?
balance out your
There's
pushing
gotta
with
be.
the blast beats and the slams there. Like,
No,
all right,
actually,
we're gonna
my
slow
wife
it down here.
my-
We're gonna
my
slow
wife-
it down. We're gonna
my
speed it
wi-
up.
my wife will give birth to Legion of
You'll
Veracity.
never know. You gotta get
Of
him.
course, of course.
Fuck that epidural, babe. You gotta go for it.
Now I'm gonna put on some Suffocation, Effigy in the Forgotten, and you're gonna like it.
So, real
follow
question: if you had to listen to something to calm you down, what would it be?
Cannibal Corpse.
Come on.
Well, which one? I mean, there are some mellow Cannibal. No, they're not.
There's some.
I actually don't know, to be honest with you.
You know what? There's that one part on the bleeding on the song "Force Fed Broken Glass" where it kind of slows down and it's like kind of melodic, and you can hear like the
Yeah.
gurgling of the. You know what I'm talking? Like that
Yeah,
that
I
part.
know.
That one part is kind of like, you know, slow down. Nice.
So wait, are you saying it's kind of Cannibal Corpse's Barry White moment? Is that what you're saying?
That'd be good. That'd be good.
It does have a bit of a slow moment. I remember that song very well.
How
Oh,
many
yeah.
babies have been conceived to Cannibal Corpse?
Oh, geez, probably
Who
millions.
knows?
I was just gonna
Who
say in
knows?
southern Florida, who knows? All bets are off down there.
Well, in Tampa, Florida, that's where Cannibal Corpse moved to later.
That's
maybe
true.
maybe that's where it actually happened.
That's where all the action is.
You know, in
All right, go
Tampa.
ahead. Some of you guys have stuff to
Yeah.
share.
Seriously, Stefan, do you have any for this one? This question?
I think you guys probably also are coming.
Oh, here, I'll put you. Let me go full screen. Oh shit!
Oh, there you
I
go.
got it. Here we go. All right, let's do this.
Yeah,
Good God.
this one.
Very nice.
So
Oh,
what
I mean, it
physical
does.
emotional effect does
I mean,
it have?
what's your
on you?
birth?
Makes you want to kill people?
No, I just like the feeling of like something guttural and heavy and just something like very low and down tuned. And you know, everybody would choose Human and Mutilated. Well, you know, because Chris Barnes' vocals got a lot more guttural. But I feel like this one's the more guttural feeling for me. And I don't know. I just feel like this one I just enjoy this one. It's very, you know, like it says there, intense. It's very intense, and I just feel good when I put this record on because I like to just kick back and enjoy this record. And well, I have it on all formats: CD, vinyl, and cassette. I don't know how I was able to get this original one, by the way, because just before my dad passed, he bought this for me for my birthday one year. So I have no idea exactly how I got the original logo one.
He bought that for you?
Yeah, he bought this for me just for one of my birthdays just
Can you
before
tell
he
us
passed.
what the conversation was like? I'm really curious.
Nah, he was just like, happy birthday. That's it.
Happy birthday, son. Many happy days
Don't
listening to this
wait.
fucking shit.
Well, Butcher the Birth doesn't have like the song titles of like
Those were
Too Many
babies,
Mutilated
right?
or Bleeding.
On the picture.
Yeah. Here's all the
Yeah,
song
there's
titles.
zombie babies. Hold on, let me get you.
Okay, as long as there's
Yeah, I mean those are fine.
I love
you know,
Rancid. I love
Things
Rancid.
considered.
I love Rancid Amputation. I love the lyrics of that one part of that song. And the room goes quiet.
It's I mean it's fun stuff. We all
I
love it.
actually have an album to show that has even more insane song titles than that. But
Which one's that, Rick?
well, we gotta wait till we get to the question.
Oh no. Did you guys come up with any crazy new song titles? I swear.
Let's see.
Oh, nah.
Who wants to go next?
I can start if you want. I mean,
Let's go.
so the first question is
Hold on, let me pull it up.
stuff,
Again.
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Bam.
You want to blow me up? So start out with some easy listening because we're talking about Enya, and it got me thinking like, You know, it's just more the ethereal and kind of trancey stuff, and this was more electronic. So back in what 1997, 1998, when I wasn't listening to metal, sorry for everybody who wanted me to show metal as the first thing. It's not metal. So that is that's Delirium
Oh yeah.
with Karma.
That's a great album. Great.
Yeah. So you guys know the history, right? I mean, obviously, I'm
No.
sure Serge, Geoff knows. So this is the people behind Frontline Assembly.
Yep.
What was his name?
Bill and Reese.
Billy Lee.
Believe in Reese Fulber. Yeah.
Started out with Skinny Puppy and moved on to Frontline Assembly. So this was supposed to be a side project, and turned into a full project. So this was more financially viable for them.
Yep.
So,
Way more.
But as you know, Frontline had more of a cult following, and so obviously that was like, I guess they prefer that to be the main thing. But hey, this was a few albums in, so I'm sure the stuff that came before it. I started out with this one, but the stuff that came before it was a little more darker. It was closer to the Frontline stuff than this was.
Yeah. It was like Frontline without the harder parts.
Yeah.
Well, the early, the first 4 Deliriums are very tribal. They're very dark ambient. They're very drum, and there's a lot more space involved in it. It's more Tangerine Dreamish in a way, only in the darker side of Tangerine Dream.
Yeah,
and then with what's it called, Serge? The one right before this one?
Semantic Spaces, which
Semantic
is my favorite Delirium album. It's
right. That's the one when
I got through college on that album.
Yep. And that's the one where they added female vocals, and it took a completely different turn.
Yeah. The big song in this one was Silence, and that's the Sarah McLachlan.
Silence is by far their number one like selling song of all time that they've done.
I actually started out with Duende. I actually have the single for that.
That's great.
Yeah, Silence is like was big in goth clubs, still is really sometimes.
So this one, I only have 2. I got this one in Chimera, and then the single. So yeah, I do want to go back at the back catalog. So for now, I'm just listening to it electronically.
Definitely check out Semantic Spaces. I think if you dig this one,
you'll like that one a lot.
Those 2, I think, were their peak in terms of. I think they got too poppy, like kind of
way
after this.
Too much.
Yeah, I explored that later stuff. I was like, I think I'm gonna go backwards.
Yeah, I stopped after. What was the one after Chimera? Was there one called Poem, or one after that one's Poem?
No. I think Poem was after Carmen.
Yeah, Poem. That's the last one I got because it just was too.
Poem was probably the less listenable one, and then I was just like,
Man, I'm really wondering like how much they've sold. Karma kind of blew onto the scene, and Silence blew up, and there's a lot of killer songs on there. But I don't know. I don't know that they've maintained that level of popularity. Serge, have they toured much under the Delirium thing?
I think there was like one Delirium tour, and I missed it. Because it's hard, right? You have to have a vocalist along with you, and
all those schedules and all the different various musicians and all that stuff, right?
And you're obviously never going to get Sarah, but the reason they had Sarah is because they were just on the same label at the same time. So,
right, and somebody there was a connection with her husband, the drummer, wasn't it? That Ash Sood guy, I think. Ash was
maybe, I don't remember.
Yeah, I think that had something to do with it too. But Rick, just so you know, the early stuff, even if you have or haven't checked it out, I don't know. There's oh Christ, I can't even think all the names of.
Check them out on track by track basis, but not by.
I think there's a compilation of the earlier stuff that's good.
There's 2 of them, aren't they called Drama, or something like that? Or
I don't remember.
There's 2 of them.
But yeah,
They're
definitely worth checking out if you like dark ambient.
Yeah, they're double CDs, Rick. I think I have them both. I think they're called Drama.
Well, you know what happened? So I was listening to Delirium, and then was an interview with them. They mentioned Dead Can Dance, so I went to check. I haven't really looked back because
Dead Can Dance that's a whole different story. Yeah, but talk about like an emotional response. Yeah, I think Dead Can Dance.
Back when there wasn't easy to find as much music back before the internet and everything. So between that and there was an interview with Michael Ackerfeld, he brought them up too. So I was like, okay, I really got to check out what the big deal is.
Wait, he brought up who? He brought up Dead Can Dance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you can definitely see with Semantic Spaces and Karma in particular, there's clearly an influence that Bill and Reese had from DCD. It's not. The thing about DCD is though that they're much more acoustic instruments. They're not using synth, a lot of synth patches and programming and stuff like
It's more
Bill and
organic
Reese
for
did.
sure. Yeah.
Right. But I mean, there's a link there. There's no question about it at all. No question.
How are we doing?
Also, there's not a lot of people that can sing like Lisa or Brian or what's his name?
Brendan.
Brendan Carey. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing too. It's all the multiple vocals. That release this.
Where's a
Are we doing
good
this going one at a time,
where's
or
a
are we?
good place to start with Dead Can Dance?
Well, I'll say one of my other albums. I'm not showing anything tonight because I'm not feeling well enough to pull stuff. But Dead Can Dance, definitely one of my absolute favorite bands, and the album Into the Labyrinth is probably my favorite of theirs. And it has the song Out of This World on it, which is just so cool. It's just, Nicky, I would start, honestly, with them. I would honestly probably start with the very first, the Dead Can Dance album, or Into the Labyrinth. What you're going to get with them is sort of a tribal world sounding vibe with everything, but every single album's different, and they're all
I watched
magical.
I've seen a couple YouTubers cover them before, but their discography is kind of intimidating when you're first going into it, because I was like trying to find a sound that I would latch on to, but it really seemed like a recommendation was probably more in order for a starting point, at least for somebody who's uninitiated.
Honestly, I would probably go with Into the Labyrinth. I think that's probably their.
Okay.
It's hard to say they had a creative peak because every single album's quite a bit different, but yet the same. If that makes any sense. I mean, they have some. I don't want to call them formulas, but they have some significant markers that mark their sound.
They have a groundwork that they build off of.
Right. But everything is so lush and gorgeous and beautiful and soundscapey, and yet at the same point in time, there's etherealness, and then there's tribalness, and there's just intensity. It's just they're an otherworldly type of band that not very few. Anybody that tries to copy them is not going to come up with it.
It's again that they have their vocals are so strong. It's really hard to copy that, and the way they build that atmosphere is really good.
And that's probably a good idea.
Toward the Within is another one of my favorites.
Towards Within, that's the live one, right?
Yeah, so I mean, like it gives you like a good
mix,
good intro into it.
That's a good point. Yeah, that
cover
one
a few different things.
That one or the one Marty just said, like a best of, would really give you a real good vibe on where to go. And quite frankly, if you like them, it's almost impossible that you won't go out and grab everything. That being said, I have not gotten their last two albums since they came back. Did you get those, Serge?
No, I haven't. I never got around to it for some reason. But
yeah, I don't know why I didn't either.
I'm sure it's I'm sure we're still on a level in terms of quality.
Yeah, I think the one from 2016 is called Anastasia or Anastasia.
Actually, I have that one. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have the last one, but I do have Anastasis, I think.
Anastasis, that's it. Yeah, how is that one?
It's good, yeah.
Yeah, I just never grabbed that one or the most recent one.
We're going to embarrass Nicky here with all the accolades. He's getting in the chat. I'm just going to post them up.
I appreciate it. I really do. It's
Welcome
great
back,
to see
sir.
all the familiar names. And yes, first and foremost, thank you for having me. I apologize. I was trying to find a sufficient technical device, and everything seemed to choose now to screw up. So thank you all very much.
Well, we're tonight's kind of.
It's all good, man.
We're not as we kind of were messing with the stream all week long, and Rick's working and had a lot going on, and we kind of wanted to give him a day off from hosting, and I haven't been feeling very well, so I wasn't able to do my usual micromanagement. So we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants a little bit. Serge, do you have one?
Of course.
Sure.
Oh, hey, did you have more than one, Rick? We could
I had a few, but I wasn't sure how we're doing it. If we're going just one at a time, or
we can come back. We can just circle around. Let everybody go around.
Do a couple at a time. Makes sense. No. I mean,
Sure.
I only pulled like a couple for each song because
Yeah, me too.
I don't think it's that, so I didn't want to do too many.
All right,
Nah,
let's go.
Let's
I was
fin-
factoring in other people not showing up, so I mean, so we need to fill the gap there. That's all right.
Sure.
Well, you know what? You guys decide. I don't care. Do it how you want. Brian, you're in charge.
All right, Rick. Let's just finish yours, and then we'll go to Serge.
So this other one is so Alan described Warning at one point, which is that Doom band.
Right.
So there's this other band that kind of hits that same emotional center for me, and so this was something that was recommended. I know that's another question when it comes to recommended, but I figured I'll put it here because I feel like it's more fitting. So this is something that Ben showed, the Brain Smasher, and I bought it simply because the way he described it hit that spot for me. So this is Unkindness of Ravens, and the album's called Beautiful Tragedies. And just by looking at that cover, look at that.
Bizarre.
That tells you something right there. There's a lot of sorrow, fucking mournful shit going on here. So what you see here is basically what you get in that sound. It's kind of I don't even know how to describe. There's these sort of really mournful keyboards. It's almost like it's not quite full blown metal. It's doomy. It's almost like doomy post rock, heavy doomy post rock. But I think if you like doom metal, it's just enough. It treads that line just enough that I think that this is something that you'll like. But this shit is fucking good. So thanks, Ben.
What was the name again?
So it's called Unkindness of Ravens.
That's the band. That's the name. Nice. All right.
Yeah.
I'll put it on.
They're from Ireland.
Okay.
So definitely check it out. I mean, if you're looking for something that hits that emotional center, this will definitely do it. I mean, just looking at that cover. The other one is it's very easy to do this with Doom because it's kind of already kind of designed that way, Some respect. So, anybody know this?
I know the name, but I've never listened to it.
So this is a funeral Doom band from Finland, and there was, as you can see, this is chapter 2. The other chapters are not very what you call visually clear. It's very obscured. So it's kind of like that's 1, and that's 3. And the thing is that when you think of funeral doom, there's a certain thing that you think of and how it's supposed to sound like. But out of everything that I've listened to, this band puts you in a really depressive way that Shape of Despair and those other bands don't quite do for me. And this is the only thing that they put out. It's just those 3 chapters. And I think it's so depressing that if you guys know the band, what was his name? I forget his name, but he ended up killing himself after chapter 3. So that was back in 2011. Guy was young. He was like 32, So, and the fact that he was able to compose something quite like this is, I don't know, man, just trying to wrap my head around it. But if you don't know Colosseum, and you're into funeral doom or you're trying to get into it, definitely check this out. It'll definitely it's more than just really good compositions. It hits that emotional center.
Will make you feel.
Really put you in that depressive state. Yeah, it's very atmospheric, and I think the way the keyboards are arranged, just the tone and everything, the way it's designed. Again, it doesn't sound like other funeral doom bands. So, really good stuff. Let's see. As far as another one here that always gets me, and this is going to be very funny. I'm going to go way back, and I pulled this out because I thought Chuck might be here, but you guys don't know this. So this is a song, not so much the album. Procol Harum's "Whiter Shade of Pale."
Oh yeah, great tune.
That shit gets me every time too. And the funny thing is, I didn't know this, but I was looking this up, and the UK version didn't have that song on there. It seems like it's only the US pressing.
I didn't.
So lucky us, right?
Yeah. Is that an OG?
I think so. Yeah.
From Durham, yeah.
I got this at the record store like 10 years ago, something like that.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, man, I just fell in love with the song and I had to have the record.
Well, it's a gorgeous song. There's no question. Now, how long is that version on there?
Well, that's the thing. So it says here 4 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes and 4 seconds. So I don't know. I think in the UK it came out as a single, right? It's a 7-inch. It might have been longer. Yeah. So I don't know. That's what it says here. So that's what I got.
Very nice. Very nice.
Excellent. All right. Serge is next if he is ready.
All right, sure. First one I'm going to mention is somebody I've mentioned before. I'll go with different work.
Sorry,
This
I'll
is
move this.
Azam Ali,
I'll move this.
Phantoms. So if you don't know Azam Ali, she's an Iranian singer, but exile really. I think she lives in Canada these days. But basically one of the most incredible voices I've ever heard. So her music, this one is the first album she did where it's in English. Usually her lyrics are either Farsi or Arabic or something else from that region. She uses a lot of traditional songs, composes them like an electronica. Really good balance between electronic and traditional like Middle Eastern sound. But it's just her voice is just hauntingly beautiful. I could have really picked a number of her CDs or her band, which is Niaz, which is the one I mentioned before. But yeah, again, I think I might have mentioned this story. I went to see her play once, and I just started crying. I don't like. I've never had that kind of emotional response to music, before or after. That was something visceral. I don't know what it was, but it was, I don't know. It was a very unique experience. But yeah, her music is incredible. So can't really go wrong with with most of her work. I picked that one. She debuted in a little. She debuted this album in a little club in New York, so I got to see that. That was cool. One of the more recent shows I saw before the pandemic. And the other one just happened to be two female singers. So this is Tori's first album, Little Earthquakes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is all emotional, right? That's really kind of raw stuff that,
Yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, of course, women are going to appreciate it more. I think they can empathize with experiences more. But I think if you're a human being and you listen to that, you got to feel something, and and I had a close friend in college who was particularly affected by Me and a Gun, which is an a cappella song about rape, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which it's it's unfortunate how many people, or especially how many women, can relate to that. So
Really.
Yeah.
No doubt. Yeah, Tori's stuff.
I got to see her play live a few times. Great shows, but you can see how emotionally people react to it, to her music in general.
That was a big album for her. That one and Under the Pink were like.
Well, I mean, this is her first solo album, but it definitely got her going.
Yeah, you got me into her, Serge. I recall, hearing that first album when she came out. I don't remember what the hit song off of it was, but I remember, kind of being a little indifferent to it at first. But I knew, going way back now, 20 plus years, that you've been into her from the beginning, and I started digging into her catalog. And I think I have probably 5 or 6, 7 albums, maybe something like that. I can't remember the last one where I kind of left off. Might have been the Covers album, so that's going back quite a ways. But her stuff. Whenever you
Which, by
listen,
the way, she covered "Rain of Blood." If anybody.
yes, she did.
I think I've heard that. Yeah,
It's so good.
Yes.
Oh my
A
god!
very, very
remember
different
that.
version, as you can imagine. But yeah,
She also did. What was the other song that she did from Eminem? Bonnie and Clyde, modern day Bonnie. What's it called?
I don't remember the name of the song, but yeah, she did an Eminem song.
Modern
as
day
well.
Bonnie and Clyde. I think, and that fucking song is hell. Holy shit, man!
It's funny enough. I've heard heavy bands cover "Cornflake Girl" too, which is if you want to flip it around,
Yeah, why not? Sure.
Wait, they covered what, Rick?
"Cornflake Girl."
Oh, really?
And
Yeah, I've seen a few covers of that.
Hey, Kellen, welcome.
and she did a duet with Maynard Keenan from Tool for "Muhammad, My Friend." So
Oh shit! I didn't know that. When was that?
another fun little. It was a long time ago. But they're fans of each other. So.
Cool.
What's up, Kellen?
You got any more, Rick? Did you have a few more?
That's
That question. No, I didn't really put anything else.
Brian, back a little ways. Alan made a comment about Anathema's Judgment.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a
And,
good one.
I don't know. Probably everyone's aware. Maybe they're not. But that album was being recorded and put together while their mother was dying, and I believe their mother was an alcoholic, like she died of cirrhosis or liver cancer or something like that. And the album the song "One Last Goodbye" on there, man, and that's about their mom. That is fucking about as heavy as it gets.
Yeah.
And you could tell that even if you didn't know the backstory, you could tell
Even
that.
in the lyric, "Hey, you living in an alcoholic shell." I mean, it wasn't that song, but it's there. You can tell.
It's there. Yeah, it's beautiful, and that's a beautiful album. I mean, but there's not a lot of Anathema that isn't. Once they kind of hit their stride with what they found as their formula for, in my opinion, from the Silent Enigma all the way up to like Weather Systems, they really didn't put out a bad album. And Danny was very clued into emotional stuff, and to bring that to a more fuller realization, I would kind of argue that "We're Here Because We're Here" has some songs on it that are just absolutely like
They
dream.
got more grandiose with the musicianship.
What's that?
They got more grandiose with the musicianship.
Well, yeah, Danny got
album. You can tell.
Danny got yeah.
But I enjoy the more simpler ones. I think that's why maybe I tuned out with the later stuff. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I just never returned to it like the way I did with the older material.
I came into them at Alternative 4, I think, and I'm not even sure. I think I read something on a message board or something, and you hear the first song. It just kind of is that Deep that's on there, or the other? What's the other?
Deep
I'm coming down
Deep
again.
Judgment.
That one?
What's that?
I'm trying to sing it. I don't remember what it was called. That first song off Alternative 4.
Yeah, it's a empty vessel, empty day.
Yeah.
Now feeling coming back.
Right.
Can't remember the name of it. Damn it.
I can't either. So,
Already mentioned Nighttime Birds. That's another one that, man, there's so much shit I could have pulled. That's another one.
Yeah, I don't know them, man. I've never tried The Gathering, and I'm not sure
At
why.
least check out Nighttime Birds. I mean, at least check that one out. Like, that's definitely that'll put you in that.
I got a couple more suggestions.
Fragile Dreams is what that song is called.
Fragile Dreams. That's it. Yeah. Nicky, let me wrap a couple of mine up quick, then we'll wrap with you. And again, I'm not showing anything because I just didn't have the energy to get in my collection today. Again, sorry about that, guys. But one album that really gets me all the time is Beck, Sea Change. Anybody have that album, Beck?
I do not.
Oh,
Not that one, no. I got Odelay.
Odelay, yeah, that's the one I know.
Well, Odelay is very different. Odelay is very beatboxy, kind of almost hipster-like music. But Sea Change, man, holy shit, that album is beautiful. It's just, I don't even know how to explain it. The first song, The Golden Age, put your hands on the wheel, let the golden age begin. Oh, so damn good, man. And the guy has got a great voice, and he's a great writer. But anybody that's looking for deep, meaningful songs, check out that album, Sea Change by Beck. One other one I was thinking of was This Mortal Coil. Serge, you got to know them, right? This Mortal Coil. Yeah. In London Tears. Oh, Jesus. So fucking beautiful. Almost any album by Cocteau Twins is just one of those things where you listen to it and it's just so goddamn beautiful, makes you want to cry. Yeah, you're right, Lee. He is all over the map. It's hard to gauge with him.
That was my thing with Beck, man. It was just like there was no one particular even better. Yeah, I can kind of orient to.
Well, Rick, seriously, knowing you, I would say grab Sea Change because you won't regret it. It's so damn good.
I listened to it. I just don't have it. But okay. I just have the first album.
And I'll tell you, there's one song that gets me every fucking time I hear it. I don't own the album. I don't even really know much about the band, but this song, just kicks me in the balls every single time. And it's Band of Horses, The Funeral.
Yes.
That song is so fucking beautiful. It's like mainlining beauty into your veins when I listen to that song. Makes me, it makes me tear up and well up every single time. And it's not just because it's called The Funeral. It could have been called anything. It's just the visceral beauty in that song is so amazing. You know that one, Rick?
No.
Band of Horses, The Funeral. I don't know what the rest of the album's like. I think they're kind of an alternative. I don't know if I don't even know what they're like. Are they emo or what are they like, Nicky?
They're an indie. An indie rock band.
Okay, that's a good way. Yeah, that probably is it. But boy, that song, The Funeral, so goddamn gorgeous. So that's a couple from me. Stephanie, you got any more really emotive stuff that grabs you by the heartstrings and makes you just want to cry tears of happiness? Yeah, you are Stefan, right?
I know what I'm going to do. Stefan, I'm going to send some Mazzy Star your way.
Stefan, we're not hearing a word you're saying. I don't know if you have your...
Thank you, sir.
Are you on mute?
Nope,
Yeah.
He's not.
You're on mute.
He's the little notification isn't on.
Yeah, we're not hearing you, dude.
I know. Nicky, do you have any
Reboot
for this one?
I'm trying to lip read Cannibal Buff.
Can't hear you.
I've got a couple. Can you hear me?
Reboot.
Yeah,
Reboot
you're
and come
good.
back in.
Okay.
No, not you, Nicky. Not you. Here,
Now, hang on.
Here we go. Here we go. We're ready now.
Sure.
We're ready. Your picks are up. I'll go full screen on you. Repulsion shirt. Nice.
All right. Sorry. I have switched devices a few times here, so I apologize. All right.
We're good.
Hopefully that doesn't fall. I'm using my failed computer as a way to hold up the phone. All right. For my very first one, album that means a lot to me. Definitely a favorite of mine that I kind of discovered just happenstance. I worked at Best Buy in Milwaukee for a number of years. And we, when I was setting up for one of the holiday seasons, we ended up, we were there all night. So at the time, I just had Pandora on. And it ended up playing this band that I was just like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. The name of the album is not Animal, and the name of the band is Margot and the Nuclear So-and-Sos. And honestly, this entire album is just basically like it talks about desperation, destitution, naturally depression kind of rolled up into those, but it's seemingly like the subject matter almost reminds me as if you took some of like Bob Dylan's more like cogent material and wound up, putting it to the music of, like violin and piano and guitar and all that good stuff. I highly recommend the song Broad Ripple is Burning, but that's Margot and the Nuclear So-and-Sos. And then can you still hear me? I'm sorry.
Yep, you're good.
I'm coming through? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Cool.
Next one is more of they started out as a punk band, wound up as a band that was paying homage to groups of the 1950s, more or less like, oh God, Miles Davis is a big influence for this group, but also more of like the 70s to 80s output of Bruce Springsteen, the Gaslight Anthem, and their album, The 59 Sound. I would definitely say that from start to finish, each song, I mean, basically an album that's laid out perfectly. It starts off really strong. It ends really strong. Nothing is above like the 4 minute mark. It's not really pop. I would consider it to be if Bruce Springsteen, uh, early '80s material. But if you were to kind of speed up the tempo a little bit, so phenomenal album. I highly recommend Casanova Baby. Uh, just lovesick songs, songs that sort of paint a picture and take you to like the days of the old, like working at some kind of old steel mill or something like that. It's really good. It's almost a period piece all in and of itself. And then my last one is more a song, but it's one of the very first things I thought of when I had read this question. And the name of the song is Walk Beside You, and it is Dream Theater Octavarium. This song, this album in its entirety, that's now on the ground. I brought it with when my daughter was born, just to listen to, so that I could kind of drown out the sounds and everything. I'm one of those people that sort of that sleeps with a fan, so I like to have some kind of noise, things like that.
Kind of white noise.
When it was released. Yeah, exactly. And it didn't really, it was something I always enjoyed, but for some reason, it just sort of transcended and really hit my emotions when I was doing a stay, in the hospital. And when we would have my daughter Harlow sleeping in a bassinet like next to us, I would get up and peer over and look at her, and her sleeping, how the kids, like, they sleep with the little arms up and that. And for some odd reason, it's just sack. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It just really struck a chord. So not to go on too long, but that song just then and there was almost like this unsilent vow where I was like, regardless of where I go in life and all that, like I'll always be here for my daughter, always in her corner, always there. So great album, but for some reason, I mean, that song just gets it for me. But those are my choices.
Wow, that's awesome.
With these, there's no like wrong answer because everybody's affected differently. I think in yours, very personal.
I think too how I took the question was a little nebulous in that, I think knowing Serge, I think I got where he was coming from in that I took it, how did it affect you emotionally? I took that more as a way of the anti-Stefan thought process, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit in life that really pisses me off on a daily, sometimes minute by minute basis. So I didn't look at it as things that get me amped up. I looked at it from the perspective of things that calm my inner fucking raging, horrible human being, which there is one there, no doubt.
Like where you're coming from in your case, if you're
right.
Coming from an angry place,
Well, but I mean, for me, music that gets me and to me, music that evokes sadness is the best kind of music because it makes you touch something in yourself that all of us as humans struggle with. I mean, we're not
You're
most
just
human beings are not comfortable being uncomfortable, right? We don't like being uncomfortable. It's not, but in all honesty, that's where you touch raw emotion when you're at your most uncomfortable. We can all be angry
you know
and
what though? It can be comfortable because it also resonates with what you're already feeling.
right.
I think that's why some people don't get like DSBM, for example. But like, why would you want to listen to that? You don't have to go all the way to that genre, but you can go to, like I was showing, Doom, Funeral Doom, for example. There's all these different ways you can go. But it's just how it resonates with you.
Sure.
With how you're feeling.
Yeah, that,
Yeah, I took it as things that are more cathartic than anything.
That's a good way
And I think to piggyback off of what Geoff was saying, it does, like, to explain it as like depressive music allows you to exercise these feelings and that, or drudge up feelings and help you face them. I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but I would feel pretty comfortable saying that it's the reason why most of us in this room are as obsessed with collecting, and the collection is never complete, and that because it's an addiction like anything else, but what it's doing is it's tapping into emotions, so you want to find anything that connects with you, so yeah, definitely.
There's really nothing like great music that connects with you. I mean,
Yep.
It's
I
like
think it's
it's like
unique
this
in that.
hole, right, that you can't see, that only you can feel it, but other people can't. Or all they see is the outside of it. Like, look to outsiders because it looks like you're just hoarding, and it's just, but there's something inside of you.
Which, I mean, we are. Let's face it. But there's also that part.
There was somebody asked me a little bit back there. Somebody asked me back about Mew. I think Lee asked me about Mew. I know the name of the band. I do not know them, Lee.
Like MEW or
MEW. Yeah, I know.
I have their one album. I don't know if they have more.
I think they might. Marty had mentioned that nothing gets his waterworks flowing more than I Come Blood. That makes sense.
You want to hear a funny pick? If I was picking a song,
That'll get some people going.
No, give it to us.
this would be unusual for me, but because it's by Dream Theater. But Space Dive Vest is a fucking record. And I think I heard it during a breakup, if I remember correctly. That one's rough.
Well, there are songs that we got into the deep ruts here on songs. Man, there are some songs that just absolutely gut me. Things like what was his name? Harry Nilsson, I believe, right? Did the song "I Can't Live"?
Yeah, live with without you.
Oh Christ, are you kidding me, man? Like Jesus Christ, that song is so intense from an emotional standpoint.
What about
Stephen, were we boring you with the?
What about Love Hurts, Nazareth?
That's a gorgeous tune. That's a gorgeous tune, and that's.
By the way, somebody mentioned "Dummy" by Portishead. Yeah, man, that's like I forget the song name, but like the big single, like the phrasing and like the pause, where like nobody loves me, it's true, not like you do. It's brilliant in a way.
Yeah, I have that album. I haven't listened to it in a long ass time. I should probably dig that out. Because that's been real fucking long time. But there's other stuff, like I'll tell you another album that hits me super fucking hard is Disintegration by The Cure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that fucking album is dark as dark can be in the saddest of ways, and it's just so much beauty on that album that
there's just enough pop in that album where if you don't want to feel that way, you can still enjoy it without having to go into that place. Unlike some of their older material.
Right. But that song, Same Deep Water as You, oh my god, just fucking sinister darkness of internal, suffering, but beautiful at the same point in time. So, all right, so I guess we kind of knocked that one out. Did we want to add Nick still wanting to join, or where do you go?
No, he
bounced.
Yeah, because his mouth is hurting. But I can go. because I have
Oh yeah.
not.
My
Yep.
bad.
I just grabbed two, I think, and I'm usually like death metal got me into this extreme stuff, and I went back to thrash and doom. Black metal was always kind of something I never really dove too much into. I have lately, or at least lately, as in like the last 20 years. I'd say the last 10 years or so. There's been a number of albums that I've really connected with, and for some reason they're just all in that black metal genre. And the first one is actually the band itself, Obsequiae. Not necessarily this album. This is their first, Suspended in the Room of Eos. But this and their second one, and their last one that came out in 2019, I think all three just really hit me really hard as far as like um, the heaviness of it, the melodicism. There's a lot of harp interludes, which are really beautiful.
I think
Um,
that I see why it's a band that I think it needed that sort of refresher, that boost from the US BM scene, just because it was
Yeah.
something different. You know what I mean? I think it came at the right time.
Yeah,
A little twist in direction.
I guess they're kind of labeled as castle metal, or got a little bit of medieval vibe. There's this the tone of it is really really interesting, and even the vocals are usually pretty scathing black metal vocals, but there's also a really imaginative sense of melody. Like there's no wasted notes on here or wasted anything really. It's perfect. And then the second one they came out with was called Aria of Vernal Tombs, and that was the first one I heard, and that one was the same way, like perfect. Like I could listen to it start to finish and then start it again. I could listen to it all day long. And then
Wow.
the third one came out, and it's the exact same thing. I don't know. It's just the way that Tanner writes songs is just mesmerizing to me, and it always, it's both. It gets you emotionally, but it also gets you, physically banging your head. I mean, the riffs he writes are out of this world. Yeah, gorgeous American black metal, as Kellen says. Yeah,
That
So
one
really,
could
I
almost
love-
double. I'm sorry.
no, go
That
ahead.
one could almost double as a one of the other categories where it's like somebody whose persona is different than what you inherently imagine when listening to the music or viewing them or not. I mean, Tanner just seems so far removed from the music that he creates. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like he's just goofy, fun-loving, all that. But yeah, I only have Obsequiae's newest album, but I was
Right.
like, wow, when I watched him on one of Marty's live streams, and then
Yeah.
he's interacting with Ken
Ken, yeah.
and that. I mean, he's a crack up,
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. You're right. He's pretty good lucky.
Yeah, he was extremely funny. And yeah, that we all saw the same Friday night
yeah, exactly.
interaction between Tanner and Ken, which was hilarious.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's mine. Yeah, that's one of mine. One more, which is more on the let's see.
I was surprised to see that one. I wasn't expecting that, but the way you described it, now that I think about it, it makes sense.
Yeah. No, I love all three records they put out. But the other one I actually don't have a physical copy of this anymore because it made me so uneasy. I gave my copies of this to young Nicholas. Maybe he'll listen to them tonight. But that is the band Fluids. This is their new one, Not Dark Yet. And I like the music. I think the music's great.
They
But
dropped the too.
It's the samples, right?
the samples I cannot deal with. And I tried to listen to this. I did a quick listen to the first intro, and it was like some video
Brian,
audio.
did you go look that up? Did you go chase that down? That
What?
sample? That first sample on that album?
I listened to enough of it to figure out what it was, but no, I didn't go looking for it.
Okay,
that
I
was the last thing I wanted to do.
I
Did
foolishly
you?
went and dug into it, and I got to tell you, without question, the most disturbing motherfucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
Because it's still out there somewhere, I assume.
It's out there in the dark web somewhere. It's there.
And I, you know, on the album at least, you only hear the audio, and it's kind of got that kind of like there's something going on in the background, like maybe like a synth or some kind of like rumbling that just makes it even more like disturbing, totally disturbing.
Here's the crazy part of that.
I can't deal with it.
Here's the crazy part of it. The guy actually survived.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that makes it a little bit better.
But I got to tell you, I only got about halfway through the video. It's about a 2 or 3 minute video, and it's the most fucking disturbing thing I've ever seen. I mean, it is somebody committing suicide online, live streaming it, and bleeding out like you can't imagine. And
he's
can't imagine that
like he's like
somebody.
Yeah, and he's kind of he's describing it like the color of it and the feeling he's having and what his parents are going to think when they see this video later. And I was just like, I can't even. I didn't even listen to any of the music. I got through a minute or two of that stuff, and I'm like, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah, it's fucking disturbing.
I don't need it.
Disturbing doesn't even that word doesn't even cut it for that. And I'm not. That is not my kind of thing. You know, I'm not a grind or a real. You know, whatever they even are classified, I don't even know. I was kind of surprised that the music, although very samey, I thought kind of throughout. I didn't hate it, but man, I won't buy that. I just can't support that.
Right. I mean, that was the thing when I got Exploited Practices, which I think was their first full length, and I kind of knew about the samples that they were going to be really, really brutal. I think I heard Schnell, describe it. But when I actually got it and listened to it, I was like, man, this is rough. And I don't know. I kept putting it on the shelf, and I didn't even like having it here, And so I just like, hey, Nick, do you want these? Because I can't listen to them. I don't even want them in the house. So I just sent them to him. I'm like, I'm done.
Who'd you send them, Nick?
Nick. Do I?
Young Nick.
Oh, young Nick.
Yeah. So they're out, and I'm just gonna say, Fluids is not for me, and that's okay. There's a lot of other great music to listen to.
Yeah.
It's too much for me personally. I'm done.
Yeah, and Marty, I know you were joking around about the one man, one jar. Yeah, that's about as brutal as it gets. That's something Stefan would probably enjoy, but no, I don't. It's fucking gruesome. It was gruesome. Yeah. And I've got a pretty good stomach. I can, I love horror movies and slasher movies and all that stuff. But it's not when you see that shit in real time, and you know that this kid is fucking literally having some. I don't know whether he was on drugs or whether he had psychological problems. Obviously, he had psychological problems. But for him to actually be live streaming and play by playing his own fucking death or attempted at death was. Yeah. Something I just don't understand why anyone needs to glorify or, the guys in Fluids could say, hey, it happened out there. We just want to put it out there, and we want to make you aware of it. But that's sensationalizing something like that. And I just don't get that.
I mean, I guess I understand why they're doing it. It's to go to the extreme, like horror movies at one point was the kind of the go-to. Yeah. See, they brought
Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah. But that's all fake.
Books at one point, I mean, killing babies, and that is about as extreme as it gets. But I think that with Fluids and that, they really serve as like a sign of the times. And that video that you speak of, I've heard of it. I've never sought it out, but I think that it really is just a sign that things have changed. It's a different beast now, So somebody wanted people obviously to see what they were going through and to experience what they were as they thought that they were leaving this world, and the computer creates like a separation, but not enough when it comes to that. I mean, they blur out like the eyes and that when you watch like crime shows and that, like the first 48 and stuff like that. So it's like, it's wild that somebody wants you, to see everything. It's basically like their last FU, before they expire.
Nick, what it really comes down to is we live the last 2020, since the advent of social media, we live in this world of oftentimes unreality. We live in this
Yeah.
Kardashian kind of world where everything has to have, in the 24/7 news cycle, everything has to be extreme now to get to
Yeah.
elicit any kind of response from a human being, because we're all caught up in this rat race of insanity of daily living that is bombarded by messages from every angle we possibly can be, that people want to get out there and throw out, like Marty just said about Pissgrave. I
Yeah.
saw the album covers and I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
that
posthumous
that can't
humiliation.
be good. And then I checked it out, and then I'm like, I was right. That isn't good. There's nothing redeeming about that.
I'm thinking of the shock of where we came to today. Imagine back in the '70s when Alice Cooper came out with his makeup and the snakes on stage.
Good
And
point.
that was shocking.
Very
know,
good point.
Look where we are now.
Yeah,
Very-
I think that it's what Geoff is saying is actually very. There's a quote by Rob Zombie that I think is poignant to this, and he had stated that and this was like 10 years ago. He had stated that the way that things are now, you'd have to go out on stage and off yourself to do something shocking, but even that would only work one or two times with different people. You know
Well,
what I
it's
mean?
only
And then
Yeah.
it's like,
everybody.
what's next?
Yeah, I'm
I
pretty
mean,
sure that's just a one-time thing for most
But
people.
let's go back. Let's,
No, I meant like other. Even
I
then,
know,
it
I
would
know.
just be like we already saw somebody off themselves, so the next
I see
band
what
that does
you're
it,
saying. Go on to the next guy. Yeah, I mean, look at Gigi
exactly.
Allen. Look at Gigi Allen. His whole trip was about eating his feces and throwing his shit at people and going out and beating people up in the audience and fucking punching girls, and people went to those shows. Why?
Yeah, sex
Why
acts on his brother. Yeah,
Why would anyone want to see something like that? Is
Would have
beyond.
had the same effect if he would have took an ape escaped from a zoo, just put it on stage. He would have got the same result. Just throw the feces at everybody, punch
yeah.
random people.
Nicholas from The Shining,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
Shining. I'm sorry, I just
That guy's
can't stand that guy.
That guy's
I really can't.
crazy.
Don't know anything about him. Probably won't.
Oh, no,
He
he's-
does a lot with like
he's crazy,
self-mutilation, right?
What
No,
it
that guy's just insane. There's like
But
an
he hates. He hates women. That's for sure.
There's an
He's
interview
outspoken about his hatred for women and that, but he sort of uses that alongside some sort of false persona of a rock star, trying to be the embodiment of like the 80s rock star, but at the same time with the hatred that he of the facade of black metal and that. So it just I don't know.
But-
I don't buy it from him, but
you
he's
know
one of
what
those
really-
people that you just really wish he would eat a fist. You know what I
it
mean?
really comes down to now, what it really comes down to with some elements of society is that we become so desensitized to violence, to anger, to hatred, to killing, and let's be honest, that's been going on since time began. Stonings, mutilations, people being put on the rack. I mean, human beings are real experts at at creating suffering. There's no question about that. So none of this
point.
should be very shocking to anyone. But I think that whole trip of taking performance art to that next level of shock is where we're at with some of these bands like Fluids or Pissgrave, or they just want to take it beyond what bands like maybe Throbbing Gristle did, back in the early '70s when they were doing performance art on stage. Or
I think that pissed off a lot of the Bible thumpers too. Like I noticed this with Marilyn Manson in the '90s.
Oh, sure.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's easy, like it's not hard to piss them off. And Marilyn Manson, that's a whole different thing, right? Like that's a lot closer to Alice Cooper. That's just
yeah, Manson was just
For
an
Kiss,
Kiss.
I think that as we become more and more secular as a society, like the shock of it, it's not like the issue it is anymore. Like when Marilyn Manson was in his heyday, I think there was a larger pool of the religious group that had more of an influence, with the media and everything else. So that's why people were listening to them.
It was very disturbing to me in a sense that I actually went out and sought out the source of that sample, because I was kind of taken in by I don't even know what the word is, the pageantry of it. I had to find out what that was, and just searching that out and looking at the source of it, I only made it through about maybe 40 seconds of the video. I'm like, I don't want to watch this, man. This just isn't right. And
Oh,
I was happy to find out that he survived, but at the same point in time, I wasn't. Now, this brings up an interesting thing that happened to me a couple days ago, going down the YouTube rabbit hole. I fell into this, and this is in my state, and it actually happened about 4 years ago, and I didn't even know about it. But there was a kid on YouTube named Andrew Blaze. Does anybody know about this?
no.
Not offhand,
No.
no.
Not at all.
So this kid, Andrew Blaze, was a kid that started YouTubing, I don't know, back in the 2009, 2010. And it was mainly gaming and nerdy middle school stuff and nerdy high school stuff. But as he progressed, he kind of fell into a very deep psychosis and began to believe that he was living sort of in an alternative universe, a cartoon universe, something about Danny Phantom or something like that. Danny Phantom, the cartoon.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that show. Yeah.
And he created his own sort of alternative universe with this Ember Girl thing. And it turns out he was trans and he was battling that, but he was also battling a lot of social anxiety and social misanthropy. And this kid ended up for months basically telegraphing that he was going to go in and either shoot up his family at home or he was going to go into work and do something. He was going to do something. And man, I found it. I ended up having to watch this episode on this kid, and he ended up going into Weiss markets, which are common around our area.
Usually people with these sort of mental conditions or loners, that's what happened with that guy who offed himself. He had this obsession with Bjork. Remember that?
No, I don't
Oh,
remember.
yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, like, I think he videotaped himself.
But
Shot
yeah,
himself.
he locked himself into work, and he went around and systematically killed 3 other people and then shot himself in the head. And I didn't know anything about it. It was an hour and a half drive from my house. This shit happens every day, sadly. Or not, well, maybe not every day, but at least every other day.
Just about.
Yeah.
I got a great idea.
Move on.
Let's go to the next topic because we are bumming everybody out.
Sure.
I
And that's
actually,
my fault. I brought it up.
This one,
I actually do have one more album.
For the number for the other one.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Let me,
And this is actually a good one. This one really does hit pretty hard for me.
If you say mortician, I'm going to punch you through
go for it. Go for it.
No, it's not a mortician. Actually, you guys might be surprised. This is actually a good one. Actually, it's
Awesome.
It's actually Zaster's Telepathic with the Deceased. Is this album? Like the reason why I like this album gets me a little emotional at times because like I can feel like the dark essence of this. Like even the title, Telepathic with the Deceased. It's like trying to like see like what the other feel like I can like talk to like the other side besides our world, and just the way Scott Connor's vocals on this and just the presence of this album just makes me feel very I was also feeling a little bit down one day, so I also listened to it too, so I kind of felt a little bit more of a closer connection to this album than I ever had before. And yeah, that's when this is. I consider this to be like my all-time favorite Zaster album. Not just because probably a lot of people would say they like it, but it to me it just has like a very special place for myself, and that's really all I have to say.
You do realize Scott Connor is a manic depressive, right? And he's thought about suicide most of his life, right?
Yeah, I saw the documentary. Yes.
Yeah, pretty
Good pick, though.
pretty downbeat kind of dude.
The documentary itself is pretty depressing.
It is actually.
Yeah, it really is.
Is that the one-man black metal one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
one. Yes.
Watching
I
it,
move on.
And also one other thing to answer Jeff's question before. No, I wasn't actually bored. Actually, I'm just pretty tired.
Oh, okay.
No, okay, I didn't have that much sleep yesterday. I was a little bit. I was up half the night.
Well, that's me and Rick every night.
Yeah, yesterday I was. I don't know. I think
May I
it's 'cause-
please ask?
I think it's 'cause
May I
my
please
allergies,
ask
that's
real
why.
quick? I
Sure.
just turned on a fan. Is it disruptive at all?
No.
No,
no, I don't
Can't
hear
hear
it.
it. Oh, okay.
I
Thank
don't
you.
hear it.
You're good, man.
I have a fan running 24/7 behind me because I'm bad.
I normally do.
I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What do you say? Is that disruptive?
The only fans I care about are the ones in the comments. There you go.
All right, moving on.
All right, let's keep going.
Who
Holy
wants? Is
smokes.
there? Let's see. Where's my question? This one was kind of. This is my pick. I don't know. It's kind of a stupid question actually, because there might not be. We got. Where'd it go? God damn. Here we go. All right. Or you know, anyone you learned about from one of us or YouTube in general. So, there we go.
Recommended by another.
Who? Yeah.
I kind of went with just
We'll go.
YouTubers that I've watched that
Yeah.
they kind of collection updates. You know, stuff
Yeah.
that I learned through that too. Oh, you want me-
Perfect.
Okay.
Let's go. I thought you were volunteering.
All right. Well, let's start with Jake. So,
Yep.
this is a band I have heard about, but I never checked out. But when he showed it in this video, so that is Sojourner, and this is the Shadowed Road. So this is black metal, atmospheric black metal. You know, it's got it's very beautiful, man. This is probably one of the most beautiful things I've listened to, and I'm not sure if it's from New Zealand or you know, they might be from several places, but just by looking at the landscape and everything, you know, that tells you a lot about the music too. I love it when the art nails, you know, what this sounds like. They just dropped an album not too long ago, like another one. So I think this is the previous release. Funny enough, so I just as I was preparing for this video or stream, I found out there's a digibook version of this. So I'm kind of pissed. Like I got the digipack, so I might pass this one along and get the digibook. But definitely check this out. I actually feel like really beautiful compositions. You know, in the black metal rain. It's a little more. I don't know. I find it's a little lighter than something like Summoning, but you know, I think that if you like Summoning, I think you still like this.
Oh yeah,
So
Definitely.
that's a good album, Rick. You're right. That's real quality stuff.
too bad Jake's not here. But the thing is, I think Jake showed the tape, and the artwork's actually flipped around. So funny enough. So I was hoping he was here so we can compare.
Oh, doesn't it fold out kind of? The J card.
On the J card, yeah, but it's like backwards for some reason. They did
Okay.
differently, or I think it's squeezed in. That's what it is. The format's different, so it's like squeezed in.
Yeah.
So you get the full glory here. Another one is, hey Alan, you still on? So I was getting ready to buy this. Alan showed it in his video, and guess what? Guess what he drops in my mailbox? Eisentor. And so this is a really good, just epic heavy metal. Shadow Kingdoms put this out, so it's just 3 tracks. It's a short little EP, but man, these tracks are hard hitting. Like, so if you're looking for something catchy and really good, that's one that I've enjoyed. So thank you, Alan. This is awesome. So I was getting ready to purchase that. Another one is someone named Brian Arkham mentioned this. It is another one I was looking at.
No way.
And then he dropped this as VCLT. So that's by Fire and Sword.
Yeah, that one's. I love that. I love them. I think I sent that one to Marty too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I've been.
man.
I hoarded them. I bought like 3 or 4, and I was like, I just got to send these out because they're so good.
Who Child, right? Yeah, Who Child put this out.
Yeah.
The funny thing is where they're from. So
Yep.
if you guys need any metal from Boise, Idaho, this will fit the bill. I didn't even know there was a scene there. But
Supposedly they're working on a full length right now. Track.
Oh.
They're recording it.
it's definitely worth a look.
I think that's where that. I think that Barn band is from there, from Boise.
Are
Barn,
they?
that death sort of
Yeah,
young
the
group of guys,
high school kids, right?
cool kids. Yeah.
But this is something that I would think would be Cruz Al Sur. It sounds like a band that would come from something like that from that far. Really, really cool.
Yeah, that's a fun release.
Another one is this is from Lonnie. He showed it not too long ago, so I had to go. I checked it out and I loved it. So this is Silver Talon. Check it, DK. Really good. It almost tries the line of kind of power metal and heavy metal. Like it's just kind of like teeter totters between both worlds. The musicianship's done very well. It's like these are the guys from a band called Spellcaster. And I didn't know about Spellcaster until Marty sent a CD my way not too long ago. and it turns out it's the same guitar players. So I love the Spellcaster, and then I came to find out like this is why the guitars work is really good. So definitely check this out. These guys are from Portland, Oregon, believe it or not. So really, I'm not used to getting heavy metal from Portland, Oregon. I used to get most of my doom shit, or not heavy metal. So that was refreshing. So another one is I reintroduced to a band actually. So Brian, yet again, said this is dropping, and I'm like, the wheel were done. It was like what 7-8 years since he put out the last album, and so had you not told me, man, I would have missed out. So thanks, but this is another one. It's epic doom metal, really good shit. It's vastly superior to their previous releases, so they definitely stepped it up.
I can't take credit for that though, because Kellen in the chat, he recommended it to me, and I think I just recommended it right to you. So
you know what's funny is
Kellen is the
Ground Zero picked it up too. He I think he mentioned me. So like I felt back taking the credit.
Oh yeah,
recommended it. So this is fucking circle game, right?
Yeah, no, it totally is. That's funny.
You know, so
thank you, Kellen, for
paying us. Another one. So speaking of Pat showed us in the video, and so I know a lot of you guys here are not into hardcore, but this right here, this is not your run-of-the-mill hardcore. This is like, it's almost like it has this sort of feeling like it's almost wants to be. It's grandiose. It's very grandiose, like the way something like Candlemass is. It's very epic and very out there, and this is like a hardcore form of it. So when you're listening to this, you feel like it treads that line of Candlemass wrapped in a sort of hardcore shell. It sounds very strange describing it. If you put it on, you know, again, if you're one of those people like, it's hardcore, I don't want to touch it. You know what I mean? Check this out. This is not like I said, your run-of-the-mill kind of stuff. These guys are from New York, so this is just a short, just a couple of tracks. But man, can't wait to see what else they put out. Doomcore, yeah, something like that. Check it out. You know, if you don't have any hardcore in your collection, I don't know what you got. Maybe I'll send some Biohazard your way. But but this is definitely something different, especially if you like that really grandiose thing. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a little bit. The vocals remind me of the early Life of Agony stuff. So if you like that, it's got a little bit of that, but just a little more, a lot more power to it. Another one is Azag's Abyss. Showed us in one of his collection updates.
Yeah.
And this is a band he introduced me to. I wasn't aware of these guys. So this is One Master. And they're from, what are they, Boston? They're from the East Coast. And it's just occult bass black metal. So, you know, I just love the riffing and everything else. So I loved it so much that Expansion Abyss just had a sale, Brian. Once again, thank you. So I picked up the last thing they dropped, so I'm waiting for that to arrive. But really good stuff. Yeah, One Master.
I was looking at that one, but I didn't end up buying it.
Check it out. I feel like this is something you might like, man. It's not it's not immediately it won't come out as something immediately different like Obsequiae, you know what I mean? But give it a few spins. There's just some creativity in here. So this one definitely caught my ear. Another one is so I want to get to Geoff. So actually, these are still in the shrink wrap. So I picked these up not too long ago. So I stopped at the record store, and they had a copy for $16. I didn't pick it up, so Geoff knows where I'm going with this. So I went back, and the guy sold it. So I said, fuck it. I love it so much. I'm just gonna buy it brand new. So that is Boards of Canada.
There we go.
Oh, wow.
My boy.
I've heard that name drop quite a bit. Yeah.
So it's even though it says Boards of Canada, it's misleading. They're not from Canada.
No, they're not.
So
they're not boards either.
You recommended what was it, Twoism? So I picked up Twoism. Yeah, you can see what I paid for it.
That's not bad.
Yeah, and it was supposedly on sale.
On sale.
So, man, this is going for stupid money for the original press.
I know it is. Everything in there is its original press goes for crazy money. What's what'd you pay for Campfire Headphase?
Not too much more. I think
that was used, right?
It's like 21. No, well, the one that was used was the one that sold out.
That was the one that was gone.
But you know what? But they had a shrink wrap brand new one. So it was like 22, something like that.
Dude, that album fucking rules.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know, this is like electronic ambient. How would you describe it, Geoff? It's like it's. I just know I really dig it.
Nostalgic ambient trip hop electronica. Fucking
Yeah,
gorgeous stuff.
This came out what 95, and this.
Oh yeah,
2005.
that was like 2005. Yeah. What you really need to grab GeoGaddy and Children Has a Right to Music though, because those, especially Children Has a Right, that's 99, 98, somewhere in that range. That is the fucking pinnacle for
It came out
me.
between these two.
What's up?
It came out between these two.
Yeah. There's two albums in between there, and then there's one after Campfire Head Phase called Tomorrow's Harvest that I think came out in like 13.
Okay.
That's the last thing they've done. They did some remixes in like 18, I think, of something, but I don't know whether there's still an ongoing concern or not. But I of all the bands, things I've suggested to people, that one rates super high, and I'm super stoked to see that. Hey, look at that guy.
Look what I got.
What's up, buddy?
Chuck?
Not much.
Oh,
Is that a passport to Canada?
Board of Canada.
Nice.
Did you have that, or did you just get that?
I've had this.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I got this on a recommendation from the PT Trans by some guy named Geoff.
Oh, that guy.
I heard of him.
That guy. That guy
guy's
seems to knows everything.
That guy's an asshole.
I didn't want to hog the.
He was back then, not so much anymore.
Recommends he showed my way, but
Yeah, I
You
would say Oxygen was probably me because I rant and rave about that album all the time. But Chuck's,
Oh yeah,
Chuck's a huge fan. I think Brian, you became a fan of that album.
definitely because I picked it up. It's really good. I love it.
Cool.
That's the first one, right? That you're talking about, because he's made two others since then.
Yeah, the very first one. You're right. He's done 1 and 2, right?
And I think he just released three years
Couple
ago, 4 years ago.
Yeah, probably 4 or 5 years ago. I think it was. Yeah. I don't actually have that one. I don't have part 3. Good
I
luck.
grabbed it when because he was making his first tour of the U.S. 2019, I think it was, or 2018, I forget, somewhere back there, and he put out that album, and I was very surprised to hear that he had never done a tour in the U.S.
That is shocking.
He had done a show in Houston where he had 1 million people show up, or something like that, but he never actually did a bunch of dates, and so he announced his tour. It's like, well, I got to go see him for sure, and then he toured again the following year. So
You went to see him out in San Francisco, right?
yeah, I saw him at outdoor venue, the Greek Theater at the UC Berkeley campus.
Man, that had to be good.
It was, and he had quite the stage setup too. It was really cool. And then he did it indoors the following year down in San Jose at a really smaller venue too. It was kind of the same stage setup. And he had 2 people perform with him. He was, center stage with all his keyboards and stuff, and then he had a percussionist and a keyboard player.
Oh man, that's cool. Jealous.
So
So go ahead. Where were we at there? We were rapping with Rick, I think, right?
Rick. Yep.
yeah, I actually have one more, but I'm not ready to show it. I can do that towards the end or something. It's a good one.
Okay. Let's see.
What's the story behind that one?
You got one for this, Geoff?
You're
gonna skip it.
not well. I mean, there are things that I have. As many know that have watched the streams with me, my health is not good, and I've had some issues for about the last 2 years. So, buying a lot of music has not happened. In fact, guys on this stream, in particular, Brian and Serge, who just did a couple days ago, and Mr.
Nice.
Rick have bought me more stuff than I've bought myself because I can't really afford to do it. So there are a lot of things that I see and hear that people talk about that I'm really stoked about and I go listen to and I enjoy, but I just can't pursue it because of my finances. But before that happened, and I had just kind of stuck my toe into the YouTube thing, the one that sticks out to me is I remember seeing a video that Ben was doing, Brain Smasher, and he was talking. He was I think he was playing it in the background, and it was Gorman's The Ending Quest. And I had never heard of them, and I checked it out and was like pretty blown away by it, and then went looking for it and was like, oh no, I'm not, because at that point in time, we're talking 4 or 5 years ago.
Yep.
To get a CD copy of that, you were dropping $100, pretty easy.
Very, very out of print.
Yeah, and to find an album of it, forget it. You were paying $300 or $400. So late in last year, I want to say maybe August, October, somewhere in that range, Rick and I were talking, and I don't know if he showed it or what, but Transcending Records, is that what they're called, Rick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always get them and Transcending Obscurity mixed up, but Transcending out of I think they're out of Canada.
Chicago.
Oh, is it Chicago? Okay, Chicago.
It's actually the suburbs. It's not Chicago, but
okay.
I know the shipping is reasonable.
Right.
It is.
And they reissued it on vinyl, and I missed out on the cool variants. There still, I think, is some black stuff, but I think they're repressing it.
Yeah, they got the ones up already. Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah, but is it up for pre-order yet?
It's available now. They got that purple and white splatter, which I'm like, damn, I almost want to exchange what I have for that one.
Yeah, my circumstances were different. I probably grabbed that, but I ended up grabbing a CD copy, and I think they only pressed like 300 of those CDs, which I found rather unusual. But in retrospect, knowing what we know from Marty about how CDs don't sell much like they used to, probably not all that surprising. You know, print a batch of them and get them out the door, and then when they're gone, then repress them or something. But
like the grab bags too, when they do like the bundles. So maybe
sure.
If they ever have extras, they can do stuff like that.
But I mean, that's the only one I could think of that I actually own that I bought. Of course, I'm not showing anything in that because of my issues, but that one really sticks out. And but all you guys, Rick and Brian in particular, have turned me on to a ton of fucking shit. If I was working and healthy again, man, I'm sure I would be poor. Well, I was always just be more poor. So,
Geoff, do you have a Cash App or anything that we could donate to?
Nah, dude, I don't want that, man. I don't want that. Thanks, I really appreciate it. But, I mean, that's not what this is about for me. The love of my brothers here that have hooked me up with some stuff is super fucking cool, but I'm not looking for anything like that, and I never wanted to be about that.
It may not get there. Jeff's still waiting for a package I sent him like a month ago.
Oh, you're kidding?
That is true.
Is it stuck in Philadelphia somewhere?
Dude, that thing is lost as fuck. Where is it?
I have LED lights. They must have thought I'm sending him a bomb or something. So it must have got confiscated.
It had lithium batteries in it, so they grounded it.
It's the Ricka bomber.
Yep. You're gonna get Fox Mulder knocking on your door.
You know, I think if I had access to my collection, I probably could have found maybe a few more things. But since I started in on the YouTube thing about 2 years, well, a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, with everything that's going on, I just haven't been able to do a whole lot. But I'll tell you, my bros have hooked me up wonderfully. Serge was out at Vintage Vinyl last Saturday, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and he called me up on Instagram and said, "Hey, I'm going to Vintage. You want me to look for anything?" So we spent about a good hour just digging through a ton of real bad shit. Like there was a lot of trash in there, but he ended up finding me three things that were kind of cool. One of which was the George Lynch Corey Glover's side project called Ultraphonics, which is kind of like, I listened to some of it. It's not that bad. It's actually pretty cool if you like Living Color and you like George Lynch on guitar. And then another one called Howling Sycamore, which is Jason McMaster from Dangerous Toys, Watchtower fame, on vocals. And then Hannes.
It's like prog, but it's strange.
It's prog metal, but it's got like jazz in it. It's pretty crazy, man. Yeah, Rick is the Santa Claus of metal YouTubers. There's no question about that. Brian's not that far behind though. So, and same with Jake. Jake's hooked me up with some cool stuff.
I don't know if that's the right word. I can't even grow a beard. I tried.
I can't either.
So Nicky, if you want to buy me a bunch of albums, Nicky, if you want to buy me a bunch of albums, I'll
that
send
was
you
the that was the point. No, I didn't want to make it seem like a charity kind of thing, but I just
Yeah.
wanted to be able to
Bro, I'm just kidding.
to
man.
have you pick out stuff that you like is all.
Dude, you got a daughter that's been battling shit that none of us can dream of, and so you do what you got to do with that. I really appreciate it, bud. You're a good guy, and I know that, and I really do appreciate it. And hell, even Chuck donated an iPhone to me, which is still packaged, sitting on my coffee table, ready to go out. I just haven't got to a fucking to the post office in 3 months. So
That's
I completely forgot about that.
it's still there. It's still there. It doesn't work, but it's still there.
Well,
And
with the
Rick has-
iPhone, you have access to every album ever known
That's
to
true, I
man.
do.
So that's
That's
like
true, I
the perfect thing.
I do, and I use it. I use that a
Yeah.
lot. No question about it. So, just as an aside, real quick, Brian and I were talking about Rick a little bit. Jerry Cantrell dropping his new album in October, new single out that I'm really digging it now. That new single, man, it's really it. I
Repeat
get where
listen.
it came from initially. It didn't do much for me, but I went back to it a couple times, and now it's got me. It's got me like
I
everything.
Really?
I've always enjoyed a solo album, so I wouldn't have thought
Oh yeah.
any different.
All right, moving on.
Serge, you want to go?
Sure, I'll go.
You got one?
Yeah, so obviously I'm kind of new to this whole streaming thing, so I'm still digging into stuff you guys mentioned in the past. But since Geoff is here, I'll just mention a couple of things that Geoff helped me get into. At least as far as I remember, Geoff sent me so much shit over the years that it's hard to keep track of. I'll pull some weirder ones. So this is Jan Garbarek. So this is a Norwegian saxophonist.
Oh yeah.
So this CD is a Officium, which is an interesting one. It's like him doing sparse sax over like Gregorian chants and shit. It with like classical accompaniment. It's very, I don't know, very interesting. This is also another one of those albums that I
thought you were going to say it was more jazz.
I mean, certainly. I mean, he's
It is.
yeah. I mean, it's the general genre you classify it under. I forgot Geoff.
Serge, he does a lot of stuff within the ambient realm of jazz too. He adds a lot of ambient texture to it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been around forever. This is like in the later stage of his career, I think.
Is he even still alive?
I'm not sure. He might not be. But so definitely, worth checking out. I think his daughter does music. I forgot.
She does. Anya.
Yeah. Forgot what she's done, but I remember there was some kind of connection to something.
He is still alive, by the way. He's 74.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, so I think he's done a couple of albums of that sort, but I don't have the other one.
Well, as an aside to that, real quick to add to that if you like that stuff, dude, you got to check out Serge Ripdal, Terje Ripdal, Rypdal. Very much, he's a guitarist, but very much in the Jan Garbarek type of playing. That's all those ECM guys like Keith Jarrett, Ralph Towner, Eberhard Weber, David Torn. I mean, that's all fucking amazing shit.
Yeah, and again, it's like ambient jazz almost.
Yeah.
Very sparse, but I kind of like that. Also, kind of in that vein is Cypher, which is the project by Theo Travis. Also, really, really great stuff.
Dude, those two albums are incredible.
And another one that I found was Korai Orum.
Korai Orum. Oh shit.
Yeah, this one's 1997. So it's like, I think this is, the proper cover.
I have that one.
Their albums are named after years, so it's like 1997, 96, 99, I think, if I remember correctly. But this is a fun band, which guess the closest equivalent would be Osric Tentacles. It's like, psychedelic instrumental. Very fun listen.
A little bit more tribal.
Yeah, a little different. I think they're from Hungary, so
Budapest, maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, they're cool as fuck, dude. I forgot all about them. I only have maybe 3 or 4 albums, but man, and I learned them. And Chuck, that name kind of ring a bell to you because that was a PT Trans thing for a while. Do you guys remember the guy on PT Trans called Hen?
Who?
Hen?
Hen? Like a chicken?
Ken, Ken, Ken.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the dude from Jersey.
Side effect to listening to loud music.
Ken seems familiar.
We
Yeah.
met him, Serge. We met him at Nearfest. Ken,
Right.
remember.
Yeah, I remember him. Keep the faith in music guy.
Yeah. Yep. He used to fucking. I mean, and I'll tell you what. I would wonder what his collection's like because that dude probably had 10,000 CDs 20 years ago.
Yeah, I agree.
He was crazy. He knew everything about every fucking band you could ever think of, and Korai Aram was one of them. Yeah.
What was the name of that band again?
Korai.
I'll put it in the chat.
Right on. I appreciate it, Serge. I want to check them
Yeah,
out.
Chuck, you're gonna like that shit a lot. I think.
I think so. You said tribal. That kind of.
Yeah, it's tribal, and it's got a groove to it. A lot of cool guitars, a lot of chanting type vocals that are kind of ethereal but yet sort of mysterious sounding. Very
It's like, yeah, if you take like Osrix, make it a little more tribal, a little more focused.
focused,
Yeah.
definitely.
And
And I think too, without the
guitar.
only thing I would say that is unlike Korai Ram, or I'm sorry, Osrix is not as much plunky, weird keyboardy stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, yeah, it's more guitar oriented,
More guitar and a lot of flute, a lot of cool flute in it with like delay and all that kind of shit. Very cool band. I'm glad you brought them up. I'm gonna dig back into them.
Yeah, I honestly was looking for stuff, and I forgot about them. I haven't listened to it in a while, but and I listened to it again. I was like, wow, this is I totally forgot. It's a cool surprise to kind of hear it again.
Yeah. Very, very good pick. Very good pick.
That's it for me.
That's it for you, Nicky. You wanna throw some stuff our way?
Yeah. I actually have a couple of things here. So firstly, would be one that was recommended. It's no surprise kind of release, but I was a little bit iffy about it only because it just, I wasn't sure if I really wanted if I was in the mood for the meat and potatoes type of death metal that was going around. But I'm always a sucker for groove in that, and upon watching Thralls of Metal and Jammin' John and Necrotic Nick cover this album and give it, I think it was like a 4.5 out of 5 for them, if I remember, or a 4 out of 5. I really, really enjoyed it. My very first and only Benediction album, Scriptures. A lot of fun. I know that I had heard glowing reviews about it just from different miscellaneous channels, as well as a buddy of mine that really just enjoys that style and thinks enough of it. But I just kind of figured, I was like, well, I didn't know if it was really worth the price that Amazon was asking for it at the time, but I had a blast with it, and I just spun it in the car the other day, and windows down, and it just really, it was just a good album, like a summer album almost, but rooted in death metal, obviously. So yeah, great one. I know that Marty has recommended Transcend the Rubicon. I believe that Stefan has also recommended that one. So I will definitely see about coming across any of their other albums.
Let me interrupt just for a sec, Nicky.
Yeah, of course.
Two things on that. I just listened to Transcending yesterday for the first time, and man, it is real good. Was kind of shocked, and kind of shocked Stefan and I like anything that's similar.
Right.
But no, it's fucking killer. And what I got out of it was some old school bolt thrower groove out of it. It's fucking heavy, dude. It is heavy. Real good stuff. Also, mentioning Thralls, the guys just contacted me. If you weren't on earlier, Nick is out East Coast. He's only about 2 hours away from me. He's visiting another YouTuber. He and Shred, who is Joe, and also Jam and John are there, and they are tripping. They did mushrooms earlier today, so they are going to join us shortly for some comic relief.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, okay.
One of us will probably have to jump out. Stefan, I'm probably going to nominate you, I hate to say. But we'll bring you back in. We'll try to have you in for a little bit of them. Because
All right.
Brian took himself out. But yeah, so those guys are great, man. They're doing some great work over there.
They are.
So go ahead, Nicky. Keep going.
No. And if you need me to hop out, I always can too. Not a problem.
You never come on, so you can stick around, bud.
Well, I
I'll jump
appreciate the time. My second pick is from Mr. Let's Talk Metal himself. One of my two favorite hosts for the Metallurgy. That would be, and I don't know the proper pronunciation, so I think it's Achilles with Melano.
Oh,
And this is my first introduction to this group. It is an album that I aside from there being some type of potential issues and that with it, controversy or what have you. I don't know if that's been disproven or not yet. But when I was listening to all the details about it and everything, I was like, wow, I've run across that album before. And it's one of those where it's just like, I love the cover of it. I'm sorry. I mean, I really do. It's one of those where upon shopping around, it made it into my cart a couple times, just based off of the cover. I mean, it's just, for some reason, I just love it. It's so cool. And I know that at least one of their other albums follows like a similar template as far as the art is concerned.
Yep.
But I really had a blast with that one, and I'm very thankful to have been recommended it and to have explored the music because for the first time in a long time, it's an album where I was able to sit down, look at the cover, and listen to the music, and they were like a companion. So again, excellent ice cold black metal. Almost to me, it almost has like such a vast sound that I almost attribute it to like the cover of I believe it's Total Death. I was picturing from Dark Throne, where it's just like this cold, lonely planet looking out at other planets, and it's just alone. And I don't know why, but I really loved it. I was like, it's painting all kinds of pictures. Third one would be surprisingly, it was a recommendation that occurred through Banger TV. I was watching one of their many coverings of an album that came out last month, but this was under their shout outs that was done. And it's so weird to say the name of this band, but I think it's the only way that it can be said. And that is Felled, Felled.
Oh, I've seen it, but I never checked it out.
I have to say that this squeaked in at the end, and the name of the album is The Intimate Earth. Excellent cover. It is embossed. It is definitely a shiny cover as well. So I am sorry. I'm playing hell with me here.
You said Transcending Obscurities. They were reissuing.
Yes, it is Transcending Obscurity. So I was extremely happy to find it. I did pay a little bit more for it, but it was like I tried to get into aspects of Agalloch for a while. That was actually going to be one of my choices because there's so many different YouTubers in that with Lord Blagarath, I think, was it?
Count Blagger?
Or Count, thank you. I mean, no disrespect. He's certainly one of the ones that ushered me into watching and really binging just anything music on YouTube. I would use it to listen to music. I didn't use it to get recommendations or to watch other people's opinions. So he really opened up the floodgates for me. But Agalloch is a name that has been tossed around. They're Their stuff, some of it has been reissued, but otherwise I'm having a hell of a time finding it for decent prices. So I do have their first album that was reissued. I enjoyed aspects of it. I really liked the male and female sort of, the blackened, the blackened vocals cut against almost like a really light, breathy, airy folk kind of singing style. But I feel like Feld is the natural progression of that sound, and they are phenomenal. There's a couple of songs that have the female vocals akin to the scathing vocals of the lead singer. But I mean, you just get such soundscapes in it, and it's really, I feel like it's a heavy hitter. Definitely going to be on the favorite albums list for 2021. But that's it. It was a surprising find.
I know that the Mantle Agalok was released on Nessie, so if anybody was looking for that,
Oh, you
If
mean
it
on?
was, it's nothing I found yet, and I have checked. I know that Discogs does have listings for it, but a lot of them go for like an absorbent amount of money, and I can't do like $20 plus shipping and that for a CD. It's just not going to happen. But I know that the Mantle. I've listened to the Mantle before, but I do prefer owning something unless I have to buy it like an MP3 format. But I'm still trying with Agalok. I'm giving it my all on
it's
that one.
definitely a grower. Like if I had to find a definition of a grower album, they're definitely it. Like they're the
Yeah,
epitome.
it's just like I have their first album, but like the first three songs are so bare bones that it's relatively difficult for me to latch on to anything, and it's not because of being spoiled or anything by other bands that copied their sound but added more meat to the bone. It's more or less just sort of uh, the album starts to pick up, but it's just like, I think that it's one of those things like with a movie that gets like overhyped and you watch it and you're like, oh, okay, that was, but everybody else was just like falling over it, and it's just sort of one of those things. All I ever heard associated with it was emotion,
I'm
and
starting to see that now
emotion.
with a lot of reissues, especially the old demos and stuff like that, where people are like,
Sure.
stuff is like legendary and glorified, and when you go back and listen to it, with fresh ears, you're like, the production is really bad. This is just
Which album are we talking about from Agalok? Anyone?
It's their first
Oh.
album. I know that because it said it on the sticker, but even during other people, I was still listening, but I was trying like hell to find it, and I can't find it amidst some of the chaos back here right
What was
now.
their
I can't
first-
remember.
what
Is
was
it
their
something with oak maybe in the title,
Oak.
perhaps?
Of Oak and shit. What is that called? Hang on.
I most certainly can't really speak on it too extensively because I've
So,
only gone through it
saying
maybe
that
twice.
Are you saying that you like Agalok or you don't? Is that the or just
I'm
that?
trying. I was essentially linking Feld and their sound to Agalok, but I was also just sort of admitting that Agalok is a band that I'm having a difficult time with.
Yeah, the first one's called Pale Folklore, but
Oh, okay.
the one you're talking about, I think, of Oak is that's a of Stone Wind and God damn these fucking commercials.
Pale Folklore, I believe, would be the correct one. I just must have been thinking of aspects of other
Yeah, no,
titles of theirs.
that's a great album, man. I mean, if I had to, there really isn't a bad album from them except for the last one.
Sure.
Last one's kind of, you could tell they were not getting along. You could tell there just wasn't a cohesive. I would honestly opt for the Mantle from 2002, and that was probably one of the first black metal albums I ever got. Atmospheric
Oh yeah.
black metal, and it's killer. So if you don't have that one, that would be the one I would say go for, the Mantle.
Yeah, I've definitely searched it out. I just can't at this time. I can't find it for a decent price, but perhaps I need to check other distros.
Okay, are you looking for it just in vinyl or in CD or what?
No, just in CD, but even on Discogs, I was finding it for like
'Cause
$20.
that came out on the End Records, that from Utah,
Right.
way back when in 2002, when the End was a big, metal versioning metal label. I've never looked for their stuff because I've had everything since the beginning.
Like I was
So,
saying, the Hong Kong label Nessie reissued it at
Okay.
some point.
did
Basically,
okay.
but that was on vinyl. I know you want to see. The problem is that it's like the Weekling CD. It's like nobody's issuing these things, so they go for stupid money.
It
Online.
is crazy.
That's why I'm surprised that their first album was reissued, but I haven't seen any other reissues of theirs. And I'll continue to look. I know the whereabouts of where it should be, so I don't know the year that it was reissued either.
Well, my guess on that, if I had to guess, is that there was a kind of an acrimonious split, from what I understand, when John Halm left the band, and
Sure.
the other guy's Nick Anderson. I forget the other dude's name, the bass player, and Aesop, I think, is the drummer. I think that they all kind of didn't. I'm wondering if there's arguments over who's getting what royalties and how much, as far as getting reissues redone, because it doesn't make sense that stuff's not in print. It should be, because
Exactly.
it's pretty big. And yeah, you're right. The End was a shitty fucking record company in the end. But hey, real quick on that Achilles though, just so you know, I did do some digging into that guy. I think his name's Kyle something. Don't remember his last name, but and it's hard to tell what's truth and what's fiction, because with the internet anymore, you can pretty much say whatever you want about people, and it's hard to challenge things.
Oh, of course.
He did have some questionable associations on his Facebook page, which, when all this kind of dropped into public conscious, his Facebook page disappeared and came back, and he was a family man. Before that, he was kind of associated with some NS, National Socialist organizations.
Right.
Not, he was a member of them, but that he liked them or was friends with them or whatever. One of them is called the Wolf, some kind of lycanthropin or some sort of right-wing extremist group out of Virginia that he was sort of tied with. So hard to know for sure. I've stayed away from it simply for that, but it is very good. It's dark.
It is.
Dark.
It's one of those things. I couldn't find extensive information in regards. I know that even in the insert, it's not his real name. But it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I really took to the artwork, and just when I was hearing Alan talk about it, and that, I was like, wow, that's like, I want that, but I understand that there was some sort of potential, and I don't know, perhaps he's a reformed individual. I can only imagine coming up in a black metal scene, and just all of your friends are trying to go to the extreme, and you do something idiotic like that. It's about whatever level he was involved.
Remember, Geoff, you were telling me this. I literally was waiting for it to come in the mail. I ordered it. I was getting excited about it, and then Geoff's dropping this news on me, and it hasn't arrived yet. I'm like,
I know.
Is it the same album are you talking about?
I felt bad because I dropped that news on you and Nick and a couple of you guys, because I'm like, something's not right.
Shit. No, I'm.
What happened there?
Nope.
We don't have any visual.
It's too dark for visuals right now.
Just in the darkness.
We can't see you guys.
So Geoff.
Hold on 1 second. There we go.
He's in Geoff mode. Not anymore. Look at how fucking. Hey, look at who it is.
This is what I was waiting for. Geoff dropped the news on me. It's like, shit, man.
I know, right? Have you listened to it, Rick?
Yeah, I think this, like, the way you were describing it too, it's kind of like it would have fell with that first question. Like, it puts you in a place, but it kind of just because it's so dark.
It's so,
dude, that album
it's so good. It's not reinventing the wheel at all, but for some odd reason, it still feels a little different. It hits a little different than other releases in the same genre. So,
hang on, guys. We have a luminary amongst us. Necrotic Nick has entered the building in the light.
So how bloodshot are your eyes?
We want to see your eyes right now, man.
We want to see the dilation of your pupils.
How about that? Is that look good?
He checks out.
God damn, you're just as ugly in the light as you were in the dark.
Oh god, dude, I'm a pure cosmic dipshit right now. They
Those
got
are close.
also got that guy.
Who's that guy? Hey, bud. How you doing, man?
Hey, John, what
Yeah.
what planet are you on? Are you on Pluto?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Good answer.
We're still in Maryland though.
Are you? How's the trip going?
No,
Physically.
dude, it's been fun out here, man.
Literally, the trip to Maryland, not the
Trip
trip.
to Maryland, dude.
That trip.
Oh yeah, bad trip. No, going. Man, I never want to drive in a car for that long again.
Oh, nice.
We're about to.
But I know we can do it because we gotta go back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there you go.
A couple hours. We got time.
It,
But no, like, driving to the mountains is really cool. Pennsylvania's turnpike is just nuts, though.
It is.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying it's too late to redesign the logo?
Oh, no, no.
Right.
As soon as he got the tattoo, like, let's call it quits. We had a good run. Wait, hold on. Really?
we had a good run. We were.
They weren't able to coax you into getting a tattoo then, huh, Nick?
No. I got to think about needles. I can't do that shit.
That's just not enough alcohol. Huh?
Nope. Well, I don't think they tat you anyway because like it thins out your blood.
Oh,
Yeah, we tried to get him to get tattooed. We figured we were gonna have to like sedate him or something.
Right.
He wouldn't even stand. Like he didn't even want to go back there and look.
No.
like,
no.
a stretcher like Hannibal Lecter. You know, just
So in other words, John, what you're saying is he kept his drink on him at all times and wouldn't eat anything that you gave him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought.
It was a training exercise, and I think I did pretty good.
Yeah.
So did you said you guys were going to shoot something with Chris tonight? Is that you?
We were.
We were, but then Chris gave us some magical
Stuff.
vegetable.
Vegetables.
It's not even a vegetable. What the fuck? You're so
It's
far
not a
off.
vegetable.
I think
Fungi.
they're called- I
These
think they're
guys are
called
fungi.
fungi.
A magical fungi.
Yeah.
And then we decided not to.
Just because chaos would ensue. So yeah, we kind of just relaxed on that one and said, we fucking record videos all the time, and yeah, just take a break, hang out, and it's been nice out here, dude. I sat with my back against a concrete wall watching nature do nothing. It was awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good weather out there today. It's kind of cool around
Oh,
here
dude.
for us.
Yeah, they got a fire going on out there, and
Oh, do you?
yeah, that's
Oh, nice.
cool. Talk about old metal albums and our mutual love of like thrash metal and what got us into stuff. And I saw your questions too. I was going over them, thinking about them. I was like, dude, I mean, I don't have my collection handy, but there's definitely some stuff in there that I have. Like,
Well,
especially-
actually, what album were we on right now? What question were we on? We were on Brian. What question were we on? I forgot. Things
Number
that were
2.
recommended by other YouTubers or
Yeah.
fellow.
well,
Yeah, that was
Geoff,
that was-
that distinct
Desperado.
exists.
But
You-
Nick, you kind of fall into that category of how do you suggest something to somebody that has everything?
You did it though. Exist didn't have that, so you turned me onto that band, and I can't believe
Which one?
Exist.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. Actually, it was in a recent collection update.
Oh
Fucking-
shit!
I got something, Nick. I found something at the record store you may not have. Let me try and pull it.
Oh,
Actually, now that you bring that up, I'm going to pimp them again. Exist, Egoista. It's the perfect combination of modern death and by modern I mean like human era death and
cynic.
traced in air. It's so damn good.
It's
Oh yeah, traced in
I
there.
in there, dude. I was jamming it, and because I got it on your recommendation, I saw it in the record store, and while I was jamming it, Joe was just upstairs, shred. I was like, dude, what are you jamming? That sounds fucking amazing.
I thought he would like that. That
Oh.
seems like that'd be something in his wheelhouse.
I mean, he loves all that like 70s prog, and then like
And
jazz.
you know what? On that front, Ben, Brain Smasher, Ben
Yeah,
Smasher, he had some shit going the other night behind him that intrigued me. I went and looked at it. It's an English UK band. I think it came out last year called Atum. All capital letters. ATUM. I think it's Atum.
I've heard of it.
And dude, if Shred, let Shred check that one out because he's gonna like that one a lot. The guitar work on it's insane. Hey, buddy. What's up?
How you doing, sir?
How you doing, man?
Yeah. Nope.
More people arriving. Hey, Joe, what's up, buddy?
We're just talking about that. Yeah, that is a spot-on recommendation, man. I thoroughly enjoy it. Plus, I feel like I stalked Hans Grossman anyway, so I'm surprised I didn't know that one. Yeah, I have heard of that.
That's it. ATVM. That's it. Have you heard of them?
I've heard of them. I don't think I've jammed their music though.
You got to check them out and get Shred to check them out because the fucking playing on it's insane. Also, if Shred hasn't checked out Cryptic Shift, he should check that one out too.
Which one?
Cryptic Shift.
Oh, dude, Cryptic Shift. I definitely know Cryptic Shift. They just got picked up.
Yeah, did from Metal Blade?
I think so. I have their I guess it's a full length because that's the 125-minute song. So
yeah, greetings from Enceladus.
Let me see here. There it is. Woo. But yeah, I picked that up. Actually, it was on Hell's Headbangers. It had a different cover because John actually reviewed it on a What's John Jam, and they actually sent him that shit.
Oh, really? Wow. Oh, nice.
And yeah, he was like, "Holy shit, this stuff's nuts." The first track is over 25 minutes long, but it's awesome.
Oh, it is killer. It's like Voivod mixed with Gorguts mixed with death. It's fucking killer.
Insane playing, insane songs, and the ebbs and flows, and how they have those little atmospheric breaks and shit. Man. Crazy.
Did you show Rick? Did you show Nick what you were showing him, or did I interrupt?
Right here. So this is. So I just got this like a few days ago, and it's called Concilium.
Heard of that?
Brutal Death?
It's evil as fuck, man. That's great.
I mean, that looks like a Brutal Death logo.
It's not exactly that category. It's more what you call in that incantation kind of realm. You might like this. It's they're from, according to Metal Archives, they're from Chile.
Chilean death metal's awesome.
But I'll put it in the comments.
Sure.
But man, this is some good stuff.
You said the magic word though, incantation. That'll win me over. Like
Incantation was a little more of that occult kind of theme going on. You can probably cover.
Imprecation?
Yeah. If you put them in a blender, there's a little bit of that going on too.
I'll take it.
Really good riffs.
Cool.
Comments.
Chuck, did you want to jump into the fray here a little bit? And I mean, you haven't been on doing the streaming or the YouTubing thing long, but do you have any albums that you bought on other people's recommendation, maybe in the group at all?
Not this group, but so far. But the Boards of Canada that I held up earlier, I'll hold up again.
Right.
That was your recommendation.
Of course.
20 years ago.
Probably, yeah.
You know, on the PT trends. So it's just a little. What is it? It's not too much in the inner, but it's like 7 tracks on it.
Yeah, it's like an EP.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good EP. That came out before Campfire Head Phase, because some of those songs are on Campfire Head Phase.
So is this 94, 95 when this came out?
No, later than that. 2001, 2002.
The fine print I can't read. I don't have my glasses.
So if you already have Campfire Head Face, there's really no point picking up the EP, right?
No. There's some other tracks that are not on Campfire, I believe.
I did get I had another friend, Dharma Bum, send me something. This is, again, going back about 20 years ago. Artist called Steve Roach.
Oh, yeah.
He's a
synthesizer,
ambient, new age performer that put out this 2 CD. I really like this. It really gets out there in some really cool spaces. It's got some chanting on it. It's got a cello on it in one track. It's just, it's not your typical electronic music, but, it does have that element as well as far as drumming, tribal drumming kind of. So, yeah, this was this was something that was pretty cool to be turned on to. And, so those are 2 things that I was people in other groups I belong to. I think this.
Lose them?
No, it skipped for a second. I don't know. I'm being
went black for a second.
Oh, you went into the darkness.
Well, no, it's right outside.
What happened? Did we lose? Chuck, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
No,
Okay.
it just
I'm here.
over a little bit on my phone.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Cthulhu said it was his bad, so
Yeah.
he's overseeing everything.
Actually, Rick, I just looked. That weirdly, Trans Canada Highway came out in 06. When did Campfire Head Phase come out? I thought that came out in 05.
That's what I thought too. Yeah,
On your album there.
there was a 10-year difference. Let's see, because that's a repress. I don't know.
Yeah, but it should have the original. I thought that came in 05. So maybe the EP came out right after, and it does have additional tracks on it. I know it doesn't have.
This is a 2013 repress.
Oh, is it saying on there? Okay, I killed the web page by accident when Chuck went off. I thought I lost my whole. I thought I lost my thing and Black had taken myself out. All right, that's cool, man. Yeah, I have some Steve Roach. I have probably 5 or 7 CDs. It's very much head music, man.
Yeah, it is.
If you smoked a big fatty and you want to kind of chill and kick back and listen to the inner space. It's very inner space music. I mean, it's not far off Tangerine Dream, but it's a little more tribal. There's a lot more like percussive stuff going on, and
Absolutely.
he's really into a lot of Indian themes, I think, on his stuff.
Yeah, I think so. That type of Native American mystique, mysticism, whatever you may call it. Yeah, he's got a lot of the elements of that on his in the artwork of his albums that I've seen.
Big time.
So that's definitely an influence, and which is why you hear a lot of the tribal drum circle type of element that's in some of the tracks.
And I think if I'm not, I'd have to look, but I'll bet you that guy's got out 30 albums at least.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's no real starting point. You just pick a place and jump in. Yeah. Hey, Kellen, what's up, dude?
What is up?
How you doing, man?
Good to see you. Hello, everyone.
Long time no speak.
All right. Have I actually? So I know Serge. I've been watching you on these streams for a while now. So I don't know if we formally.
Yeah, I don't think we've been on a stream before. So.
Same time.
Yeah, I don't think you've been on a stream with any of these cats.
Okay. Well, and then Chuck, Nick. I was briefly on with Nick.
Okay.
For a hot minute. You probably is not the right time to go back through your memory.
Oh, no, it's pretty bad.
And then I think other Nick or Nicky. Did you prefer to go by Nick?
Nicky.
Or
you can call me Nicky. That's fine.
Okay. I know it's just good to meet you too.
Yeah. So Kellen, you're
very nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Kellen,
my pleasure.
You're on these. You're in Virginia too, right? Aren't you in Virginia?
I am in Kentucky.
Kentucky, that's right. Okay, so you're
so close.
Far from Nick, because Nick's actually in DC or outside of DC right now.
Outside of DC, yeah, in Maryland. We're visiting a fellow channel guy, Metal Mania, our buddy Chris. He invited us out here to come hang out. We were gonna shoot some videos, but something happened.
Yeah, I think you had a live stream earlier this week, right? Where
yeah,
okay.
Talking to him, and Geoff was on there. We were all bullshit, and we pretty much said, "Well, let's just do a live stream beforehand because we're not going to be making videos for a weekend." And do Metal Mania. Chris,
come on out to the East Coast and drop some shrooms.
Pretty much.
Why not? Why not make that trip,
dude? You have no idea how much these guys can smoke weed. Jesus Christ, they're like fucking professionals here. But
tolerances.
They had some shrooms.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
So we were in the middle of Chuck's answering this question, right?
Yeah, Chuck brought up Steve Roach and
Boards of Canada.
Boards of Canada. Any others?
No, that's it.
No. Cool. We'll get back to question number 1 for you. Did you pull some stuff for 1, or do you want to do that quick now?
What was number 1?
Brian, what was number 1?
It was number 1.
I think it was Emotional Impact.
Album that hits you emotionally.
Oh yeah, no, I pulled a lot on that one, but yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll tell you what. Let's finish up. Close
out if I went to your
2. Let's finish question 2, and then we'll jump on. Kellen, did you want to jump in on this? You want to throw?
I think I will hold those to the end. We'll just kind of keep this going, and we'll stick with number 3. So, I mean, I don't want to jump in anyone's place. Why doesn't someone after Chuck go ahead?
Do number 2, since we're there. As far as recommendations, you probably have a bunch.
Well, the one I grabbed quickly here was the one that Brian brought up earlier. This is Lord Vigo on High Roller, Epic Doom from Germany, and it's got like a Blade Runner theme. So,
God, I love that.
Anyway, I've been waiting to get this for the longest time, but
lost audio.
The fastest thing in the world either. So, anyway, that was my one pick for this category. So there's others that I could grab, but nonetheless, I'll just go with this.
Yeah, I got to check that one out because I know you got a bunch of people have been high on that one, and I don't know why. That's pretty much trad metal, right?
Yeah, I mean it's trad. Here we go.
Hey.
I just got the LP in the mail.
Oh, nice.
It's got the cover's killer.
Where are they from? Where are they from?
Germany.
Okay.
Very
And named after the villain from the second Ghostbusters.
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I thought so.
I think they have an album that's like the concept album about John Carpenter's The Fog as well.
Oh.
And so this one's about Blade Runner for the most part.
It's not about Carpathian kitten loss.
Say it again.
It's not about Carpathian kitten loss.
No, sir.
Hey, actually, I just thought of one
great.
myself that I checked out the other day that came because of Nick's recommendation. That Fulci, that new Fulci.
Dude, it's so much fun.
I'm shocked I like that.
Did you like the drum machine on it?
Yeah, I don't love that, but it doesn't detract from the creepiness of the soundtracky stuff, which I totally dug because I love that type of horror, the Argento Fulci horror stuff. And I was surprised that I kind of dug the brutal death metal part of it. I didn't think I would, but I kind of dug it. I like the guitar lines. There's real distinctive guitar. What's that?
Yeah, it's the riff driven thing. Like it's groovy. It's kind of so that they both thrower kind of groove. Like you can just kind of just a mess of blast beats.
Yeah,
the vocals aren't like terribly burped or not the pig squeal.
No, the vocals actually were appealing to me, and that's usually the first thing that turns me off in death metal. And if I don't connect with the vocal almost right away, it's rare that I'll ever go back to it because I can't. Something about it. The only one I can think of off the top of my head is Anti Bowman from Demilich. When I first heard that, I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. But something about it made me try it again and again, and I came around to it. But
it's so. I mean, that's why I love Undergang too. Undergang's ridiculous. It's a bullfrog. I don't think it's a real human. That'd be easy to convince me of that now. But yeah, it's odd. But yeah, Fulci it's fun. They literally scored a Fulci movie. And I guess the movie they picked is an obscure one. It was one of the last ones he did before he died. Voices from Beyond.
Okay.
It was a 94 flick. Apparently, everyone says it was his last good flick. I was like, well, I missed it, and I need to check that.
Seen that one. No, I've not seen it. But I was surprised I liked that. That it wouldn't actually, Devin was like, I sent the link to him, and I'm like, dude, this is pretty fucking rad. He's like, wait, you like that? What the fuck's wrong with you? Because he's like, everything I send you hate, but you like that. What the hell? But actually, that's another one. Devin got me into Asphyx because I'd never heard of Asphyx. I'd never even heard of him. And he sent me, I forget which one, the Rack or something. I think it was the Rack. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I fucking missed this, man. I don't know how, but I missed it. So that's what's great about this community. We all learn from each other, man. We dig on each other's craziness, I mean, pretty soon Chuck will be coming in full corpse paint, and he'll be hanging upside down from some corner of his.
I have to get in. I have to see it. Otherwise,
see it too. I'm telling you, I want to see that in the worst way. Chuck, hurry up! I don't have a lot of time, so let's get the corpse paint thing going.
It's black and white. You get like a lot of colors, something like that.
Did it just for you, Nick.
Did you have anything else, Kellen?
No, I mean that one's short and sweet for me, so I'm down for whoever's next to jump up.
All right, Brian, do you want to boot me out and jump back in, and or Rick or whatever, and because we need somebody to kind of take the reins.
I would love to boot you out, Rick. And now I'm just going to bring up. Here, I'll go. One that Geoff was pretty high on. Actually, brought it up earlier, Cryptic Shift. So, yeah, I picked this one up on his recommendation, and yeah, it's great. So, thank you, Geoff. And Geoff has really been. He's turned me on to Tangerine Dream. He gave me this whole roadmap to Bluthaus Nord. I mean, the amount of music he's kind of turned me on to is kind of ridiculous, but I appreciate it. The next one I got is a band that Rick sent my way. A Philly band, I think, Blazing Right. This is like traditional epic doom. You know, it's got some pretty interesting keyboards on this. Just kind of run of the mill, but it's really well done for a young band doing this kind of style. You know, this one just came out last month or the month before. It's called Endless Halls of Golden Totem. Kind of a weird cover.
Cool
That's
cover.
an awesome cover. It really
Yeah.
is.
That's not just mushrooms talking. By the way, nice organ.
The last one was Jacob. He's just a wealth of knowledge on atmospheric black metal. It's kind of and this is one, and I think he showed one of his videos, Nephrins, and this is the bleakness of our constant. Really good stuff. I think they're from Minnesota, and I actually bought. I think this is on Bind Room also. So,
oh wow,
really cool. Atmospheric black metal, real melodic, real dark, real doomy. Definitely recommend that for anyone's into that stuff. Let's see, Serge, Serge went already? Oh, you got a CD copy. I think Nicky, did you go already? You went already.
Yes, I did.
Nick went.
I had a Thralls of Metal shout out for my first one,
Yeah.
which was the newest Benediction, the one that you and Jam and John. I was on the fence about it, and I do have another Thralls one for later too. It's the only reason that I even knew about this particular release, but yeah, you guys gave a glowing review to Scriptures from Benediction, and honestly, I've been having a blast with it. It's like a good summer album.
Dude,
Who would have known? It just roll the windows down, and those the guitar riffs in that are just insane.
They even said, like, leading up to it, they acknowledged the fact that their last few was like, no, they weren't enough for us, and we wanted to do a legit comeback album. We're kind of feeling it again, and it comes out in the songs. It legit does.
Yeah.
And Dave Ingram back, his roar is fucking awesome.
Well, they chose an amazing single too, a Stormcrow.
Oh,
So, I mean, it was a sealed deal for me, but you guys had a really good review of it that was just fun.
dude, we were super high on that. Well, we were jamming it and just headbanging our way through. I was like, dude, I love just about every second.
Right. That's how I feel about it. It's ridiculously fun.
As it should be.
Yeah.
My
I'm
last
shaming it.
shit. Ooh.
Okay, we go on to question number 3 now. Is that
Wait
what
a
I feel?
I think so, yeah.
What was the third one?
Brian, you didn't have to lead me right back in, dude.
Was that the live album one?
Yes. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, we were powwowing around, actually going over the questions you sent me, Geoff. I was like, "Fuck, these are good."
Guys, am I in the stream or not?
Yep.
Yes, you are.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, live albums of bands or artists that you've never seen that you enjoy. There's a million of those for me. Good Lord, I could go on forever.
A lot.
My list was sad. It was like, man, so many other bands that still.
I know. Shit. So many classic fucking albums.
Yeah.
Live albums.
Why don't you go ahead and start, Rick? That was I think it was yours, right?
I think my criteria was trying to avoid bands that you can't see anyway because you weren't born yet. So Woodstock was out of the question.
Well, you know what's funny?
For
about
some
that?
of us.
Hold on. I was going to say, what's funny about that is Rick and I were talking about this, and Rick goes, yeah, you got to keep out bands that you couldn't have seen. And he goes, like for all of us, we could, except, he goes, for all of us except Chuck, we couldn't have seen Woodstock. And I'm like, au contraire, my friend. I was alive. I was 3 years old when Woodstock happened. So Chuck
You
and
were
I
probably there. You just don't know it.
I saw you in that video. You were that toddler walking around.
That's it.
I doubt it. My dad was a straight-laced Republican. He would have never been seen anywhere near that mass of hippies. God, hippies.
Fucking long hair.
But yeah, I think Chuck and I are probably the only ones that could say we'd have been around to see the Beatles. I was alive when the Beatles still played. Well, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. The Beatles' last live performance was 66, wasn't it?
1965 at Candlestick Park.
It was 65. Okay, so I would not have been around for that, but you would have.
I met a few people that were there.
But every other person, like, well, I'll lead off real quick. My number one of my top favorite live albums of all fucking times, Jimi Hendrix Band of Gypsies, which was taken the whole concert out. Originally, the album came out. It was a amalgamation of performances from December 31st into January 31st at the Fillmore East here in New York. And he's got a new band. Mitch Mitchell's not with the band. It's Buddy Cox or Billy. Shit, what's his name? God damn it! I just had it. It's gone. Buddy Cox is on bass, and Billy Cox is on bass, and on drums it's Buddy. Oh, fuck! I can't remember his damn name. I'll have to look it up. But anyways, that album, man, and that performance of Machine Gun. If you're a guitar player like I am, there is no greater fucking guitar performance on the planet than that song, Machine Gun. And it just, but I was alive. I could have seen that, but clearly I'd have been, 4 years old.
You know what I just found out? So Dusty, right, who just passed away, ZZ Top.
Right.
Apparently he was one of Jimmy's favorites. I didn't know that.
No, Billy is.
Oh, it was Billy.
Yeah, Billy Gibbons.
Oh yeah. Well, bass, yeah.
Yeah, because Billy's been around for.
So I was like, huh. So it got me.
Billy was a young hotshot guitar player, and he was in a band called the 13th.
Okay.
Elevators. The
13th Floor Elevators.
I believe he was in that band, and
they had a jug player.
Jimmy felt that Billy was just the shit as a young cat, and I'll tell you, because I like ZZ Top. I don't love ZZ Top. I like them, but because of this death, I've been watching a few live clips of them. Man, Billy Gibbons is a hell of a fucking guitar player.
Oh yeah,
dude is a fucking blues machine, and he's fucking cool as hell. That guy is just cool. Like you look at him and you're like, that motherfucker's cool.
Yeah, he oozes that shit, man. It's just like
Gibbons when I grow up.
I thought he had this thing with
the beard's got some work to go.
I'm not patient. I have the thing manicured.
Sorry, Rick. What were you saying?
I was gonna say I heard he had this fascination with Terry Kath, but the Billy thing was new to me.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, Terry Kath was a crazy fucking good guitar player back in in the early '70s. I mean, Chicago. There's a band that I wish I could have seen. And I guess they still tour. I just don't know what iteration. I think there's only 2 original guys now. I think. I don't know about that for sure. Maybe 2. Lou. I forget his last name. But anyways, yeah. But one album that or 2 albums that I really fucking love are from David Bowie, and I never got to see David Bowie, but live, which was done in Philadelphia, Power Theater, Rick. which you're aware of.
Oh, really?
Darby, I'm sure you've maybe even been there. I guess I've been there a couple times, and that album I believe has Adrian Belew on it. I think, but man, such a good fucking album, such a great live album. Those were two that jumped out at me. I'll think on a couple others, but Rick, what you got?
Well, I try to keep it metal as much as I can, and based on albums that I have quite a few live albums, but I'll be here all night if I try to do that. So I'll just pull a couple here. So one, this is an unofficial release. I don't know if you guys have seen this one, but this is I don't know if Brian's gonna blow me up, but this is Rotting Christ live in Mexico City. So again, Greek black metal, which I would love to see. I don't know what's going on now with shows coming back, if they got anything booked, but this is another one that I love to check out. Another one is Tiamat, and so this is the Sleeping Beauty live in Israel. Oh, the Rotting Christ was in '95, so this right here, God, I want to say it was '94. So, and if you got any Tiamat fans here,
I'm a Tiamat fan.
Didn't know they had a live album out.
Yeah, this came out. God, I want to help. I forget when the Astral Sleep. I forget which album it was, but they were about maybe 2 or 3 albums in before this came out. So it doesn't have a whole. Actually, it doesn't have a whole lot of about 5 tracks. So it's not a very long album. This is a quick one to get through. I know the Rotting Christ one was pretty much the Mighty Contract and the Non-Servium, so it's got tracks from both of those albums. So this is a good listen. This sounds like a soundboard thing. So it's the quality's there, even for something that's not supposed to be official.
Is it an official release or is it a bootleg?
Unofficial. So I guess it's a bootleg. I don't know. I got this at the record store.
Oh, okay, I see.
So but this is official. So it'd be cool to see TM. I actually just pre-ordered the Wild Honey, which Transcending Records. So that's still live. So if anybody,
I think I saw him.
Yeah, I was curious about that one.
So I'm looking to fill up on that. So another band I've never seen live that I'd love to is Paradise Lost.
Yeah.
Live at the Roundhouse. There's a bunch of these live at the Roundhouse releases, so this is another one. So Paradise Lost. So this has it doesn't have a lot of the really early stuff. So it does have some in the middle period. It's got some. It's got Gothic here. The song Gothic. 1 second. Sage's Word. So it's got a bit of that period too. It's got because this is their 25th year.
Is that that's not that new one? No, okay, that's from
2013. Yeah.
Because they just they put an album out From the Mill or something like that.
Yep.
It was like you did something on that, didn't you, Nick?
Yep. I haven't watched Blu-ray yet. I did that video not too long before we left.
Yep.
And I just wanted to sit and watch it. Be bummed out.
Nick, you're cutting in and out really bad.
I am.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll move around. I sat down for.
You were better wherever you were at, but when you sat down there, you started cutting.
Okay. I'll just back.
I'll do one more. So this is Skinny Puppy.
Ooh.
Rap.
And this is back for Volume 5 live, something like that. Let me see. 4th Volume 5. This is in Dresden, so this is in Germany. So this is another one that not too big on seeing a lot of electronic bands live, but this is one I would definitely would love to see.
I've seen.
Dude, they're fucking incredible live.
Ogre's, yeah, he's a character.
Yeah, he is.
But based on what I hear on this CD, I'm like, yeah, this is definitely a show I would definitely love to get on board with.
You wouldn't think it would translate well, but when I saw them, they had Kevin Key and Ogre, and then I don't know who else was in the band. There was only 3 of them, and
Yep.
Kevin was on drums, Kevin was on keys and drums, and I don't think they had a guitarist that I recall. So they
Yeah.
probably had samples.
That might have been the same tour I saw.
Was it the one with Frontline opening?
No, I saw him with a band called Army of the Universe. They were really. But Skinny Puppy whooped ass. It was just a 3-piece though, no guitarist.
Get
Yeah,
to see
that's
them in front line together.
Yeah, I saw Skinny Puppy, Frontline, and Howl Job. Not Hand Job, Stefan. Howl Job. Easy, boy. Easy. Simmer it. But yeah, easily one of the best shows I've ever seen. And they were. Ogre is such a performance artist, and it was so intense and weird and cool and just, fantastic band. That's one that I kind of could kick myself in the ass for missing so many times before. Now, I've seen Frontline probably at least a half dozen times, if not more. Maybe 6 or 7 or 8. But it was cool. Howl Job was kind of weird. It was just one guy, a computer, and a guy hitting a drum machine in the back. So it was 2 guys. He was on a laptop, so it was very odd. It was like, okay, this is like watching 2 dudes play fucking Grand Theft Auto or something. You know?
It's so odd, when I see shows like that, just like trying to coordinate that shit. You got to be
very, very, very clinical, very sterile set. You know. So, Chuck, what do you got in live albums, man? Don't pull every goddamn. Well, no, you can't do Grateful Dead because you've seen them a million times.
I've seen them. I've seen the Grateful Dead, so I can't pull them out.
I caught that.
Yes, you did. I got a couple here, and you mentioned this Chicago Transit Authority.
Ooh, yeah.
And before they got threatened, I guess, by the Chicago Transit Authority, they changed their name to Chicago afterward. I was just listening to this last night, and it does include 2 live tracks from 1968. But this is definitely the version of the band that you were referring to.
Yes.
From the 60s that I would have loved to have seen.
Dude, that fucking band was just unreal.
Oh, I agree. I had a friend that was really into him. He played the trombone, and he turned me on to them. You know, I remember hearing as a kid the song 25-6-4, but I had no idea who it was. And then later on, when I was earning money and can spend it how I wanted to, got turned on to this. And so anyway, I just picked this one up recently. The studio tracks on it include I'm a Man. And does anybody really know what time it is? And I love I'm a Man, that jamming that thing.
Yeah, that's the Spencer Davis track, I believe. I'm a Man. Spencer Davis group.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Pretty sure it's a cover if you look at it. Pretty sure.
I just have to look at the details. Leonard now, see who's credited.
The weird track on there that I do not like a lot is the Terry Kath guitar piece called Impossible Guitar. It's very noisy. He was one of the first guys to use a whammy bar. Like
freeform, it's called freeform.
Yeah.
Freeform guitar. Yeah.
I mean, you can tell he's a crazy good player, but it's also very difficult to listen to. It's not very linear. It kind of goes all over the place and kind of makes you dizzy listening to it.
Freeform.
There you go.
I also pulled and I have not seen this band. It's a band from Canada called FM.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a CD that came out in '94. And they did play Near Fest. I wanted to try to get back for that. That didn't work out.
I was there, saw that. Yeah, it was great.
So, yeah, and on this one is this guy right here. Where is he? Nash the Slash was on this. And Nash the Slash was like on the first 2 albums, and they left, and another person joined the band that took over for him, playing on the electric mandolin. But he's performing on this, so I guess he rejoined him. But yeah, this is a cool album, and it kind of makes me chuckle when you read the liner notes. It says you can play this compact disc CD-ROM track on a Macintosh or a Windows PC.
I have so many CDs that have that CD extra.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, wow, man, that was a thing back in '94, I guess. But yeah, so never got to check these guys out. They were out in the West Coast, I think, after their first album, opening up for Jethro Tull. and back in like 78 or 78, 79, somewhere around there.
Little
And-
known fact on Nash the Slash, he plays on Rush's Permanent Waves album, the song "Losing It." He does the violin solo on that kind of mellow ballad that they do on there. They were good friends.
They're Canadians.
Yeah.
Canadians know one another. They're neighbors. And on this album, the band covers Bob O'Reilly, and he does the vocals on that. And of course, he plays the outro of the jam out of the on violin, and it's a really good version.
Oh, cool! That's a good pick, man.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna have to dip out. My battery is running low, but thank you guys for being entertained by my doofousness.
Dude, you seem pretty fucking normal for being on. So
maintaining ish.
Yeah.
But yeah, my battery's about to run low. But yeah, you guys do another one next Saturday or something like that. I'll be in better shape.
All right, buddy. Thanks for popping in, Nick. Good to see you.
Thank you all for having me. It's always
See you, Nick.
See you there. Out of the guys for us.
Peace.
Peace. Nicky, what you got?
Only one for me. Most of the live albums that I have are artists that I've seen live, and then sadly I just don't have a lot of live albums. But one of my, I would say, definitely right behind my love of the band Garbage, as I had said on here before, I would absolutely positively love to see Nico Case, one of my all-time favorite artists. She's a singer-songwriter and sort of an indie music darling. This is her live Austin City Limits from 2006. But I mean, just phenomenal voice, amazing lyrics. She was a former member of the New Pornographers, but before then, she did have an all-female sort of punk band called I believe it was the Corn Sisters. But she's amazing. If you haven't checked out any of her music or heard of her before, any of her music with Nico Case and her boyfriends, the first 3 albums were with that same band that she has. Otherwise, 2006 or 2007's Middle Cyclone album is phenomenal. But yeah, excellent. No, obviously nothing metallic or anything like that. If anything, is sort of a new spin on what the budding genre of alt country, you could say. No kind of like pop country essence to it or anything like that. Just taking indie music and mixing it with some of the attitude and ambiance of like an outlaw country kind of thing. So phenomenal voice though. I mean, she can really sing anything. It's incredible.
Yeah, she's got a killer. She does have a killer voice, no doubt about that.
Oh, that's great. That's
Interesting.
great that you've heard of it.
Yeah. Yep. No doubt. Serge, you got some live stuff that.
A couple. I actually don't usually buy live CDs unless it's for a tour of it I've actually seen, to kind of document that experience. So I had to dig around for a little bit. This one, so I guess counts as a live album. It is from their '94 tour, which is Alan Parsons.
Oh yeah.
It's more like a best of album. What was that?
I never saw that album before.
Yeah, it's almost like a best of album. I think it's kind of marketed that way. I think they include a couple of studio tracks at the end there, but a lot of the big ones are in there. So I guess that counts. But my favorite one's this, which is Logos by Tangerine Dream.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and that's material that's not available like on a studio album. That was just live performance.
They have a shitload of live albums, but that's probably that and Poland are probably the best too.
But that one is, I really, really love the main track, which is like the whole album. There's like one little kind of coded track, but
Yeah,
Bogus is great.
I would have loved to have seen them in their original incarnation, their 70s, early 80s, early 80s form. But I never, I don't even know if they came over here much back in that era. You would think they did because they were doing a lot of soundtracks, but I don't ever remember seeing, Tangerine Dream playing live somewhere. You know what I mean?
I never seen it.
Imagine just kind of seeing this on the stage where it's just like
Yeah,
three nerds on like synthesizers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
and not just synthesizers, like the real synthesizers, the fucking
oh yeah, it's all analog shit.
all analog shit where it's like walls of fucking gear. Imagine setting that stuff up. Holy shit!
Oh yeah,
it's probably why they didn't tour with it.
Probably, yeah. Kellen, you have one for live.
Oh, I mean, I'm dying. Stefan, you got something here? I'm so excited if you have an album to add.
Actually, yes, I do have a live album. Like all the other live albums I have, like I seen the bands live, like Cannibal Corpse and Mortician, but this is one band I never saw live, and I really wish I did, and it's Pestilence, and this album is Presence of the Past live at Domino Open Air in 1992. It has like a lot of their like songs from Consuming Impulse, especially my all-time favorite song, Out of the Body. And also, it's not just also in Domino Open Air. It's also in Nighttown in the Netherlands too. So there's like 2 live shows in this one live CD actually. And
That's a bootleg though, isn't it?
oh, actually no, it's not a bootleg at all. It's actually
That's an official live album.
Yeah, it is. It's not a bootleg album at all.
Well, they went all out on the artwork for it.
Yeah, they actually there's some as you can see, there's some pictures of them performing on the stage and everything.
Huh.
I actually bought this off of Hell's Headbangers actually, but it's really. But I looked it up more and I was like, yeah, this is not a bootleg album. It's actually like an official release because, well, if it was bootleg, it would say Week of Death Records or something on it. But no, it's sorry, it's actually from a record label called Vic Records. So yeah.
Okay.
And I actually really like this album a lot. Actually, I listened to it I only listened to it once actually, but I wish I could see Pestilence live, especially back in their 90s time, back when they were playing like Consuming Impulse or the other albums live. It's just something I really wish I had a chance to see live. But I was born 94, so I won't be able to see all my favorite bands in their prime, but at least I got recordings and videos on YouTube.
Kind of happens to everybody. Like I would have loved to see Hendrix, but I was a baby, so it just wasn't going to happen. Speaking of that, real quick, Helen, I had thought of a couple that certainly one of the biggest misses for me was, the song Remains the Same in Led Zeppelin. I would have killed to see Led Zeppelin back in the late 80s the 70s in particular. But in 1980, I moved from Houston, Texas to Pennsylvania, back home technically because we were from here originally. And they announced a huge stadium tour for the In Through the Outdoor deal in November of 1980. I just moved up here. Didn't know anybody, was just learning, was just kind of reacclimating to getting a friend group and everything like that. And me and some guys that I kind of became buddies with were like, we heard about this. I don't even know how, back then you heard about concerts on the radio, most likely, right, Chuck? I think.
Yeah.
Some print
on the rock stations for sure. They'd play tracks off the new album, and they would talk about, and as soon as we hear any news of a USA tour, we will hear it here first. The radio stations were kind of in competition to get the word out of a live act, a live tour.
Exactly.
To try to scoop the other radio stations back in the day. So
and
absolutely.
I'm thinking I heard about the Zeppelin tour on WMMR out of Philadelphia, and because it ended up that they scheduled three nights in Philadelphia, and they were only doing like 18 shows in the U.S., but they were all massive. One was like Chicago Soldier Field, and the ones that were in Philly, I believe they were at the Spectrum, but they were going to move them to Vet Stadium because there was just such a demand. And we actually, so far as to get in line for our tickets, or no, we got our tickets, and then John Bonham died, and the whole tour, everything went belly up. Yeah.
Actually,
and one other one that I really would have liked, just hold on a sec, Stephen, just chill out a minute,
right.
okay?
Sure.
One that I really would have loved to have seen, which again, I certainly was around, but I was a little too young initially, was the album Live and Dangerous from Thin Lizzy, which would have been kind of the Thin Lizzy era, which would have had Scott Gorham, Brian Robertson on guitar, and Brian Downey. I mean, just that fucking foursome right there would have been badass to see. One last one would have been UFO Strangers in the Night with Michael Schenker, arguably one of the greatest live albums ever created. Strangers in the Night, so goddamn good. And yes, I'm showing my age because a lot of my, you guys know I love a lot of death metal and a lot of black metal and stuff, but I also, my bread and butter is the 70s and 80s stuff, and I was living that era. And for me, some of the greatest fucking live albums ever came from the 70s. They arguably, a lot of them weren't live. Many probably weren't live, as we now have learned, like Judas Priest's Unleashed in the East was not live, a lot of it. But I mean, that was the era. And there was one more. Oh, and this one, I don't know if you saw, Chuck, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm thinking that you did, but maybe I'm wrong. But Frampton Comes Alive. God damn, what a fucking live album.
Oh shoot, that was the concert my parents wouldn't let me go see with my buddy.
I knew there was.
It was the concert at Winterland that was recorded live and then was released on As Frampton Comes Alive a year later.
What an album! What an album! Good Lord.
Yeah, I saw him after he got huge. Day in the Green in Oakland, like 2 years after that, with Fleetwood Mac and Gary Wright.
Well,
that was
again. That
was a near miss.
That's not a fully live album. There's a lot of overdubs going on there, which they did, habitually. In fact, if you listen to Rush's Rush Exit Stage Left, for God's sake, that is such a sterile sounding record. It's a great record, but the audience noise is all piped in. It's not real. So there's a lot of that went on back then. I think the good thing about live albums now today is generally they're pretty live, which is a good thing. So, Brian, what you got, man? Oh, sorry, Steph. You had this dying desire to get in on something there. What's up?
Oh no, actually, I want to tell you. Actually, I saw this today. Actually, when I went bike riding today, I saw some guy like randomly wear a Chicago T-shirt, and I was like, "Oh, geez, that's the first time I ever saw that actually in person. I don't know than somebody wearing that shirt in public." So I was like, "Oh, I gotta tell Geoff about that when I see it."
Wow, man, there's one old guy out there wearing a Chicago shirt. Holy shit!
Yeah, I was just like riding by
on a bike ride.
On a bike ride, I would say it was probably Chuck, but he's on the other coast, so I doubt you ran into him.
Was he using a walker or one of those electric scooters?
No, not at all. He was like standing.
Now, Brian.
I was just like riding through it. All of a sudden,
how gray was his hair?
How gray was his hair?
He wasn't that gray at all.
Did he have hair?
It's fine.
Was it CTA? Was it Chicago Transit Authority T-shirt or just Chicago?
Well, I think it just said the logo Chicago, but I did see it was the exact band logo.
Nice. You sure it was the band logo and not just the town Chicago?
No, it wasn't the town Chicago.
It wasn't like a stupid Chicago Cubs shirt, was it?
No, it wasn't. It was exactly the band logo. So
I hate the Cubs.
All right, that's interesting. You picked up on that. Very, very, very astute. Very sharp eyes.
Yeah, no, I was just riding fast. I was like whoosh. I was like riding fast because there's like a hill that goes down, and I looked on my left and I was like, hey, that guy's wearing a Chicago T-shirt. Holy crap!
Should have run out.
And we're talking about him tonight.
Hey man, you're wearing a Chicago shirt. You're a badass. I'm going to tell my friend Geoff about you.
You just made my list.
That's it. That's
awesome.
All right, Brian, what do you got, man?
Yeah, so probably the easiest way, since we got a little bit of overflow, we'll do the picks, and then I'll put you backstage, and then the next person will go backstage.
Yeah, do that.
You can put me backstage and bring someone up.
Yeah, I only picked one. Sacred Reich, Still Ignorant Live, 1987 and 97. One of my favorite thrash bands that I just I've never gotten around to see, because when they put out their last album in the 90s, it was, before I was going to shows, and then they kind of took a little break, and they came back in 2018 and started playing live again, putting out new music. So I may actually go, when they're opening up for Sepultura on a North American tour.
Oh wow!
I don't really care to see Sepultura, but it's Sacred Reich and Crowbar opening, so I may go just to see those two. I mean, that's worth it for me.
Crowbar is always a good live.
Another one I have never seen.
I have
live.
Good band.
Crowbar
Live.
too, yeah.
Heavy.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Where's Rick? Does Rick have one?
Yeah, did he go already? No, here he is. All right. I'm gonna do Rick and then Kellen.
Oh, Kellen's here too. That's right. Kellen was going to jump in before.
We're on the death question, right?
Hey,
No.
Brian, pop me out for Kellen.
All right.
I think I lost our spot.
I think we're still on the live albums right now.
Okay, so this actually ties into the previous question. I think that had to do with someone who had influenced your pick. So back when the stream started going in 2020, and Jason Hook was a participant who was always around. He told a story about going. He must have been a teenager in Boston and went to a Blood for Blood show.
Oh yeah.
So this is a compilation on the first LP, and the second LP is a live concert that was dedicated to two friends of the band who were murdered. And the way Jason told the story, like one being like 16 years old and going to a hardcore show that has a history of gang violence, was kind of a whole lot to take in. But that whole experience and like that energy you get here from the live experience in the album, it definitely piqued my interest when he was talking about it. I mean, I remember being that young and going to shows, and I don't think I could have walked in the door. Something like that was going on. So I thought that was a wild story to tell, and inspiration for this record. And then the other one I have, this is not a live record, but this Battle Roar, Age of Chaos from 2005. So this era of the band, I wish they do have a live DVD here. And this era of the band I wanted to see because they're a Greek epic heavy metal band, because this band also included Mark Shelton in this album.
Really?
Yeah, he plays the opening acoustic guitar and contributing vocals to The Wanderer, which is the first track here. And then The Calm Before the Storm is the 9th track. And basically the song sort of crests and hits this peak, and then the back half of it is just this avalanche, and Mark Shelton plays the guitar solo on it. It's a cool little contribution in terms of someone who really ushered in epic heavy metal, contributing to a band who's sort of carrying on in that tradition. In the 21st century, this is probably one of the best epic heavy metal records I can recommend for you. It is that good. If you like epic heavy metal, look at Battle Roar, Age of Chaos. If you know, like, this was like Mark Shelton's seal of approval. You know anything about Mark Shelton and Manila Road, you will enjoy this record, I promise you.
You say Age of Chaos, is it?
Age of Chaos, yeah.
So was he like actually part of the band, or just?
No, he just basically was, I guess, recruited for the album. So he kind of gives his opening touch, and like you hear his, unique sort of vocal presence on the first track.
Kind of nasally.
Nasally sort of deal.
Yeah.
And then that's the one vocal contribution to the record, and then on his guitar solo, is you'll probably recognize on the end of that track on Calm Before the Storm.
Is that
Hey,
how
Kellen.
difficult is that to get in the U.S. that battle roar?
It's going to be tricky.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of it circulating, so it was difficult. I did get this from Canada. There weren't a whole lot of options. You might be able to find it. Most likely, it's going to be for European shipping.
Yeah.
So,
what year did it come out?
2005.
All right. I would definitely
Kellen,
check that one out.
any love for the band Tanith? Have you ever checked them out?
That's an interesting project. Yeah, no, Tanith is interesting. Definitely that like proto. It's such a gentle metal. That's the best way I can describe it. It
Yeah,
feels
that's a
very
good way to put it.
fragile, but it's got that like 1970s sort of approach, and yeah, I really like that record.
Would you compare it to that Witch Hazel at all?
Yeah, I
When you
guess
said
it would
gentle, I
definitely
was like,
speak to
maybe
the
it's-
same person, but Tanith, I believe, is the project. Forget off the top of my head, the guitarist from Satan, the new wave British heavy metal band.
Yes, that's correct.
It's his side project, and it's much more like a retro 1970s sort of like, I don't know. It's definitely a
Male
record.
and female vocals on every song.
Yeah,
So
there's something sort of
definitely-
fragile to it, just
Right.
because how stripped down it is. But
Yeah,
I
I
think
was
you would
going to
dig it,
say
Brian.
it is bare bones. You can hear every instrument, but it certainly sounds like it has like a organic recording to it. But I think that the gentle description of it is actually, I mean, it shouldn't take away from it, but it's definitely apt in this case. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It doesn't follow the traditional trad metal sort of resurgence in the past decade, but it kind of carves out its own path. It would fit comfortably in the mid to late 70s for sure.
Yeah, if you like the whole like brawny, muscular guitar that you get on Eternal Champion, like you're not going to dig Tanith.
Right. Yeah. Excellent point. Yeah.
I got I got one more live one.
Yeah, did you already show your live albums, Rick?
I did, but
Oh, okay.
There's one more I can show because here's the thing.
Go
I
ahead.
have one too as well.
So Jake was going to show this one, but because he was like, okay, I'm having trouble pulling a band that I haven't seen live. I'm like, I know you have this one particular one, but he's like, no, you can have that one. So we're back and forthing. So what happens? Jake doesn't show up tonight.
You tried to coordinate and you got screwed.
On his behalf, I don't know if I should censor this cover or not, but if you want to blow me up.
Oh, yeah. You know, I got just kind of a side note. I put up a thumbnail on a recent video and posted it and got a notification right away from YouTube that it went against their like sexual content and nudity. It was just an album cover. It was an album cover of the Sinner album. It's just got like a woman's behind it with the leotard, you know.
The blue one, right? With the
and they took that thumbnail off. But I showed it in the video, and they didn't take the video down or anything. It was just that little thumbnail of that, and it was drawn. It wasn't really like a real woman.
But I've seen people show Eternal Champion and shit.
Well, yeah. So maybe it had to do with the thumbnail. So anyway, I think you're good if you're going to show some nudity. But
I'm actually surprised they did that actually. Because
I
put a regurgitation once on one of my thumbnails, and it's still there, and nothing ever changed.
They're picking on me then.
That's probably classified under cartoon violence. So it's not really nudity. It's more like a offensive gesture. So I would like to know the people who attended this concert in 1972 in LA. For Neil Diamond's Hollow.
Yeah. My brother went to that concert.
In millions.
I love it.
Impressed. But it's got the classics, you know. Love me some Neil, you know.
What is he
I'm not
doing?
saving Silverman. I'm listening to Neil.
What is he doing in that picture?
So
great stuff.
Besides this, now that I'm here, Brian sent this my way.
You know what? That was a total joke. Like,
What is it?
It's.
Love me some Neil, man.
I
Neil
totally
Diamond.
sent that to you, like as a replacement, like plastic case. Like if you broke one, you know what I mean? Like it was just totally a joke.
Well,
But you're gonna listen to it, aren't you?
I already did.
Damn it!
Yeah. So
It's so funny.
Much later, you can tell by picture here, and then it's almost like when you look at like, so here's his long hair days and his short hair days. That's like Bob Seger, right? You look at the
I don't know who was in charge of putting that picture on that cover of the album. But they're thinking he's probably doing some gesture during the live show, and
I'm thinking like a Joe Cocker air guitar thing or something, But
oh my God, more Neil.
Neil Diamond.
There we go.
So much Neil.
Look at that. 3 discs. Hilarious. I love it, you guys.
Great stuff.
I gotta hear every version of Sweet Caroline.
Is that King Diamond's cousin?
Never would I thought you would have actually listened to that.
That Hot August Nights live album, my older brother asked for that for Christmas one year, and I remember going to a record store, the Warehouse, and it was like my first time in a record store, so I didn't know my way around it. I had to actually ask somebody that worked there where I could find the album, and they brought me over to the bins, and it's like, oh, that's how this works. You got to look in the bins. But yeah, he asked for that. He'd seen Neil Diamond on that tour. So
wow, that's great.
My oldest brother's 13 years older than I am, so I was 13.
Surprised you still have Neil. I know that he's had some growing health concerns over the past maybe 5 years or so, and he's retired altogether from the limelight, I believe, because of blindness. I think it was, unless it's something with hearing.
So he's not doing it anymore, but but we got Wayne Newton still kicking it, like in Vegas, right?
Yeah. Do we still have Tom Jones too?
Oh,
he still is. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I grew up with some Tom Jones. Sure, I just haven't revisited anything.
Is it unusual?
She's a woman.
Yes.
I'm typing in the next question. I think we're gonna save.
I actually have one more album to show.
Go for it. While I type.
Okay, I have one more album, live album. I've never seen these dudes live, but God, I hope one day too. And I'm a huge diehard fan of this band, and I love 2 albums of theirs, and it's none other than Autopsy live in Chicago. And I really love this album too. I was listening to it one day before, and it has some really good quality for like a live album. Very, loud, nice. It has a nice loud sound. It's really good. Like the production on this, even for a live record, is really good. And I love how it shows inside the booklet. Like it has the flyer.
Oh yeah, the flyer's
for the show, so you could see all the bands that were playing that night. Actually, with Autopsy, is you see that they have Cyanide, Professor Black, and Molder. So yeah, it was I would have just gone for Autopsy, but so far this whole thing has a whole bunch of collage pictures of the band and all that, so you can see that the show, everything. So I think there's more actually. Hold on. Yeah, it is more. It's a whole shitload of collage photos from that night. It's really cool, actually. If you guys don't have this on CD or vinyl, I highly suggest buying it because it has literally, in my opinion, the best quality for a live concert. And I'm surprised that actually it's usually some live shows have usually some shitty audio because someone's maybe recording it. It's not a soundboard recording, but this is full blown perfect quality. And it sounds just like a real album, but it's not really an album. It's just a live show. But I highly suggest buying this. If you're a really huge Autopsy fan like myself, I really suggest picking this up.
I'll have to compare that to Judas Priest live in Tokyo, side by side.
Actually, that was a good lineup there with Cyanide and Molder and Professor Black, who I think is Chris Black from a number of different bands. You know what I'm talking about, Kellen? Chris Black. I think maybe he was an original member of Knock Mystium and plays traditional metal right now. I think he might be in the project Dawnbringer. Anyway, I've seen a show at that Reggie's Rock Club, but it's kind of in a sketchy area of Chicago, so I usually try to avoid it. But that would have been a really good show to see for sure.
Like I remember you guys probably remember this or not, but Ken said that you went to the show.
That's right. Yeah. It might have been Cyanide's. Like, was that their last live performance?
No, actually, it was Autopsies. I think I don't think it was Cyanide. I think it was Autopsies. One of the last performances or something like that.
Yeah, that's a more recent live release, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like the last few years.
Yeah, this album came out actually just before the whole
pandemic.
So yeah.
So it was like 2018, 2019. What's the date of the show?
It was hold on, let me just
look at the flyer.
let me just look at the flyer on the CD. Hold on. The show was at
Bones is from Chicago.
Saturday,
too.
March 20th. Hold on. No, this is Saturday, March 7th. So it doesn't say what year, but
I bet it was probably 2019.
Hold on.
I feel like I should be ashamed when it comes to Autopsy because I have all of their albums, but for some odd reason I always gravitate towards Macabre Eternal. I love that album for some reason, even above Mental Funeral, and that I don't know what it is, just something about that death and roll vibe on that one that just I think it just really hits it out of the park for that sound. That was their return album too, I think.
That's the one with the blue cover.
Yeah, with the little minions carrying like the giant skull.
Yeah, I like that one too.
I love that one.
Yeah.
But actually, this is the show was at 2020 actually, because it was in March. That's why it was. Just
okay. Yeah. You're okay. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the Molder and all that was a dead giveaway. I was like, that's pretty recent.
So that must have been just before the pandemic hit.
It actually was. It was March 7th, 2020.
Yeah.
So it was like a couple of days before that probably happened.
Well, Nicky, you're in Chicago, so I'm sorry, you're in Milwaukee. So, do you ever go to Chicago to see shows?
I went to Chicago twice. Once to see Dream Theater, and Zappa played Zappa, and then I went to see Queensryche. And then I've seen comedians out in Chicago too.
Okay.
I've been to Chicago.
So I do make my way. It gets pretty intense out there, especially when there's like large. Like I saw Louis C.K. out there twice.
Yeah.
And that was probably like, I don't know. They seem like they're forever having like festivals and all kinds of shit going on out there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've been there. I've been to Chicago a few times for shows.
I was gonna say, you mentioned comedy. Like I have the one George Carlin. I'm like, that's one I regret. It's like I think the last time he did Philly was like 2008, like right before he passed away. And I was like, I'll get him next year.
Right. Oh, jeez.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Not anymore. No, not these days. Gosh.
Especially the older bands,
No, I'm glad that I got to see like Greg Giraldo and that before he passed away. I've seen quite a few comedians. Daniel Tosh, I actually got made fun of by Daniel Tosh, which was awesome. And then
you were too close to the front. You're in the front.
I was close enough. Yeah, it was a gift. I was taken there for my birthday from a group of friends that I worked with, and I was sitting close enough to where he was. Yeah, it was a blast. But yeah, that's a whole different discussion.
That's better than like having a band like spit at the audience and then you catch it and you're like, that's awesome. You see people do that.
Oh, I know. I was cracking up. It was something I'll always remember. Like it was an honor. He's not one of my all-time favorites, but I really enjoy his stuff.
Oh shoot! I put the question in the private chat, so I can't. Here.
Yeah. That's
all right, we're gonna switch it up. We'll do this number 4 here.
Does Geoff want back in?
Yeah. So this is Nicky's submission tonight.
Oh yeah.
I struggled with that
3 you're trying to get into, just have not been able to yet.
This is more of
I-
a confession for me, honestly. I had to get this one off my chest.
It's funny. Here, I'll go first, and then we'll get Geoff back in. Okay. Here's mine. Just two. Voivod. I'm trying. I really am. I don't know what I'm missing. I do like Warm Pain. I like that one. I like that one. But the later ones, like Killing Technology and this one, Nothing Face, Roar, Dimension Haltros. I don't know. I just listen to them. And I can't. They don't jump out at me. It's weird technical trash.
Either extremes. Either the people really love them, or they just
Yeah.
or like in your situation.
But and it's not that I don't like it. I just don't get it. I feel like I'm missing something. Like everybody's kind of crazy about all those kind of middle or later 80s the 80s output. And I don't know. It just has not clicked yet. But I'm gonna keep trying. I feel like one day it'll happen. The other one is a newer one, Worm, Gloomlord. I got this because everyone was talking about it, and it's not that I don't like it. It's just like I don't hear what the big. It didn't capture me like everyone else was talking about. This kind of blackened doom, swampy death metal. In fact, what do they call it? They have it in here. In fact, I thought they had like the Floridian funeral doom. But I'm gonna keep trying with it. I'm sure it's gonna click. Again, it's not that I don't like it. It's just it's not clicking with me as much as it seems to be with other people. I don't know. Has anybody else heard this one and really, really like it, or really, really like me, where I'm kind of indifferent? It's like I've
heard it talked about. I never checked it out.
Say it again, Rick.
I might have bought the CD and the LP, but do I like it? These are multiple formats. Yeah.
You love it? You love it that much?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. I don't know. That's what I mean. It's like I think I'm missing something. Maybe I'm just not in the mood when I'm trying to listen to it. I don't know.
I don't think it's leaps and bounds beyond anything else I've heard, but I think it's a good album.
Yeah.
I mean, what I would say, Brian, was like that album came out very early in 2020.
Okay, yeah.
And I had a hard time finding another like Death Doom release that was better than it. Like I kept on using that as my standard throughout the year. If I had to pick one Death Doom record from 2020, that would be the one I grabbed.
See, and I was like, I heard that Atramentus album, and that one blew me away from the get go. From the first listen, I thought that was fantastic. So
I consider that like pure funeral doom, though.
Sure, yeah, it's misleading. I don't. This is weird. Like, is it, funeral doom? I don't know. I wouldn't really call it funeral doom. I'd probably call it more black and death doom. Black and doom. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. Like Atramentus is definitely funeral doom. Yeah.
The previous album was more black metal than that one. So
I haven't even heard their first one.
That's probably what it is. I'm sure the next one's going to sound even more different. That's probably like his transition now.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you for listening to my nonsense.
Good thing Brian left after that bullshit you just said about Voivod.
I was waiting for that.
Now, I agree with what Marty said, that the hype train on Worm might have been a little bit gratuitous, just a little bit. I like it. Rick, you picked up a copy of that for me, and I definitely enjoy it. Is it anything new? No, not really. There is kind of a cool. There's just a cool vibe to it that I kind of enjoy. That nothing about it super
groundbreaking,
revelatory in terms of metal. You can hear all of his influences and where they're coming from, but I do like it. But I agree with Marty; it may have been ever so slightly overhyped. And to touch on Atramentus, those type of musics, that funeral doomy stuff that's really slow and building and atmospheric, you gotta either like that stuff or you don't, man. A lot of people that like metal, just like extreme metal, they can't get into it because it's just too drawn out and too slow. Esoteric's like that.
Oh yeah.
Early esoteric is like that, man. I mean, you either gravitate towards it or you don't, and if you don't, you probably are never gonna get into it because there's too much of a hurry up and wait and see what's gonna happen, and when it doesn't happen quick enough, you're checking out mentally on it.
I noticed that with the atmospheric black metal. Like there are people who just want like immortal, like that. That's all they care about.
Well, and that's
that really accessible, riffing. Yeah,
that's a great point on atmospheric black metal, because I'll be the first guy to say that I enjoy some of it, but about 90% of it sounds exactly the same to me. Like I literally could put one album on and go, "Oh, who is this? It's such and such." Like Jake. That's why I call Jake the holy. He's the holy master of all atmospheric black metal. He really seems to dig into these differences, but I can't tell them apart a lot of the time. And I mean that's why it's not a genre that I've fallen in love with and gone on.
Some super weird, different thing. Like I feel like kind of like what Panopticon does, but adding the bluegrass and that kind of stuff, which is which is kind of it really
pretty unique.
Yeah, very unique, very unique. Yeah,
and maybe that's the difference between like us. Well, not us, but a lot of us here, where we can, listen to death metal and all the different types of death metal, whereas I think Jake would probably be like, it all just sounds like death metal to me, whether it's Swedish death metal or Finnish death metal or brutal death metal or whatever.
Whenever I recommend him like a death metal band, it's always like the really riffy, really meaty stuff, like that's really catchy. Like I feel like that might be more, what he'll gravitate towards if I'm going to recommend him.
Although on that topic
exactly.
of like, the big thing in the last couple of years has been this cavernous death metal stuff.
Oh yeah.
Spectral.
I love a lot of it. Yeah, the spectral. But you could easily make the argument that a lot of it sounds very similar.
I've heard the same thing about other genres. Grateful Dead music, to some people's ears at all, it's the same song they're playing for 4 hours in a concert. And even the disciple bands came afterwards, Fish and String Cheese and so on. People just don't have the patience for it, I guess. I'd be interested to hear some of this atmospheric black metal from the description you gave, Geoff. Let me listen to it.
Well,
I bet there's some of it you would like. Actually,
yeah,
in your case, I checked this out. It's like it falls in that very beautiful realm. You know what I mean? Like it's not like brooding and dark and evil, like So,
what is that, Rick? Tell them the name, Rick.
That's the Sojourn. I'll put it in the comments.
Put it in the comments.
What's the name?
Sojourner, the Shadowed Road.
Okay.
The Shadowed Road.
Before.
Chuck, what Brian said is true. There's a lot of atmospheric black metal has a very beautiful sound to it. It's a very shimmery,
a lot of acoustic stuff,
folky at times, and it's very introverted type music. But at the same point in time, there's only so many chord progressions you can use on the guitar. As a guitarist, you find that, what I find as a guitarist listening to a lot of black metal in general, and particularly atmospheric, is that they, everything's in the minor key, of course, and it's always kind of the same tremolo pick thing, and it's the same kind of progressions in the chord progressions, and it's like it's more the shit that they add on around it, and the voice becomes more of another instrument as opposed to its own thing. The voice becomes part of the music and the fabric of the music.
Mm-hmm.
So but for me, I can only do so many of those bands before I'm yawning, just because it's just, the riffs are great, but the riffs are kind of repetitive and they're monotonous at times, and that's the only thing that I hear in it.
Yeah, and a lot of times it seems like what you said, there's only so much black metal chord progressions and riffs that they could put in there, so they kind of create this almost like a gimmick, like this one, like Wayfarer, which is atmospheric black metal with like a Western kind of theme to it, so you get kind of those clangy old time Western kind of acoustics, but then you
get the
cowbells, the Indian cowbells.
There's some tumbleweed. You can hear some, some jingling. There's like
it throws
I think there's like train
Western in there, spaghetti Western.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
so
good. That's a good.
I really
one.
like it. Yeah,
but it's also at the same point in time, I could see after an album or two the same sort of thing, going, I've heard that before. That's my thing with a lot of black metal bands and black metal in general. Once I've heard some of the stuff, it's like they don't. A lot of black metal artists, particularly these one-man black metal bands, they blow their wad in one statement and then they just kind of continue repeating it over and over and over. And I know that Jake would probably disagree, and even maybe you and Rick Brian would disagree with some of that. Lamp of Murmur.
I have to wait through a lot of it though. A lot of it is very samey.
I tried that Lamp of Murmur stuff, and I'm like, why is everybody so fucking hung up on grabbing one of 50 copies of this guy's shit? It's okay, but it sounds like every other fucking one.
It's like the job market, It's
I think it's a big part of it is that factor that it's so limited that they have to have it, even if they're probably not going to listen to it that much.
Exactly, that's exactly.
There's only 50 copies, and that's it. That's all you're going to get.
Gotta have it, man, because
until the next compilation or whatever.
Yeah,
so there's collectors out there doing that.
Well, yeah, it's the fear.
We did that we would do that with like iPod accessories and stuff like that at Best Buy years ago when I worked there. You have like full stacks of them and nobody cares. Then all of a sudden you've got like 3 of one kind of headphones left, and those are out before you could even
I gave up a kidney, but it was worth it. Just letting you know.
The Lamp of Murmur one? I don't even know who that is.
Rick is the classic example.
So it's a split.
Rick, now every fucking limited edition that you can think of the last 2 years.
How long?
I actually had help getting this one, Mr.
I was going to say how long before it sold out once it was dropped on their website or whatever.
It's hard to keep track. It shows up on the store for like 2 minutes and it's gone. So
do they say it's going to be it's going to be put up at this hour on this day?
It's like insider trading. It's like you get all this stuff if you're on the inside, and by the time the knows it's gone.
Which one was that, Rick? What is it?
This is the Daiichi Lamp of Murmur split. They're both distinct enough where you can tell they have their own thing going. Daiichi's from Japan, so it's and this is one of those. He's one of those guys where like he doesn't want anybody to know who he is or anything about him at all. Like, it's just like it's just clouded in mystery. That's the thing about this, especially the raw black metal stuff. A lot of these guys, you don't know who the hell they are.
Right.
So
probably a lot of them are like assistant managers at AutoZones, and I make that joke having done that myself. So
might be working at the Toyota factory. For all we know, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean,
squad, yeah.
Well, that's like in Norway. Doesn't who's the guy from Dark Throne? Fenris. Doesn't he like work to the post office or something like this? That's his normal job. He goes to the post office in Norway and works.
So metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not hanging upside down.
Sorts mail all day.
Yeah.
Hey Chuck, I think you missed when I showed this the first time around in the question. You probably weren't on yet, but I found out there's a digibook version of this, so I'll probably send. Give me your address. I'll send it your way.
Oh.
So
sure.
I'm looking to replace. If I can replace a digipack with a book, I'll do it. It's something I really like.
Santa Rick is at it again.
There he goes. You guys predicted it. It was only a matter of time.
Yep.
And I was like, yeah, what are they going to sell? Cannibal Corpse and it's stuff I've never listened to.
That one anyway, but
that one
doing slowly.
Speaking of Cannibal Corpse, I'll go next on. I didn't look at it from the perspective of 3 albums because unfortunately I'm not buying a lot, so I can't really do that from that perspective. But there's a couple bands that I've tried and I just don't fucking get it, man. I do not get Cannibal Corpse, which is crazy as a death metal guy, how I could not get Cannibal Corpse. But for starters, I just never could get into Chris Barnes' guttural shit. It just never appealed to me. I know Stefan's probably having a fucking aneurysm somewhere right now. But I don't really like them, man. I don't even think their songs are that good a lot of the time, to be honest with you. That may be me, maybe because, and I've listened to Butchered at Birth, and I've listened to what's the one, Tomb of the Mutilated, and I'm not saying it's bad, but it's just not that special to me, and never has been. Another one I don't get out of that that Florida death scene is Deicide. I've often thought Glenn Benton is the most overrated fucking goofball on the planet. Like, there's nothing about that guy that's really scares me. I just think he's kind of a fucking redneck Southern dude that probably couldn't do anything else with his life, to be honest with you. And that sounds very judgmental on me, but whatever. But I never got into him, man. And I've tried Deicide numerous times. They don't really move me much at all. They don't. So those are my 2 biggies. Which anybody that's into
when those albums were dropping back in the golden years, right, 90, 91, like how old were you? Like that might have been a factor too. Just, I mean, I know good music is good music or whatever, but
they were coming out in 89, 90.
Yeah, the self-title was 90. I think Legion was 91 or 92.
Okay, so I would have been 35. 90. I would have been 24.
I was going to say you weren't in your 30s yet.
Just over college age. Just
20. Let's see. 84. I was 24, 22, 23, 24 when that stuff was going on, and I was listening to. I listened to Venom when it came out, which I didn't, and that's another one I don't always quite get. I like Venom, but I don't love Venom. I've never been like, oh my god, Venom. But like, for example,
you and Stefan agree on something.
Okay,
he's not big on Venom.
And then like like Merciful Fate when they came out, I loved the music. That was what was Melissa was 83.
Yeah,
that sounds right.
83, 82, 83, I think.
84. Yeah, the Fatal Portrait came out 85. That would have made sense.
I think Melissa was 83 or 82, late 82. I love the music.
83.
What is it?
83.
83. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And I mean, I listened to that when it first came out because my buddy got it. He's like, dude, you got to hear this. And we were into stuff like Queensryche and Priest and Maiden and all the new albums, stuff like that. But that was kind of like the next and Bathory, the first Bathory album. I do not like that first Bathory album. I think that first Bathory album sounds like shit.
Yeah,
it does. It sounds like it was recorded in a fucking.
Wasn't that Marty talking about that in the stream last night? Like how
kitchen,
the lawnmower outside.
Oh yeah. It was in the barn in the backyard.
Doesn't mean that I don't like Bathory. I do like a lot of Bathory, but that first album, I'm just like, all right, this sounds like trash to my ears. Sounds, and the very first Dark Thrones, I like them, but I don't love them. I mean, that's the whole. I guess I'm a guy that needs some decent production in my death and black.
I think that's what it is. You have a certain kind of palette, I think, when it comes to that.
So those albums, while they're classics and they're, I never got the aesthetic of, the whole two.
You were listening to Rush. You were listening to like Yes and those bands even before then, right?
True.
So that might have been.
And you were old enough not to fall for the image of Cannibal Corpse, because I feel like they sold that first and foremost, because I think a lot of us were young enough to where we were like, we certainly weren't showing our parents like willingly, the album covers and that, but you were mature enough at that point where you were like, for us it was like.
Had your dad buy it for you, which I've heard.
Well, I was.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, Nicky,
But-
he had a good point because I was 12 or 13 in 1990.
Yeah.
And Deicide's Legion was one of the 3 first death metal albums I heard ever. And so just, seeing the back of that, Glenn Benton with the upside down cross.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Branded into his head, that freaked me out. And them being, totally satanic. I mean, I totally believed all of it, and it frightened me, just like Venom's black metal did too. When I heard that,
It's like I'm not going back to
in high school.
I'm gonna make sure of that. So
It freaked me out, but it was because it was dangerous. It was like if my mom sees the track listing to Tomb and Mutilated, whoa, I'm in trouble.
I feel like my parents.
I'm keeping that under the bed.
It's interesting for Chuck, because Chuck's not into any of this at all. So I'm like, was this on your radar at all when this stuff was happening? Like,
No, and not from '89 to '95. I was pretty much only listening to one band.
I remember like the 6 o'clock news, like talking about the shock rock and all this stuff, and then like Alex Webster's
Satanic Panic version 2.0. Yeah.
And Judas Priests, their issue in court, with the subliminal messages that was going on in the night. It was like 90s.
Was it the band that was in on trial in Nevada for a couple kids that committed suicide while listening to a record backwards or something like that? Okay.
Yeah.
I remember reading about that case, but didn't really remember the band. I never heard of them, so it's like,
I think
well, I guess I won't be listening to these guys.
But every era had that. I mean, you go back to even Led Zeppelin supposedly backward masked everything, and of course he did. Of course he did. But I mean, Led Zeppelin had the backward masking, and Kiss stood for what was it?
Knights and Satan's Service. Well, even Rick's AC/DC hat, wasn't that Antichrist Devil Child or something like that?
Yeah, Antichrist Devil's Children.
Yeah, something like that.
ELO had that backwards talking on their Face the Music album that I was going to have as part of my 1975 release that I missed. But back in my day, we were listening to Beatles albums. My older brother got Abbey Road, and my mom, once she heard Maxwell's Silver Hammer, we couldn't play that record anymore in our house.
Wow, really?
Yeah. She said, nope, that's it. Don't play that record. She didn't like the message in it.
Let's talk about all the messaging that allegedly with all the lore that goes around the Beatles was Paul walking barefoot, George is the Undertaker, for Abbey Road. We're talking here, John Priest. I mean all this, and then you had Helter Skelter with all the sound mashups and all that shit, and then of course you had the Manson murders that went on, and then they were putting this shit on the doors. I mean, so music.
And then there's a rumor about Paul being dead, and and part of that was his back because his back was facing the camera during the photo shoot of Sgt. Pepper.
Exactly. So I mean, there's always been some wild ass stuff that goes along with music to sell it. Some of it's to sell it. Some of it's to push that narrative. I do think it's kind of funny, these black metal dudes that are super grim and super shrouded in mystery, and one of the guys, some of these guys are probably fucking accountants at your local, or they're putting milk on the grocery store shelves or something like that. And you're like,
which is why they need the veil of secrecy.
And you're like, the singer of this band is Catholic.
Yeah, he is.
So
he's been open about it. He's been open about it for a long while. But
I don't think there's going to be much that in the way that shocks Geoff as he strokes his face with a knife.
Orgasms are cool. Thanks, Eric.
Okay, let's see. I went. Let's see, Geoff. Did you go? You were just now.
Kellen, I went. Kellen didn't go, and I think that was it.
I think went with this bar.
Yeah, I'll bump out and stuff.
All right, so Kellen, what you got?
Okay, so this is less of a band that I have not. It's not an issue of whether I can get into them, but just tackling their discog.
You froze.
Oh no, frozen.
Scene in one corner.
There you are.
But this is Nunslaughter.
Oh, Nunslaughter.
Yeah.
So like it's just I feel a lot of these bands
They just put on an
that we've
album.
been talking about. I feel like, for example, Deicide. Like okay, maybe they've got a couple classic albums, but I feel it's almost like a building block, right? Like so the rest of the metal that comes afterwards, it becomes like an essential ingredient that you start to use to sort of interpret other records that come after. Like None Slaughter kind of fits in that box for me. But just their discography is, and this is a compilation record or CD, but it's really difficult to try and find out where to begin, and then just providing proper context to the concept. So I think that's a difficult part for me.
Well, Kellen, they're one of those bands that, in my opinion, puts out way too much shit. And I mean, there are those bands you can accuse. There are certain bands that just pump out fucking repeated release of whether it's garbage or not. It might be garbage to me, it might not be, but to someone else. But I mean, yeah, if you look at their Metallum thing, there's got to be 30 albums out there and splits like crazy, and you're like, what the fuck, man? Like, where would you ever know to get started? And the little bit that I've listened to them, no thanks, I'm good.
So then two others here. So one is a band, a newer band. Less of a graphic scene on this one, but kind of odd. So this is Hexenbrett. I think that's how you pronounce it. They're from Austria, and they play an interesting blend of like Master's Hammer meets Goblin.
Oh wow!
So it's like very first wave black metal, but at the same time they've got these like weird sort of experimental progressive sort of side. If you Goblin is someone like that. So I just it's kind of odd pairing, and I don't feel like they've completely nailed it. This is their first full length on Dying Victims that came out last year, and I just recently picked it up. I felt there was more sort of momentum around last year's Marlo Carpentier record. But anyway, trying to get into that one. And then a much broader conversation, like European power metal. I just got this in, right? And I can do this all day long. Like I really like Pharaoh, but I have a hard time with like symphonic, really polished European, like modern power metal. I picked this record up recently, Silent Winter. I don't know if anyone's heard of that, but that's just something I don't know if anyone has. Like I know there's some major players like Halloween and Stradivarius or Gamma Ray, or I mean I can dig Halloween and Blind Guardian, but like the more modern like Glory Hammer, like I don't know what to do with that, and I have a hard time getting into it. So
good stuff. Oh, so there. Good stuff, Kellen. Stefan, you have any ABBA albums you're having a hard time getting into lately? Bee Gees, baby.
No, actually, I don't have any albums actually that it's hard for me to get into lately. But I think you guys heard this before. Like multiple times I've tried to get into the into the band Venom, but I really can't actually. Like I said, I tried multiple times. I've listened to a few of their songs, and I'm just like, I'm sorry. I feel like they're kind of cheesy. I like Celtic Frost, Hellhammer, Merciful Fate so much better than Venom. They completely just wipe them off the map, in my opinion. I'm just like, I can't get into these guys. As many times as I tried listening, and some people might not agree or with this, but I think Obituary did a better cover song of their song Buried Alive than Venom themselves. I feel like Obituary did a way better job than Venom. And I say, sorry, Venom, you got outclassed by Obituary.
They did that. They did a really good job on that cover.
They really did. I felt like John Torney was actually his vocal appearance in that was like, wow, this really feels like I'm being buried in the ground right now.
Clawing at the coffin lid.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I never. That song's great.
Venom hype. The Venom hype train escaped me as well. I mean, I can listen to it, but it doesn't do much for me. And I think Marty was talking about it last night. on their stream about how shitty a fucking drummer the drummer is, Abaddon or whatever his name.
Oh, Abaddon.
Abaddon. Yeah.
Abaddon. And you know, Cronus, his voice
I can't.
doesn't do much for me. The only guy in the band that is a decent player, in my opinion, is Manus. And I get their importance. I get
Oh yeah.
where they.
I appreciate what Venom's done for.
We'll try Venom Inc.
Turning the coin black metal and starting the genre, but I appreciate them for doing that. But I can't just get into them as well. Like I said, I tried multiple times, but I'm just like, no, I find the band a little bit cheesy. I'm like, these guys are very cheesy because they're just trying to like make themselves look like they're evil, but then I don't
try Venom Inc. They're definitely more competent of a playing style. If you don't like the sort of
who's that? Tony's a vocalist in that.
Tony Dolan. It's Mantis on guitar, right? And another drummer.
Yeah. Who's
I thought Mantis did vocals too. No.
I check out the live videos too.
I might be wrong.
I think he may do some, but I think Tony does most of it. Who's Tony in? What band was Tony in?
I'll have to look it up. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my
He
head.
was in a pretty big band back in.
But yeah, their debut
Nice
Ave
guy, too.
Satana.
Really cool guy.
That's a good album.
Hey, any of you guys like Sarcophago?
You know what's funny about that?
I love Sarcophago. Like I said, I can get into them quickly.
I avoided them for a while because I just looked like you talk about cheesy. They look fucking cheesy on that one album cover where they're standing in the, what's that?
INRI, where they're standing. In
the one where they're standing in the graveyard. They just look so
Sarcophago.
fake, but they're actually pretty good.
So it's Eric.
Yeah, no, I love Sarcophago.
Adam Kraft.
I got into them so quickly, but you know, like for people like who like Venom, like I said, I can't.
Well, the thing about Sarcophago is that if you dig through their catalog, they're pretty varied. They're not all the same. They don't all sound exactly the same, which kind of surprised me.
That's one of those bands you can't just go on image. If you look at Mystifier, it's like the same way. You know, it's like, you know, but the music otherwise, you know, like they're pretty good.
Yeah, Mystifier is pretty cool too. I mean, they're, you know, again, they don't come out as expected out of the gate. You know, when I saw Sarcophago, I'm like, I know what this is going.
Oh, I know what's a really cheesy photo. It's the one you sent me, Geoff, which is Philly's own Devil Master.
Oh Jesus!
Oh yeah.
Oh, Devil Masters. Oh, I was just jamming them last night. Yeah, that's good
Dude,
stuff.
I saw them live, and it was
the pictures though.
I saw them live,
Satan,
and they were so
Satan
fucking
spits
tired.
on the Children of Light, right?
Yeah.
Do they? Is that female fronted, and they come out with like some?
No, he's not female. It's a guy.
Yeah, there's a female in the band.
There's a female bass. I think she's a bass player.
I'm thinking Savage Master.
But I got to tell you, seeing
Tiny girl, like on that stage, you know, for putting that brooding evil persona. But
did you see him live, Rick?
No, but when you showed me that picture, I'm like, do I want to? Like,
yeah, I saw him.
They're awesome.
I saw him open the Decibel Fest last 2019. They were embarrassing. I mean, they were embarrassing watching them. They were absolutely horrible live.
Wait, what did they do, Geoff?
Well, first of all, they had all these spider webs, like the fake spider webbing, sprayed all over the stage, and it kept falling down. So they kept grabbing cans and spraying more up. The singer, the singer to me was just such a total poser.
Spinal Tap, huh?
Yeah, and the one guy's guitar kept going out of tune, and it was just very Spinal Tap-ish. But that guitar player ended up playing. He's actually in a bunch of different bands. He was actually in Integrity, because Integrity closed the show. You know, the punk band Integrity, and he was actually in that band. I could not get into what I was seeing. Just what I was seeing was bugging me. Plus, there was another band there that I couldn't get.
Was a rotating lineup. They even have the guys from like Ancient Wisdom at one point. You know, like you know, different rotating. So it's like it's hard to know depends what era you catch them in.
What's that noise? There's another band that I just thought of that I just cannot fucking get into. What are they called? Full of Hell.
Oh yeah.
That's intense.
Good God, dude, they were actually painful to listen to live. They were just total noise, man. I'm not saying they're not accomplished musicians or whatever, but listen to that, I was just like, I could not. I had to leave the room for a little while because it was grating on me. But then again, I'm not a big fan of
Kind of grindcore, right?
grindcore. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just don't get it.
Yeah, I
Grindcore.
imagine their sound translates real rough live.
There's another one, Author and Punisher. Any of you guys ever check them out?
I've
I
heard of
never
them.
liked it. I saw them live, or him anyway.
Knowing what's behind the sounds,
Yeah.
I appreciate it a little more now. You know,
Is it the one that Chronic Nick was talking about a few weeks ago about the guy who like created his own instrument?
Yeah, he creates his own instrument.
Is it the
what they are?
Does he like blow into it? It's like a no. What is it?
It's like actual devices and gadgets that he builds, and you know.
Okay.
It's like
There's is that like oh god, there was a guy that had.
Go ahead.
No, I'm trying. I'm having a little brain fart here, but there was a musician in a band that had built his own contraption. It's like percussion and wind instruments, and he pressed buttons and pushed it against his chest like an accordion. And it was
Yeah,
a bizarre thing.
I know what you're talking about.
I think it's similar.
It's it's I can't think of the guy's name who's the heads the band. He's still around. He still performs. But yeah, I saw that. It was like a homemade instrument he made on a shop bench or something like that.
Hey, Brian,
I think it's just
the one that Nick was talking about was not. That's not Author and Punisher.
Oh, okay.
It was some band out of Pennsylvania that he was talking about. The guy created we'd have to have Nick tell us what it was.
Yeah.
Something with an S, like Silex or Skrillex or not Skrillex.
Skrillex. I think that's it. I think you're right.
Cinch.
Cinch. That might be it.
Maybe okay.
The guy with the bass that had like the television screen in it and that.
Yeah, that was it.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw them live.
Band called New Brutalism, and these guitars and the amps, these guys build them. Oh boy! Everything here is custom
Focus
made.
in on that a minute. I can't see
Wow.
it.
Oh, sorry.
They're like it's like noise rock stuff.
Now, who is that? Is that Author and Punisher?
No, this is New Brutalism.
Oh, okay.
Those like Heathkit.
But that's the thing.
I don't know
like,
if you guys are familiar with Heathkits, but you could send away to make your own stereo. You can make your own. You know, a friend of mine had a Heathkit organ that his dad made.
Wow.
So they would send all the parts to you, and I guess the instruction is like the forerunner of IKEA.
People are more
But he, the loudspeakers that he had in his living room were Heathkits. They sounded great, but they were humongous, you know. But that's what that reminds me of there, Rick.
Oh.
Send away today, and we'll mail order your guitar so you can put together in your garage.
Yeah, Eric was talking about. I never know how to pronounce that. Einstürzend Neubauten or Naubauten. I think it's Einstürzend Neubauten. They had They came up with all kind of percussion instruments and used like steel tubes and all kind of weird shit. And they're an acquired taste. You got to really, they were one of the very early industrial pioneers. Very, very cool stuff.
At least it's not diagnosed Lebenska for.
Anybody, anyone mind if I go ahead with my confessions?
Yeah, I was gonna say you have
one of them.
Brian, you know what I mean by that?
You'll need to repent.
Luckily,
Right.
one of them has some of the intensity's already been taken off. But the crazy thing is that my first one, I love like every band that's inspired by this group. When I was looking to make my first purchase of this group, it just so happened that the guy behind the counter was wearing a T-shirt for them that day. So it just really seems like, for some reason, all of the stars should align, but they just don't. And I'm still trying. But it is Voivod.
All right, Nick, it was good knowing you, buddy.
Yeah, right. I even bought like, the intense special edition of Killing Technology off of this guy's recommendation, and 3 discs, and I mean, for some odd reason, it just has trouble like penetrating my skull. I don't know what it is, but it's just like the tone or something. The angular riffing. I mean, I love bands that do that now, but that might be an example of me being spoiled from bands having better production now and that sounding a bit more stripped down.
Which one do you
Um,
have, Nicky? Just that one?
oh, the Killing Technology was recommended to me first and foremost.
That's the only one you
From
checked out?
Yeah, yep, I bought it. Like I said, I was already looking to get into them. I walked into my music shop. The guy was wearing a Voivod shirt, and I
Right.
was like,
It's kind of meant to
this is
be.
it. Welcome, yeah, welcome to your new favorite band." And I
Well,
put it on all excited, and I was like, "Ooh, this is kind of tough."
if you don't find that you can assimilate to that, you you have a home for that one right here. I'll take it.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
I missed
I'll gladly give it up. Yeah,
I
it's
missed out on those 3 disc versions. I don't think they're out there anymore. That's the 3 disc one.
yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, that's my favorite album of theirs. But I would suggest before you do that, maybe go online and check out Angel Rat or The
That's
Outer
started
Limits.
with them. Yeah.
Check
Oh,
out Angel Rat or The Outer
absolutely.
Limits. You may find that that's much more proggy, much more accessible, much better. You know, Snake's vocals will never be mixed up for, you know, Freddie Mercury or Jeff Buckley or something like that. But hey, Stefan, can you turn your volume off when you're snorting? It's like super
Yeah,
fucking loud. Sounds like you're
I would
snorting
definitely
coke.
give it up for sure. I think it's an import because it does have one of the markings on it here,
Yeah, right. It
for
looks like
the
yeah.
strong language.
Those came and went very fast, and I missed out on them. But
Yeah,
anyway, what I was going to say was try Angel Rat tomorrow or the next day and see
I
if it.
tried.
Oh, you
The
did?
first one I ever listened to was Nothing Face, and I kind of enjoyed that one, to be honest with you. But the guy behind the counter was like, "Hey, you know, if you're just getting into them and you like all these bands that are inspired by them, Killing Technology is sort of where it all began." And I love prog music, and I love all different kinds of stuff. But for some odd reason, like I said, I think that where I'm stumbling is just the fact that production wise, for the last several years that bands have been ripping them off, they've had better production. So I got used to this bombastic sound and it just this sci-fi tension and all this stuff going on. And I unfortunately am having trouble with the originators of that. You know,
Well,
going
I
back
would
now.
agree. I would agree that those first couple Voivod albums up through Nothing Face, production wise, they're not there like the other stuff. Dimension Eight. Yeah, see, I don't know that I'd agree with that, Eric. I think Dimension Atros is not much different than Killing Technology, just a little less thrashy. And then Nothing Face is kind of out there. It's its own little animal. I think where they kind of got more proggy and more listenable to somebody that doesn't have maybe the the ear for the earlier stuff would be Angel Rat or Outer Limits. Outer Limits is great. They're all great. I mean, you know, but I could see where you might struggle with that because a lot of people
I
do.
would like to be a fan, but it's just like I said, it's literally like there's just something that's blocking it
Yeah.
from, and I think it's the production. But I would love to gift it to you. I would be very happy to. So
Oh, that'd be
let
awesome,
me
dude.
know how to do that.
I'll
Brian has
I'll
my
get with Brian.
email.
I'll
What's
get
that?
with Brian. We'll figure something. Brian and I'll figure
Yeah.
something out. But I think
No,
Rick
no,
said.
I would be honored. That'd be phenomenal if it is something that's very difficult to find. Sure.
I think Rick said it best. Is that with Voivod, you're either a fan or you're not. Most people tend to either fall into the super hardcore fans that just think that they're brilliant and that they're
That's what I
so
was running.
so unique and so different, and or you're a cat or you don't find a lot of casual Voivod fans. You just don't.
Right.
I would put myself in the former category of a fanatic. I just and I don't and I shouldn't be, but I am. for some reason.
I think
Oh no,
often
it's
they're
very different.
the covers too don't like. I mean, maybe Killing Technology is not the best example, but some of their covers are like very tongue in cheeky and kind of silly. You know, it just
Yeah.
sci-fi thing or thing. So it's kind of adds a little fun to that element, even though they're pretty good.
But I still love the artwork in that, and I can listen to people talk about them. And the thing is that I think much like when I was getting into horror and stuff, and people are like, okay, if you like this, this crazy slasher ripper movie, this gore, check out this, and it's something that's more tame in that. But over time, I grew to love those more because the stories behind those films and everything were more genuine than anything that was going on. So I could understand where the groundwork started. And just like Kellen said, you start to build off of that. And I feel like so many aspects have been ripped off of Voivod
Yeah, they
that
have.
it's
No
just
doubt.
difficult because if you were there and digging what they were doing when they were first doing it, it had to have been like one of the greatest things. I would have definitely been a fanatic because it's different, and it's a bunch of musos that are getting into thrash metal and all that. So, like I said, I'll definitely gift it. It's just one of those things where maybe at another time, you know.
Well, did you check out The Wake?
Yes, I did like that one. That was their last album.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did like
That's
that one too.
that's
I
pretty
couldn't
accessible.
find it. Yeah, and I agree with Eric's comment as well. Honestly, without bands like Voivod pushing the envelope, we would be who knows where we would be. It would be a totally different scene for a lot of bands. So
Yeah,
I'm
I don't think
thankful.
I don't think you have bands like Gore Guts, Kind Ghoul. You don't have Blood Incantation. You don't have. There's a lot of
Obscura.
bands that
Yeah.
There's many of those bands that pull influence from
Well, I really
Voivod.
like Vector a lot.
Vector, huge.
It's probably again, controversy aside, which I know it's hard to do, but it's like I've owned their discography for a long while, and it became like part of my DNA by the time it was announced that he was not a good guy, so to speak. So it's kind of hard to separate and just be like, well, these are trash now. So yeah, Vector is a big reason why I was stepping back and rediscovering or attempting to rediscover Voivod. I'm just having trouble with a full length album for some reason. I enjoy some songs that I've heard, but I've never listened. This one I listened to 3 times so far, and it's having trouble penetrating is all it is. It's like it's right there. It only makes sense, but that's probably why I'm struggling with it, only because
Don't
it makes
again, man. Don't throw that my way unless you're sure. Number one and number two.
110 million%. I'm sure.
Keep giving it a shot, So, but Eric's right. There was so much. Voivod is just so critical in metal. I think they're one of those bands that were unquantifiable then, and they're still unquantifiable now in a way.
And they've got a great attitude towards the music that they've always made too.
Oh, for sure.
It takes some balls of steel, as Duke Nukem would say.
There's another issue we haven't tapped on. We haven't tapped into was back when they were doing their thing. They were so out there. Like, how do you even market them? Everybody knows how to market Metallica.
That's why they never got huge. That's why they got, as an underground band, they're a big name. They're to most metalheads, they at least know them, and they're either, as I said, they're either monster fans or they're I never got them type people, which doesn't make that
another band that I find is kind of like that is King's X. I find another one.
King's X was huge.
Yep.
King's X was massive with that whole thing, man. I mean that King's X should have been fucking gigantic, man. That first album, Goldilocks, Over My Head, some of the song Pleiades off Gretchen, but they were marketed terribly. The problem with King's X, and you might have seen this, Rick, with Pardo's breakdown the other day. The major problem with King's X is that King's X got pigeonholed as a grunge band, and frankly, they were pre-grunge, and they were a lot of the grunge bands
before the whole thing started to blow up.
They were 3 or 4 years before that. And you're right. King's X and Voivod, they walk this fine little legend music that they should have been massive and weren't. But I contend with Voivod that Voivod is a band that every metal musician out there knows about and loves. But if you're outside metal, you barely know who Voivod is, and that's why they're
Right.
still opening for some bands that they should be headlining over. That's why when I saw them with Vector opening, Vector had about 150 people. It was about 200 people there, and when Vector went off the stage, 2/3 of the fucking venue left, and I was like, "Wait, what?
That's
What
yeah.
just happened here?"
That's funny.
Yeah, that I would not do. I know that my second one, I don't know how this will hit, but second one is the latest album, and I tried because I heard one song on it and I really enjoyed it, but the rest of the album I'm having a hell of a time with now for just over a year since I purchased it. But it's the newest Alcest album.
Yeah, I'm not in love with
Um,
that one either.
I don't know how to, or no, it's Spiritual Instinct. I'm sorry, I was looking at one of the song titles. But again, very it's extremely boring to me, and I know that it was very well received. Honestly, that has no bearing on whether or not I get into it. But and then my third one is just another one that just bores the shit out of me, and I'm really trying just because it fits facets of what I'm interested in. But the new album from the band Cadaver, um,
Um,
Eder and Bile is the name of the album. It's just it, it's a hard rockin' death metal, black metal album that just I love the aesthetic. I mean, I love that like the disc itself is fucking neon pink and that they've got like the green and blue on yellow and that so it's just like making a statement aesthetically, but it's generic as fuck like when you put it on. It really is. It's just I know that it was another one that a lot of folks were talking about, so I did buy it off of peer influence, but just can't get into it. It's on a much obviously I should have led with that one and ended with Voivod, but it was it's a smaller scale, but just one of
yeah,
those purchases.
I really, now Eric and I are going to really diverge here, and Eric knows I love him. He's a great fucking dude, but Gretchen Goes to Nebraska is a fucking masterpiece to me.
Oh,
So
for King's X?
just saying, that's a fucking masterpiece of an album, a perfect album for me. But
I only own Dogman, I think is what it's called.
that's a great album too. I mean, that would
Yeah.
probably be my number 3.
Probably the worst cover though.
Yeah, the cover's kind of lame, but as for
True.
Alcest, I think the two, well, actually the 3 prior to this, Spiritual Instinct. Yeah, I was not blown away by Spiritual at all. It did nothing for me. It sounds like the same band, but it just doesn't sound inspired at all. But the one, what is it, La Lune, something of the moon, and the Escales de la Lune or whatever it's called, and then there's the other one. I can't remember. I can't speak French, so I don't know the titles of them. But man, those are
Right.
beautiful
Yeah,
albums.
I hear you.
And even Kodama was pretty good too, I thought.
I just heard
But
nothing but good things about them, and I like Ulver in that, and I just it was sort of a logical bridge that people were associating Ulver and Alcest to
I
being
don't know
these
if I agree.
bands. Right, I know that Alcest didn't go the way of Ulver as far as their more electronic
Pop.
music and that, but
Yeah,
just
went
that
180.
they sort of hit the same notes as far as that Cascadian, kind of folkish. Well, there's no metal
Nicky,
in Alcest. I was under the impression that there was, and
is
that's
that
fine.
Alcest the only one you have? Is that the only one you have?
Correct. It's
Oh.
their stuff is difficult to get a hold of too. I
No, then
struggled to find.
you gotta
I
find
got it off eBay, to be honest with you.
you gotta find the 3 prior albums. The 3 prior albums are way better. Way better. Way better.
Yeah, and that's why I brought it up because I'm not ready to give up on them necessarily. The one song I like off the album I really enjoy, but none of the others just you hit it right when you were saying about just kind of uninspired feeling. That's how the album feels to me. it doesn't feel like there's any heart in it. It's
Yeah.
just somebody who's like mumbling and in French, and that's about it.
Mumbling in French.
Yep.
All right, who didn't
Beautiful
go?
language.
Anybody go? Chuck?
I haven't gone yet, so I'm gonna go.
I do that, but you can go. Go ahead, Chuck.
Well, am I cutting you off here, Rick? Kind of went through my collection today and pulled out a couple CDs that I rarely listen to, and I spun them today, and now I understand why I rarely listen to them. Just don't get them. One is it's a solo artist, Paul Cusick, and to be honest, what's the name of the album here? Focal Point. I think it's the only album he put out. Somehow or another, he got into my inbox and my mailbox or something like that, or it was back in 2009 when he released this, and I contacted him directly because it was his own production, and it reminds me a lot of Porcupine Tree. So he's just kind of got that influence. And if I want to listen to Porcupine Tree, I'll listen to Porcupine Tree and not Paul Cusick. Sorry, Paul.
Yes.
Another band that it was hyped to me, I think, on a Prague Music Society page, Yahoo group. I think that I was on. This band is called Kiwanis, Where Abandoned Pelicans Die. It's a Polish ensemble. I can't even pronounce their names on here, but they have a choir, a conductor, some violin, and a couple other orchestrate symphonic type of instruments, and the arrangements are like that as well. But again, it's just something I listen to, and it's got its moments that sounds really good and catches my ear, and then next thing you know, they're moving into something else, and my brain's drifting away and thinking about something other than listening to this music anymore. So it doesn't, it captures my attention in like for 30 seconds, and then it's 10 minutes later before I'm realizing I'm listening to this album. So a couple obscure things that I bought, I don't even remember where I got them. So,
but Chuck, I think what everybody wants to know in the chat, all three people, no, just kidding. What everybody wants to know in the chat is, what is your favorite first metal black wave band or what is your first wave of black metal band that you can't connect with the most?
Black metal, huh? Well, I would have to say my first metal band that I didn't connect to was Led Zeppelin. I had the opportunity to see them in 1979, I think, or 78, and I said, no, I don't want to see Led Zeppelin.
You know why that is? You know why that is?
No, I don't know why that. You're going to tell me why that is? You're going to crawl inside my brain?
I have a hunch. Because Led Zeppelin isn't metal. That would be
exactly.
I was going to say,
but back then they were kind of a heavy rock band.
They were heavy rock.
Yeah,
they were heavy rock.
But so was the Who.
Like UFO, those bands. I mean, they were lumped in that category.
Hard rock, all hard rock.
Hard rock, yeah. Well, I did see. Got the opportunity to see Ronnie Montrose play, and I went to see. It was a triple bill with Rick Derringer, Sammy Hagar, who had just released his first album, Red, and then the headliner was Foghat, Full for the City, and it was their album that was out then. And when Hagar came on stage,
were you the original owner of this?
Yeah, where did you find that? I've been looking for that in my Corvair.
My Corvair.
It's a property of Chuck on the side. So
yeah, well, he mailed that to me as well. I still have the 8-track player. Not.
Send him that in the Sojourner.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah. So that I did have that Montrose album, so Hagar came out and performed, and Ronnie Montrose came out and played about 2 or 3 songs with them. And I remember they played "Get on Your Bad Motor Scooter," And Montrose just sat on the edge of the stage and put the guitar on his lap and played that slide part of the scooter taking off.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it, but years later, I was working with these guys that were just like, trying to get me into AC/DC and these other bands. And we talked about, I told them about seeing Montrose, and they just like, oh, you were there. My God, I've heard it was legendary. It's like, okay, it was, I guess. Not to me.
They had good corn dogs. I mean, that's what I remember.
Ronnie Montrose was actually a neighbor of mine in the last town I lived in a little city called Brisbane, California. It's got like 3,000 people that live there, and he was a resident there, and I had no idea. The butcher in that town recognized him when he came in, and my butcher told me, oh yeah, he lives like 2 blocks away. He walks down there and buys steaks from me and stuff like that. He lived actually right next door to a good friend of mine, and they had no idea who he was either. And their son was a drummer, so he'd be practicing drums in the garage, and they were so worried about disturbing their neighbor, Ronnie Montrose. And
funny.
He actually came over and he said, hey, I'm hearing who's playing the drums over here, and he said, I really enjoy it. I like hearing that. So
I've been saying it. We lost two great Ronnies, so Ronnie Montrose and Ronnie Dio.
For sure. It's interesting you brought up Zeppelin though, because they're one of those bands nowadays that people have a love-hate relationship with. I think I love Led Zeppelin, but I won't lie, I burned out on Led Zeppelin a long time ago. It's like there's a lot of Led Zeppelin songs I just never need to hear again, and you can probably name most of them. There's a couple of them that are probably like, the overly played ones that I still do enjoy, but by the same token, I never reached for my Led Zeppelin CDs. I had the box set and everything. I never reached for them. It's been 10, 15 years. Although if I'm spinning around YouTube and I see a good tutorial for a Led Zeppelin song, I'm almost always going to, guitar-wise, I'm almost always going to click on and go, okay, how are they playing that song? Because they're fun songs to play because they're super guitar-driven. But by the same token, I don't need to hear
a lot of love. Just
well, that's a tricky way.
That's one of the first things I learned for this.
Yeah. Trickier to play. Thing.
Yeah, I think the first song I heard from Led Zeppelin was "Stairway to Heaven" on the radio. My friend and I were driving around high school, and he goes, "Oh man, you got to check out this song," And I liked it, but then next thing you know, I'm hearing it every single day.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just got sick of it.
Actually, it's what happened with Metallica with me. I really struggle with a lot of Metallica anymore, just simply because I heard it so goddamn much in the early 2000s, late 90s, that it's like, and it was always the shit that I liked, but I didn't love out of them. So it's like, but it's weird. I hadn't touched Metallica in years and years. And maybe 2-3 years ago, I threw on a medley at work. I threw on all the CDs. I started at Kill 'Em All and went up through Black Album. I was like, man, you know what? This band's actually pretty fucking good. I just kind of forgot how good they were simply because radio killed them for me to a degree,
But, well, that was the problem. There was no radio station called Scooter Ratings, only deep cuts. Like people wanted the hits.
Well,
wasn't that one of your questions, Chuck?
What's
that?
Yeah.
Back?
It was.
Bands that the radio ruined for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Damn, Kel, you got a good memory, bro. You're on here.
He's not old like us, Geoff. I mean, he's not old like me.
Not on here with these old men that can't remember their fucking last names sometimes. How old are you again, Kellen? You're in your 30s, right?
Yeah, I'm 36.
36. Well, you're not a young man. You're not an old man.
No, not. I'm closer to 40 than I am 30. So.
You're not fucking ancient like the guy above you there.
Yeah.
Look at
the big guy. The big guy in the sky.
I love my 30s, man. The 30s were good years, good decade.
Oh man, yeah. Enjoy them.
For me, 30s started to go downhill.
40s weren't so bad either.
Yeah,
50s weren't so bad either.
50s for me haven't been working out real good, to be honest with you guys, but you already know that. But all right, so where are we at? Do we have any more questions left?
Rick, are you doing this one?
I haven't gone yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You gotta go.
Oh, okay, well, I got 4. So 2 are specific albums from a band I like.
Hold on.
And two are two bands I was trying to get into, but it's just not clicking with me. So you want
Rick,
to blow me up?
3 albums, up to 3. Doesn't say 4. It says up to 3. Those
Wait,
are the correct.
Thou shalt not count past 3. That's 4.
Yeah, here, blowing you up.
First one is that I like, but it's just an album that I never returned to. So Rika Putrefaction, and this is the guess what the imagery is like. You just have to read the song title, and that would tell you.
Oh yeah, that was.
Use your imagination.
Genital grinder.
Yeah.
Testicle. Testicle.
Is that cock and ball torture?
Regurgitation of giblets.
Isn't this fun?
Feast on dismembered carnage.
Malignification. Fun.
Separation.
I wonder how they came up with those names.
So what kills it? Production. That's the big part of it. But you have to like death grind to begin with. But and I do. But this is just one I never go back to. Symphonies, and on, I'm good. Next one is a band I like. Everybody likes this band, but the problem is that I felt like it was a bit of a half a band, and the one drummer I always felt was a bit of a fill-in. He's good. Paul Ballstuff is great, but didn't have Dave Lombardo, and one guy down. I like Gary Holt, but Repentless,
Yeah, that's great.
I never.
Slayer hasn't put a good album out since Seasons, man. Let's be honest.
I like Divine Intervention.
I had my hopes for this. I know that they tried. They tried. Like Hanneman's gone. We're gonna try and make this work.
Especially after Hanneman left, man, that was kind of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Not by choice.
Hanneman wrote their best riffs.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's the thing. This kind of showed that. I mean, Kerry's also a great guitarist, but if you had to put both of them side by side,
Yeah, I don't think Gary Holt didn't write any of that, right? That was all Kerry King, right? Kerry and Ray. Is Gary
involved getting writing credits on that? Do they have some leftover Hanneman
not
stuff?
all the tracks.
Right. Okay.
It's just some of the tracks.
The only thing good about that album is the cover.
I don't even like the cover that much.
It's got all the Slayer signature stuff. It just doesn't have that. It doesn't have the classic. I don't know, just punch that I like from the earlier material. What was what was the last one up to Season of the Abyss? That was. If I didn't pass that, I started with Divine Intervention, and so I like that for more nostalgia purposes. But even that one, I don't go back to all that much.
Yeah, very true. And then, they did, Diablos after that, which was.
Oh yeah.
That one.
That was awkward 90s. I did a 1996 segment on that, and
I literally stopped buying Slayer albums after Seasons. That was it for me.
So the next one is a band that kind of ticks the boxes. I feel like I should like, and everybody seems to like this band, but I don't know. I tried with the newest one. It's got good rating. That's the Black Dahlia Murder. I don't know.
The first album was the best.
So,
yeah, that's a band I don't get very much. They're one that I've tried and I just don't dig them.
Me too. I think they're
fanatic about them.
Special.
I get it. I get it. I know, but it's
pretty much the vocalist. The vocals, the guitar player is really good, but the vocals just don't cut it for me.
Yeah, I agree. I've never been able to get into that band.
So
never really cared. I'm sure I heard. What was the first one? The first one, whatever it's called, Stefan.
I don't know. I can't remember the name, but I don't know. But that first album.
Maybe I got it for the artwork.
Yeah, right.
That's pretty sick.
That's pretty sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is not bad at all.
If I put it on, I wouldn't mind it. You know what I mean? But I'm not yearning for it. It's not.
Yeah.
Right.
When that came out at that point in time, it just seemed like another kind of At the Gates clone. And by at that time, there were, 10,000 of them. So I was just kind of. So I'm really surprised that they have kept up their staying power. And
me too.
made
That's
that
a
fan,
loyal fan.
created that fan base. You know, people
If
listen, obviously.
Nick was here, he'd probably have a heart attack. I think Nick likes them.
Yeah, he really
He loves
does
them,
like
yeah.
them. But
That's fine.
Yeah.
You know. Now going back to Reek. Reek is a steaming pile of shit served in a fucking sauce bowl of mucus. It's just so goddamn ugh. And Eric
So-
made a point. Yeah, he's talking about Scum. I've listened to Scum once in my life and never need to listen to it again. No thanks.
That's to me. That's like 2 albums, just because of the lineup. You know, it's weird. It's such a dividing album.
Well, it's weird. It's weird that
put into one.
But it's weird that Bill Steer was part of both of those things, and I love later Carcass. But man, that early stuff was just, it's just fucking noise to me. I don't. No thanks.
Well, I remember hearing Heartwork, obviously, and got really into Carcass, and then kind of wanted to go back and see what the earlier stuff was about. So I remember going into a Camelot Music, and if any of you ever shopped at Camelot Music, you could take a CD up to them, and they would open it right there, and then they had this little like CD station where you put the headphones on, and they put it in, let you listen to it. And I picked Reek of Putrefaction to sample. I was like, oh man, click.
It's funny.
It's all like that.
Because the next band, that's kind of how I got into them.
I couldn't believe it was the same band,
When Humanoir came out, I was actually in love with that album, and then after a while, I kind of dipped out. But I tried again with Cattle Decapitation.
Can't do them, man. Cannot.
People praising this. I get it, but this is another one that, man,
I don't even get it.
I totally agree. I actually had the Anthropocene extinction.
Right.
I found because everyone was going crazy for that album that year. It was like 2015 maybe, or anyway. I just couldn't get into it, and so I ended up giving that to young Nicholas too.
Yeah, the
I think back in the day, Camelot Music, when we were doing all that stuff, I was like getting into the more and more extreme stuff. Like the more extreme, the better, and the more fucking brutal. And that's what I got get into Pig Destroyer and all these other bands. And I think I was more impressionable then. But over time, I just kind of started to lose a little bit of its luster. And then by the time stuff like this dropped, it was like, I don't know. Maybe I got to.
I've tried with that band a couple times, and I'm just like, it's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. I don't get the vocals. And see, now I'm surprised, Stephen. That to me, it seems like that's something you should fucking love.
No, I really was into Cattle Decapitation a long time ago, but I lost interest in them. I was like, man, they're heavier bands, and I remember seeing them live back then, but now I just completely lost interest in them. I'm not interested in them anymore, and I'm just
Well,
I just don't care about them.
They include those clean vocals now, so they've added a little bit of a.
That was the thing too. It was quite an adjustment, from
That's
the.
probably why Stephen can't get into them anymore. Clean vocals. Oh no.
I like the guttural stuff. That's why.
You like all that pig squealing.
They're a band with a really weird history, right? Like to Eric's point, like did anyone listen to The Locust back in?
They're
very like a wild, hardcore sort of grind noise band,
very schizophrenic.
And then like Cattle Decapitation comes out with Humanoir, and it's like this very generic death grind. And then by the end of like round 20, Humanoir comes around 2004, and then The Harvest Floor in 2007 was like a sizable leap towards tech death. And then they just kind of catapulted into this weird, to your point, the vocals of this kind of strange song, but also gruff.
It's kind of why I checked in every once in a while, and it's just the changes were a little jarring for me, and it just didn't feel like it was the same band. It was just very strange.
Monolith of Inhumanity 2012 on Metal Archives, 91%. There's 18 reviews, so pretty.
Yeah, I just don't get it.
Pretty popular. I mean,
sure
is.
is.
Metal Blade.
Yep.
I don't get it either.
Label backing and everything.
I think their first album wasn't really huge. Their first album
Sure,
was,
man.
There's also an album called Human Jerky.
Yeah.
Yep. That was that came out before Humanoir, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might have been their first like EP, actually. check that out.
Like, even one of their music videos is
Yep.
so extreme that it's not even online anymore. I don't think.
And that's another band with the offensive covers. You know, you walk into Camelot and you just saw that. And you're like, yeah, well,
Yeah.
I have to check this out.
Here.
You ever see that album?
What's your take on cattle decapitation, Chuck?
Well, the cover is what drew me in. I saw it in the bin, and I just said,
I gotta have
how many
that.
times have we? How many times have you bought a record just on the cover alone?
Now that's one of our questions for
Yeah, exactly.
upcoming topics. So let's hang on to that. But that
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
quite a few times actually. Sometimes I hit gold. Sometimes I've pulled diarrhea. So you know.
I just imagine like Camelot back in the days when you're asking to listen to something like that and you're coming in there with your suit and monocle. Yes.
Your suit and monocle. What is
The top hat.
What
Yeah,
is it?
you know.
What is
Listen,
this?
everybody-
The Planters guy? The Planter Peanut?
Or I'm thinking of the Monopoly guy. Camelot. I don't think we had a record store out, or maybe only one of them. It was really kind of an odd record store to me because
Yeah,
that was always a mall store.
it was a mall store. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I had better choices out here to go to Tower Records or the Warehouse.
Oh, that's right, Tower.
Tower was great.
Did you, Chuck? Did you see that documentary on Tower? You can find it on YouTube, and there's a great documentary. Can't remember the damn name of it. I've watched it twice. It's so good. That's
Yeah, that's the
Here's a
album.
humidor.
Who wants a hamburger?
Good
I
Lord.
do.
That artwork's pretty fucking raw.
That's really
The
crazy.
cow's just looking at you.
The cow be like, huh? What?
It's a
Cow's
rip
like,
off Adam Hart Mother.
the cow's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I've just been eviscerated, but check
That's my
me out.
cow. That's my boy.
I don't know.
That's a good-
My
Yeah.
24-year-old self was just looking at just awing that Photoshop job. You know, just
Actually, all you guys should check out that Tower Records documentary. It's so good. And I mean, it really, really is cool for guys like me and Chuck and Marty and Rick and even Brian, who came up in an age where you didn't have shit on the internet. You didn't have
Didn't have the internet.
you didn't have the internet, and you had to go. You had to read magazines usually or zines to find out about stuff or listen to the radio. And you had to go to these places, and you invested, when you went to the record shop, the CD shop when it became that in the later, 90s, you spent, you earmarked several hours to be in there. If you were a music geek like me, I mean, you were like, I'm going to be in there a couple of hours. Like I remember my ex-wife I'd be like, hey, let's go to blah, 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 or whatever. Let's go down to, and she'd be like, I don't want to stand in a record store for 3 hours. I'm like, she'd be like, just go. I don't give a fuck, just don't spend $300. And of course I'd spend $500, but but that it's just that Tower record thing really nostalgia for me. It hit me. It was so good.
There was just definitely a certain vibe of going in there and just, they'd always be playing music.
Yeah.
At the cash register, they had a turntable there or whatever. And
Tower Records, I would spend hours, or Circuit City. Remember that?
Oh yeah,
Circuit City. Best
City,
Buy
like,
for
we're
me
not
was
at the
the
place,
big
she's
one.
like, we're checking out.
A lot of money at Circuit City, but I mean, Circuit City and Best Buys were the retail versions were a little less fun than a Camelot or a Sam Goody or a that type of place, or even like the mom and pop place, like a Tower, like the Tower in Philly. Rick, were you old enough to go there? Like, was it still around?
There was two. They were on South Street at one point.
South
and
Street
then,
is the one I'm talking
Broad
about.
Street.
Okay, I was never at the Broad Street one. Were you at the one in South? Were you ever in there?
Both.
Yeah. Cool, man. 3 floors. Just shit tons of stuff to look at, man.
I bought Blackwater Park there. I remember.
No, nice. Actually, it might have been 4 floors. There was a basement. Yeah, I think it was 4 floors, wasn't it? One was jazz, one was like Christian and contemporary rock and all that stuff, and then one was like the metal.
I'm looking at aisle often.
Yeah.
I think Tower Records had a really good import section back in the 70s.
No, I bet.
I was listening to a DJ named Greg Stone. Stone Trek was his radio show, and he came on every Sunday night at 9 o'clock and played till midnight. And he turned it into a radio or commercial-free radio show So you got nothing but music. But he would tell you the name of the band, the title of the song, and I would just like start writing all that stuff down. And I went to Tower Record on Monday and would look for all that stuff.
Big ass list.
And and it's like I always carried a list around with me in case because you never took me about 20 years to find an album that I heard on that radio show.
No kidding.
I found it at the Prog Fest at the year that Pine Tree was there.
That's the thing, man. Like today, people could just take a picture. You didn't need a list. Like you had to carry a.
Well, not only that, with your cell phone, you've got instant access to all this shit that you didn't have back in the day when we went into Camelot or Tower, and we had a handwritten list. It wasn't like we could jump on Rate Your Music or Encyclopedia Metallum and look up ratings on stuff to see what other people, like somebody recommended whatever the new Dimmu Borgir, and you didn't know it. Now you can jump on multiple websites and read.
Uh-oh.
They're coming for Chuck.
They kept going. They kept going. You? I'm safe. They kept going.
Things have changed so dramatically, and it's like so cool. There's an element. No, it's not cool. It's so uncool because there's an element of it that is just so sterile now. It's not. You can still do it when you go out to these mom and pop shops. Rick does it all the time in Philly because he's got a few nice mom and pop shops, but most of us don't have that. Like where I live, man, there's one record shop, and there's the one at the mall, and there's one maybe about a half an hour, 45 minutes up, in a nearby town. That's it, man. There's I got to go to Philly, or I got to go to Baltimore, or I got to go to New York City or something. It sucks.
Yeah, we got a pretty cool record store in San Francisco, and I think they got one in Berkeley too, Amoeba Records. And you might have been there. It's out in the Haight district of San Francisco.
I was at Amoeba in LA. I was not at.
Yeah, okay. So you get the idea. They're still like that today.
They used to have another great one there called Aquarius Records in San Francisco. I can't remember. That was in the same area. I'd have to look up where they were at.
Yeah, well, there's still several record stores in San Francisco.
Right.
So and they're independents now, except Amoeba is probably the largest, if you want to call it a chain.
Right. Well, I think they only have. I think there's only two Amoebas, LA and San Francisco. I think.
Yeah, I thought they had one in Berkeley, but they might have shut that down. But
but I mean they're California based. I don't.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not going to see them anywhere else.
Yeah.
Here, but
it's
just kind of.
Just a shame because it's like it just shows what Amazon has done. But then again, we all want our convenience and cheapest price, and
No, I try to buy nothing from Amazon. It's it's if I can go to the neighboring city and visit that record store and
divert money.
The guy that owns that place has been in business for 35, 40 years, since 79, I think.
Oh wow!
And so 30 odd years, and he's turning me on some really cool music, and he's got a good selection. And if he doesn't have it, it's like, well, can you order it? And I'll come back and rather give him my money. Even though when I first started going in there, he's a big asshole.
Well, I mean, you weren't on earlier. I think when I was talking about Serge went to Vintage Vinyl, which was this huge place in New Jersey, just near right near where Serge lives. I want to say East Brunswick or New Brunswick, and that place was around for 42 years, and it was a strip mall joint, but it was huge, man, huge. The only place I ever saw it was bigger was Amoeba in LA, and man, they just closed their doors today. Today was the last day. Serge went over last Saturday and grabbed a couple of things for me that were. We were digging through the bins, and we were in the bottom of the barrel stuff. We couldn't find anything that you'd really want to spend money on. But he got me like 2 records and a CD for like $10, something like that. Which I thought, that's cool. But that store's gone. They didn't want to sell it. Didn't want to go through the hassle of trying to pawn it off on somebody else or sell it off to somebody else. It's just a shame, man.
Yeah, support your independent local record stores if you can.
Nice.
There you go. Yeah.
Is that in Kentucky where you live?
Yeah, I got that back in Eugene when I went home in Oregon. Yeah.
Oh, you're from Eugene. Okay. I know where that is. I've been there. I saw a couple Dead shows in Eugene.
Nice.
You would. It's
Brian,
a spot to find them.
Brian, you want to hit that last question, or what do you?
Here we go. I thought this might be a fitting finale. Do this one last.
Oh boy.
Nicky, he was having some internet issues, so he dropped out. So it's
did
just
he?
us,
Oh, bummer.
us six for the finale here.
Oh boy, excitement!
It's gonna be good.
Well,
who wants? Why don't I just go first because I'm ready. Here you go. All right. The last time we were all together, I brought up Alice in Chains Facelift, and I'll bring up Alice in Chains Dirt for this one.
you bastard!
Was this? It's actually pretty fitting considering the subject matter. It was actually the first CD I ever bought. It is messed up. Like the booklet is so like waterlogged. Yeah, I'm sure I've replaced the case a few times. But yeah, this is one of my favorites. I actually have I got a tattoo of the sun here on my arm. I think Lane Staley actually designed this sun, and it's in here as well a few times in the booklet, kind of in the background there.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, it's just so dark and brooding, and especially the song "Dirt" itself, which is not one of their hits or anything. It's not really brought up that much.
No, but that's a killer tune.
Funny because it's the title track. Yeah.
Right, and the lyrics to it are pretty messed up. In fact, this is one I think I must have been seventh. Let's see, when did this come out? 91, 92, maybe 93. So I would have been like 7th, 8th grade. And I remember specifically my mom, taking this out and reading it. And she brought it to my attention that the song itself, Dirt, this line here, I want to taste dirty, stinging pistol in my mouth, on my tongue. I want you to scrape me from the walls and go crazy like you've made me. And that was like, oh shit, that's pretty messed up.
Wait, that wasn't a habit of hers to just pick up your stuff and just start casually reading it.
No, actually, you know what? That's funny because that was the only time she brought up like subject matter to me. But then I started like hiding everything that was questionable. So yeah, I don't know. And then the last kind of lyric of that is like cover me in dirt, bury me and cover me in dirt. Thought it was pretty fitting. Probably my, I talked about Alice in Chains' first album, Facelift, was probably my number one. This is, close number two for me. Just a big one for my childhood and getting me into hard rock, heavy metal. So
that's one that really stood the test of time too. Like I can easily just put it on today and enjoy it just the same.
Yeah, it's got great songs, and I've seen them live a few times, and all were post, Lane Staley's. It was when they reformed, without Lane and added William Duvall on vocals, and they actually started both or all three shows with, I think the first three tracks are them Bones, Damn That River, and Rain When I Die, and those are they're all really great. And Rooster's on here, Angry Chair, which I think Lane wrote a good portion of on guitar as well, and then Down in a Hole, Wood. Down in a Hole is another pretty dark song. Yeah, Rooster's a pretty heavy song subject matter wise.
There's really that's one of those albums that doesn't have a bad track on it. There's really not a track on that album that's you go, I can skip that one. There's no skippers.
Right. Junkhead and Sick Man are both really good. Hate to Feel. And then there's that one song, is it Godsmack, where it's like Tom Araya, I Am Iron God or something like that.
Iron Lung,
yeah. Is that song? Or is it maybe it's an intro, one of these?
I think Iron Lung was an intro, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about Junkhead, man. I mean, there may not be a heavier, more darker song that where Lane is just talking about his drug deals, man. He's talking
Just
about
scoring
smack and
Yeah.
being out of his fucking head. And it's real, man, because we know, because he's gone because of it, you know?
There
Yeah,
was a time I thought I lost it. Like I had the case, but I couldn't find the disc for like the longest time. I'm freaking out. I'm like, because that's one of those albums where like I had to have it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I rebought it. So I had the new disc, and then I had the old case because I couldn't find the disc. Turns out it was in my glove box the whole time.
All right.
So
Now,
that's the one I wanted going to Devin.
does Devin have that one now? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I think this is an original pressing of it, but I thought at one point they changed the track listing around on later pressings because it almost seemed like from what I remember was that it was like a descent, from drug addiction into, all the way down to death, if you followed the track listing.
That I wasn't aware of that.
I may be wrong about that.
I mean, my
It's just
copies
something I kind of have a vague memory of.
Yeah, my copies store bought the day it came out. I'm sure within the first week. So I mean, I'd have to look. I'd have to look into the lore of that one there, Mr. Brian.
I don't know.
Cool, great choice.
I had one pick. I figured I'm just picking one to go in the incinerator.
Well, that's it. Just one.
Yep.
It could be a long trip, man. You might need a few.
I think Eric had a good
Desert Island.
Yeah.
With the sound, like it's. I think, like I mentioned earlier, like I could just go back to it any time, and I think the production, it doesn't sound. If I put on some other early '90s grunge thing, I'm like, I don't. You can tell. You can tell.
Absolutely.
Wow, good call on Bad Motor Finger too, because that's
another one,
and that's right there on the border for me. That's such a fucking badass album.
Yep. Okay. Who would like to go next into the grave?
Into the abyss. I'm still working on mine mentally.
I'll go.
Who said that?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I'll go. Hey, me.
Bam.
So this one is a pretty easy pick for me. It's the Moody Blues. So let me get that without the glare. Nope, the other way. The other way, Chuck. There you go. On a Threshold of a Dream. Like you, Brian, this was a song that I heard early on. A song off of this early on in my childhood. My older brother had a tape that he would bring on our vacations, our family vacations, that had a couple Moody Blues songs on it. So it just reminds me of that period of time. Plus the Mellotron. Mellotron. I just got a soft spot in my heart for the Mellotron.
Of course.
So, and I just love the way this album starts out. It just kind of starts out with a little chord on the Mellotron. It's kind of like an airy, spacey intro, and then it comes into the opening poem in the beginning. I think I am. And then in the outro in the second half of the album goes right back into that drone. So it sounds like it's just connects the first half of the album with the finish of the album. It's like you just go circle around again. And I bet you on an 8-track, it probably did exactly that. Couldn't tell if it was finishing or if it was beginning. But that's it. The Moody Blues, man, they hit me in the heart.
No, that's a gorgeous album. I mean, all of the Moody's first.
The first few albums, yeah. You can't go wrong with really any of them.
No, gorgeous stuff. What a unique band.
I agree. The way that that they incorporated these spoken word poems in it that would introduce certain songs. Now you can't separate those. You can't separate the poem from the song and the song from the poem.
Right. Good stuff. Only one, Chuck?
There's a second one, but it'd be more of with the first question that I.
We'll circle back to that in a minute.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Do that first question.
Well, this would kind of be both, but this one again is "Wish You Were Here" remastered.
Ah, ooh, nice.
And
that's your favorite Floyd, huh?
Well, it is because I when I got my first cassette player in my car. The girl I was dating at the time gave me a shoebox full of cassettes because I had one. And the first one I had was ELO's Face the Music. So she got tired of hearing it. And so she gave me the shoebox, and it had a bunch of stuff in there I just wouldn't listen to. But one of them was this band called Pink Floyd. What's that? Wish You Were Here. And that became the tape that I would play if I was going to go out on a date with her. I'd put that in side one, drive over to her house, and then drop her off after our date, and I put in side two and drive back home. And that was my soundtrack for pretty much 1975 to 1976 while I was dating her. That has a lot of meaning to me as we, it just brings back a lot.
No doubt.
Well, yeah, the whole album, but now Wish You Were Here gets a lot of radio airplay, and I don't ever get sick of it. That's the one song I didn't get sick of.
That's good. That's a good point.
It's also fun to play on guitar.
Yeah, it is. Cool track. Cool album. I mean, the whole album's great.
Oh yeah. And I have to say, I saw Gilmore, 2016, I think it was, and he played this, and I saw him in 2006, I think. So it was 10 years in between. And it was probably the best song in the set, the way that they put it together. But don't want to sound like I'm boasting here, but I went to Italy to see Gilmore perform in Pompeii in the amphitheater, and he played it, and there was nothing like being in a little bowl with 2,000 other people singing in Italian accents the words to "Wish You Were Here."
No way.
It was just magical.
Yeah, but when I saw Floyd on the Momentary Lapse tour, for the first without Roger Waters, I saw him twice. That one and for Division Bell, and the first one was in Philly at the which is no longer there. It's now the Eagles play on top of where it is, but it was JFK Stadium. Rick, you'll remember JFK, and at the end of the show, we started the show right up in front of the stage, right in front of Gilmore, probably 50 feet back, smashed in amongst all that throng of humanity, and it was just so fucking cool. But by the end of the show, not only was I tired, but I was pretty drunk when I got there. And by that time I was like, man, my legs are shot. I'm going to go sit up in the bleacher type area, for the stands. And then JFK was an old football stadium for the Eagles. Probably played there years ago, but it was prior to them. It was college and stuff. But I got up in there, and just as they started those notes ring out, down, 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 it started raining, downpouring like fucking crazy. And the lights and lasers are coming out into this rain, so it's being diffused. The lasers shooting all over the sky in Philly, and it was just like, if I'd have been tripping, I'd have probably been in another universe. I'd have thought I was, but it was so fucking cool. And you're just hearing that down, 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 and all that echo, and it's so cool. One of the greatest concerts ever, and so magical. A moment that I'll never have again, but it was so badass. Great fucking album.
Yeah, totally agree. And totally, I missed the boat of seeing them in 1977 on the Animals tour. All my friends, classmates went and came to school the next morning, and they were just like talking about the experience, the show, and it's like, Jesus, man, why didn't you tell me about it? How could I miss that one?
Yeah, I could have seen them. I didn't know about them at Animals. I was still a little green there, but I knew about them for The Wall, of course, and they played very few dates, and one of them was Houston, I believe. But it's a bunch of school kids. We're in 8th grade. I think I was in 8th grade. When was that? 79, right?
79, 80, I think.
Yeah. So I'd have been in 8th grade, and
1980.
Couple schoolmates got tickets and whatnot, and my mom wouldn't let me go, or something was going on. I didn't end up going, and man, I mean, just to have seen one of those shows, was so cool, but didn't happen. The one thing
I saw the Waters do the wall, build the whole wall up in concert and stuff. So it wasn't Pink Floyd
close
doing it, but all the theatrics and props and stuff. The Waters, must have kept from that tour.
I'm sure.
But you know, I missed that one. I didn't see Pink Floyd until Waters left. So
same here.
And I couldn't. I'm just going to show this real quick here. It's a spindle of CDs of Pink Floyd shows that I collected over the years. So there's probably about 40 of them in here.
Wow.
It's 1970 and the whole 1970, then 74, 73, 1980 Behind the Wall, and then 81 up to 94.
Well, you remember we talked about this before.
Wow.
You remember Travis from the PT?
Yeah. So he probably has all these.
Dude, he had fucking I swear he had 80 or 90 shows. He sent me his whole collection because he didn't want to burn them for me. He's like, dude, I'm just going to send you all these CDs in a spindle like that. And it was 3 of those spindles. And I burned copies of them all. And I got to be honest with you, I probably only listened to a handful of them because I'm not a huge live bootleg guy, but I burned them all. I still have them somewhere. God knows where.
Well, some of them are just unlistenable.
Yeah.
They're audience recordings, and some are just stellar recordings, amazing recordings.
I have one. I have one from a club in London, the Scala or something, where I think it was recorded reel to reel. Guy just wheeled a reel to reel and set it up right there on the floor. From 1968, and it sounds like you're sitting in the room with him.
I know. It's amazing that they were, they didn't know they were allowing it to happen,
and they didn't give a shit about that.
There was a group that's where I was able to obtain all these. It was a trading group 20 years ago, and it was and all these Floyd concerts, a lot of them are release bootlegs. So somebody got them and just put them out there for free, and the stipulation was just keep trading them. And it was one point in my early days, I'd have 3 or 4 envelopes waiting for me in the mail every day of live shows, and I was going to the post office and sending 3 or 4 back out.
Well, you remember that was going on around Porcupine Tree quite a bit there in the early.
Yeah, and then a lot of Porcupine Tree ended up on this list as well.
I got a shit ton of. I bet you I have 250 Porcupine Tree shows. I only listen to a handful of them. But all right, I guess we should move on. Rick, what do you got?
Well, if you're gonna be buried,
here we go.
It's got to be. You're gonna go 6 feet under, and then you're gonna slowly re-rot.
Obituary.
I forgot to pull Hell Awaits. Damn it.
I figured Rick would go.
What I meant to show.
Well, if you're gonna pick a 6 feet under album, I guess it should be Haunted.
Okay, so I kind of set it up like this. So I did it by decades. So if I were to die this particular decade, what I would bring with me, in the afterlife or whatever you want to believe in.
That's an interesting take.
So it's the 70s. Actually, this is not the one I meant to pull, but this is good enough too. Was We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. Someone mentioned Electric Funeral, which is on Paranoid. But
it's a good one.
Sabbath. So
can't go wrong with that.
That's a good Sabbath album.
Won't mind this one. Let me explain that one.
The Mothership.
So the 80s. So this is the only non-metal one here. I pulled, and this is because this was one of the first albums I've ever owned. I was a kid, had it on tape.
Oh yeah. Yep. Great album.
I used to fall asleep to this.
Great album, dude.
My little Walkman before going to school, and I know every note here by heart, every single thing. So the thing is that I still have that original tape. I don't know if I told you guys, but I had one of those little slide-out tray tape players, and so it got stuck. So I still have that tape player, simply because I don't want to get rid of that tape, and I can't get it out.
Wow,
it's a pain in the ass. It's one of those dents.
Just a side on that, Rick. Don't put that up again. Hold it up a minute. Stefan, just in case you were wondering, there's a guy named Sting that stings for this band, or used to.
Oh yeah, not the wrestler.
Not the wrestler.
He could. He'd probably arm wrestle really good. The guy's buffed. Sting is. Probably both of them.
And the song Wrapped Around Your Finger, don't take that out of context.
What was the song in there? Every breath you take.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's song.
Wasn't on this album.
I saw
well,
that tour actually.
Yeah, it was.
It's a good death metal.
Oh, of course it is.
Yada Mandada, that's the other one too.
That has
Mhm.
walking in your footsteps on it, Murder by Numbers, and
Yeah.
man, so many good tunes on it. Miss Gradenko,
There's a track on there. It's like,
great album, fucking great album.
So, and that was the 80s. For the 90s, it's
Oh,
when
what's
this
gonna be?
drops.
Wow, really?
Really?
Yeah. I love this album. It's what made me fall in love with Louisiana sludge,
Yep.
sludge grind. It is not your typical.
But that came out of left field.
Yeah, I love it that much. I actually Lost It is another one that I rebought and eventually got it on vinyl. And
Is that
I don't know.
Mucha? Is that Mucha? The artwork, the artist.
yeah,
MUC.
yeah, so I can pick up on that. Yeah, they do all. Like, I think for this one, there's a 7-inch in here actually that it came with. You pull it out.
Is that an original or is that one of those?
Hey Rick, are
transcending?
you gonna whip out your big?
That wasn't repressed.
Oh, okay, I have one.
This is a composite. I remember now.
Uh-oh, Rick's whipping out his big 7-inch.
Well, good thing I bring out my 10-inch.
Somebody beat you to it. They wrote a song about it.
Yeah, don't overwhelm us with that extra 3 inches.
All right, so for the early 2000s, I don't have one because that's when I actually stopped buying a lot of physical media because life happened, had my kid, all that stuff went on.
Yeah.
And, so I'm in my resurgence. So if I were to have died the last decade, what would I take with me? And this album has everything that I want in a metal album.
Really?
That's a good album. That's a good album, man.
It's got it's just got the doomy stuff, it's got the death stuff, a little bit of the blackened stuff, the sludgy stuff. It's got everything.
I gotta tell you, I saw them at they were at that pre-show for the Decibel Fest in Philly back in 19. Holy shit, they were fucking heavy. Holy shit, they were heavy.
This is just beautiful, man.
They were fucking epic live, man.
They're massive. Everything about this, man.
Yep. Riffs.
I love Sky Burial, but I didn't think they were gonna top that the way they did.
Yeah, that's a killer album.
What's the name of that album, Rick?
Sulfur English.
Yeah.
So
That's a good one. That's a good pick, Rick.
double LP. But, yeah.
Any
So
more?
Nice.
that's it.
That's it. All right.
I think
Geoff,
I have
what do you want to be buried with? Let me guess. I think I know already.
Into the Crypt of Rays. What are you taking with you?
Yeah. What are you
Damn.
taking on that trip to Satan's holiday?
And you cannot pick nachos.
Well, actually, if I had to be buried, I would rather be buried right next to the house by the cemetery.
Of course.
So actually, yeah, Mortician's House by the Cemetery, of course. Like, in my opinion, the greatest album or EP Mortician has ever made. So many good songs on here, as you can see. Like I never get tired of this. Will Raumer is a fucking god on bass. His vocals is so guttural, and everything about this is just
Primo, huh? Primo.
It's perfect. It's like I never get tired of it. And there's also one more too.
Oh
and,
no!
You guys probably saw this coming, but Regurge. There's a necrophilia.
Of course we did.
I figured it'd be Cannibal Corpse.
I need my shocked sound effects.
Of course, you guys all know about my love for regurgitation, so there's really I could say a lot about this, but yeah, this is. I've been obsessed with this band and album for God knows how long, and yeah, so yeah, these two are basically my. I want to be incarcerated with this. This is what explains me, and it's when someone digs me up one day and be like, "Damn, that kid was into some heavy shit."
It's going to be at a house by the cemetery.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be like, "Damn, that kid likes some heavy shit."
And when they dig you up, they're gonna say, "What a styling beard." That's what they're gonna say. Kellen, what you got, dude?
Okay, so changing gears a little bit here.
Any porno grind? Like I said,
Curtis Mayfield.
Curtis Mayfield's debut solo record. Um, so
Which
before I
one?
was ever
Sorry.
before I was ever into metal, I had a much more affection towards like the hip hop of my generation.
Mhm.
And if you think about like mid to late 90s, there was a lot of sort of like soul and funk that was pulling from the 1970s that was influencing that hip hop style.
Right.
And that sort of gave me a glimpse into the 1970s. And for this record, like I spent a lot of time trying to, my parents grew up on with like Motown, like those gorgeous, like 3-minute songs of pop bliss, right? But what's interesting, I would say, that means so much to me about this record is that it was like when you're a teenager and trying to find like some way to push back against, you know, your parents and what they're giving you in the world, like they were kids of the 60s and all that kind of like optimism that I think they lived with, at least they didn't give me like the aftermath, right? If you think what's happening in America in the late 60s into the 1970s, like there's this element of not just like political radicalism and sort of despair that happens in the 70s because of everything that happens in the 60s.
Right.
And like I don't think ever fully when I was a teenager were able to sort of give that to me, because you're a parent trying to give your child, you know, you don't want them to know like sometimes things go terribly wrong or things don't work out. And the world is not going to, you know, always promise you things. And like Curtis Mayfield on this record, like it starts off with this, you know, this woman complaining, if we just like do good and read the Bible, and then he comes in like on a loudspeaker with this incendiary claim, like if there's hell below, we're all going to go, is the title, you know, the opening track here. And, you know, hearing that when I was like 15, 16 years old, that was just a glimpse into an education that my school was not giving me, my parents weren't able to give me, they didn't want to give me, like the world was not really to hand me that. And it was just like the first time a record gave me access to a part of history that no one else had previously done. And it just that much of a personal record for me. Sonically, it's this gorgeous, you know, arrangement. Like it moves from those, you know, perfect 3-minute songs to these really broad arrangements. The instruments are incredibly diverse. The composition is complex. There's like 6, 7, 8-minute long pieces where he's able to sort of play around with new sort of instruments, and it just completely different than anything that is happening sonically in the 1960s and moves into the 70s.
What album is that again, Kellen?
It's it's just called Curtis.
And what year is that?
1970.
70. Okay, because
that was before he came out with Superfly.
Yeah, so Superfly is 1972, and that's like the commercial success that goes with the movie, the blaxploitation sort of world.
Yeah.
But he was previously with the Impressions, and the Impressions are very much your traditional Motown kind of band, but like this is totally different. Anyway, it just, for me, it was the first album where I kind of felt like I grew up listening to. It's kind of like a coming of age record for me, and is that for that reason so deeply personal.
Which is interesting given your age, because you're kind of about 10 years late on that in terms of you weren't raised in the 70s. You weren't born in the, you know, when were you born?
84.
Yeah, you were born almost 15 years after that album came out, but you identify with it. Now, let me ask you this, because when you first pulled that up, you put it down. I missed it. I was looking away. And one album that I have on my end, well, I'll hold off. Just never mind. I'll get to that in a minute, and then we'll circle back to that.
Okay.
Because one of my albums that I want to be buried with might tie into that album, and I need to check that album out based on what you're saying, because it sounds like what I would have said about this album that I'm going to talk about.
Okay, cool. So next one, we'll get back to the metal stuff. So this record for me, to your point about like reading zines, like I definitely came into music, but like in terms of developing an identity when the digital age was going on. So I missed that in like 90s zine culture. But there was like the online blogs, which also sort of operated as to some degree like online zines. And a singer-songwriter named John Darnielle, who had a contributing column to Decibel, but also had an online zine called Last Plane to Jakarta. He's as a singer-songwriter, he's also a giant metal fan. And he talked about, this is the first person who told me about this band was through him, and he wrote basically like multiple poems about his favorite black metal band. And that is Eternus.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And when I was in Kansas and I was given an opportunity to do my own metal radio show, Warrior of the Crescent Moon was the first song that I played. It's a gorgeous like acoustic intro to that song. This is like, for me, to call it black metal, I think is, probably the first subgenre I would go for. But it's like got a heavier weight to it. And the riffs just kind of like roll. It doesn't it's not super aggressive and like like Gorgoroth, for example, like early Gorgoroth. It's Norwegian, but it just has all these sort of pieces to black metal that I completely enjoy, and it is one of my favorite metal records ever. And just having that connection to like getting on the radio, having my own show, I wouldn't not in a million, years would dream of hearing Eternus on the radio. So it was just one of those deeply personal moments for me where I got to play something that was something I absolutely loved, and hear myself on the radio and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be my second pick for this one.
And that came out in the late
98.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I don't have that one. One album by them. I can't remember what the hell it's called.
Like the forest
Beyond the Wandering Moon.
Yeah,
that's the one I have. Yeah. Where are they from?
They're from Norway.
Norway. Okay, that's what I thought. And I don't even know how I acquired that. Somebody either gave it to me or I, fell into it. And I need to go revisit and check that one out there.
It's their first two records. They became kind of like a Black Death band later on in their career, but those first two records are peak black metal for me. I absolutely love them.
Let me see. I just want to see if I can see what the name of the one is that I have.
I see Rick going to his library as well.
Yeah, I got this one.
That's the one I'm thinking of. That's where are you? It's beyond the.
Yeah, Beyond the Wandering Moon.
Yeah.
So good.
Oh, come on. Yeah, that's the one that I have. Yeah.
It's great.
Okay, so I got a couple here. I'm obviously. Oops. Sorry about that. I got a couple here. First of all, I wanted to address something
definitely.
Something that Eric said earlier. Eric brought up some, and I don't know if he was having a discussion with somebody in chat or what, but he was talking about Neurosis.
Yeah.
And going to see Neurosis live, and I've seen Neurosis live 5 or 6 times, 5 I think for sure. And yeah, dude, it's a whole body experience seeing that band live. There's something about them that is moving in a way, physically, emotionally, spiritually. It's just visceral experience seeing that band live. So damn good. And I
noticed. I was going to say I seen them twice, but the weird thing is, the first time I saw them, they were staging with Sepultura, and the second time was with Soulfly. So both times was with Max. Weird.
Really? They opened or what? Did they open?
No, no,
was-
yeah, they weren't. Yeah, they weren't a headlining band
That's kind of wild. That's
back in the '90s. Yeah,
yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I saw them; they were always headlining. The first time I saw them was for, I want to say, Honor Found in Decay, maybe, or maybe the one before that. Might have been Given to the Rising, maybe. I think I can't remember, but they were always the headliner. So, in fact, the last time I saw them, I don't even think they had a band play with them. I think it was like their 30th anniversary or something like that. Such a killer band, but I don't have a Neurosis album on my list. You're going to be shocked to hear there's 2 Rush albums on this list, of course. Farewell to Kings, Hemispheres. That's the dynamic duo of Rush for me. I do love Moving Pictures. It would be number 3 on that list, but there's something about Hemispheres was my entry point. I love every song on it. It's just, everything about that album is perfect to me. And Farewell to Kings is not that far off because that would have been the second album. I went back then one year and
just sort of imagining someone put on the ground and putting a record on you. There's just this brain with a naked man on it.
again.
Putting someone on the ground and just throwing a record on them, and then there's just this brain with a naked man on it.
Well, I think I've said this before, but when I had seen this guy, and I was in 7th grade, and I'd seen this dude. We called him Flake, 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 because he walked like a cornflake would move when it was soggy. He would kind of walk and flop, like his body would kind of flop. And he was the biggest stoner in school by far. I mean, massive stoner, but he was super cool. And he came in to school in 1979. He was in 8th grade. I was in 7th grade with the Starman, the Starman going in, or the naked guy going into the Star, which has been Rush's symbol for years. And I saw that. I'm like, man, I don't know who they are, but I got to get some Rush. Whoever Rush is, I know they're cool because Flake likes them, man. If Flake likes them, I'm going to like them, It's like Mikey, like the Mikey Life commercials. He likes it.
Yeah.
So we were walking through Greenspoint Mall in Houston, Texas, and I'm walking through Foley's department store, and I see Rush Hemispheres, the album cover, on like a display. And they hardly had any music in there, but they had that one sitting there. And I went over and begged my mom. It was right around my birthday. I think it was either right before or right after my birthday. I begged my mom to buy that album for me. She must have thought, what's wrong with this kid? He wants an album with a naked dude pirouetting on a brain. What the hell? What is up with this kid? But man, I mean, the minute that needle hit the first song, Cygnus X1 Book 2, bow, 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 and I'm just like, I'm in heaven. And I still, when I listen to that album, man, it just transports me to some other place. And Farewell to Kings, they're 1 and 1A for me. They're right there. There's very little differentiation between them, so I take them both. Let's call them 1 and 1A. My second would be George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. That album is a goddamn masterpiece, genius set of songs. We now know why George didn't contribute a lot to Beatles. He'd always have 1 or 2 tracks, maybe at the most 3. But we now know why George, to me, was maybe the most important Beatle because he was the best guitar player.
That's one discography I kind of regret not diving more into. Like, I could skip
What's
Lennon.
that? What's that?
George Harrison stuff.
Oh, man. I mean, that album, All Things Must Pass, it's just fucking genius. Now, I could do without the third album, which was the Jam album with, the weird...
You know where that jam came from, though? The historic... That jam came out of encouragement from the Grateful Dead, who happened to be in the same studio at the same time. A member, I guess, of the Dead was there, and they heard it.
Okay.
And they encouraged him. They included the jam on his upcoming album because he was in there recording his album. So that's the story I heard is one of the members of the Dead, somehow or other, they heard him while he was in studio, and they encouraged him to do that. And then they come back to the States, and that album comes out and they're like, okay, let's see what he got on here. And they were just really happy to see that jam was included in there.
It's Johnny's birthday. It's Johnny's birthday. So weird, man. That third disc is very odd. But going back to the original album, you got songs like Beware of Darkness, which is such a cool fucking tune. You got Apple Scruffs. You've got I'd Have You Anytime, which was the lead-off track and the track that he did with Bob Dylan, and it's such a fucking killer song. And then you got stuff like Isn't It a Pity? I mean, that song, man, if that song doesn't move you when you listen to it, you aren't human. And you got stuff like All Things Must Pass. You got the big hit off of it was My Sweet Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, just Jesus Christ, what a fucking album. The Ballad of Frankie Crisp. Oh, just so damn good. So that one's in there. And then my last one, well, there was two others, but I forgot one of them. But the one that I want to hit for sure, Kellen, is Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On," which is what I thought you held up there, because the way you were explaining it would be how I would explain Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On." Are you familiar with that album at all?
Yes.
I figured. Okay. I mean, man, dude, but is there a deeper fucking album than that album? There is so much going on in that album that talks about the crisis of the times and of that of his ethnic group of people, and just what was going on in the late 60s and the early 70s. What a fucking album, dude. What an album. Just
and all the same sonic qualities, right? Like there's so much more going on in that record.
It's so deep. There's so much going on. And I mean, and what I love about it is all the great 70s movies that had those killer soundtracks, you hear a lot of that in that album. Like the orchestration on that album is so incredibly lush and gorgeous and beautiful. And then you got this guy's voice that was unparalleled at the time. I mean, he just had a voice that was, and this, everyone probably knows the song "What's Going On," but it's a lot of the other deeper tracks on there that most people don't know.
It's a thought-provoking song too. It kind of reminds me like what Buffalo Springfield, for what it's worth. Like it kind of makes you think about the, your political social climate.
Very much so. Very much.
Well, that was definitely something in the '60s that was going on. Even the CSN, Crosby, Stills, Nash wrote the song about the Kent State shooting. The students.
Ohio,
and they were in the studio recording their album, heard what happened, and said, we got to do something. They wrote that song and released it like a day or two before their album was going to come out, and
that was
the record label wasn't happy about that. They thought they were going to, it was going to affect their record sales by releasing that single. But that was kind of the spirit of the day, is to kind of write the song that's reflective of how the society was feeling, the young society was feeling.
And speaking of CSN and why, man, I'd be hard pressed to leave Deja Vu out of my casket or incinerator or wherever the hell I'm going. That album is just fucking timeless too. And there, I hate to be the old guy. Me and Chuck are the old guys, but that era of music there was so much. Not to say that there aren't things going on now, because we're in an era of fake news and fake human beings and fake outrage and fake
virus.
What's that?
Fake virus
and all this stuff. And yet, so there's comparable things going on, but there was the cultural upheaval of the 60s into the early 70s was something that if you were there, you were there. And granted, I was a kid, but I don't know, man. It's like when you look back on it nostalgically, it was a really grim period of time in a lot of ways. And
it really was. It really was. And there was a lot of change that came about. You had the war going on. There's civil rights, women's rights,
free love,
free speech. It's like,
I think that throughout the 80s, then you had bands like U2 coming in, and they were like, that was their thing. They came out the gate, Unforgettable Fire, and they just came out with the war, you know, and everything.
But U2 was dealing with all of the atrocities at home in Ireland with know the battles with
But I think when someone's listening to the song, they can kind of translate it to their own situation too. When you listen to the message, you know. But I mean, yeah, what you're saying, it originated from that.
Yeah, it was a vibrant time. I mean, Chuck, you were how old were you again in 70? 8 years
11.
old. You were
I was
11.
11 in 1970.
So you got.
So I remember the 60s.
Yeah, you got to live it a little deeper. I don't remember shit until 72, 71, 72 when I was 5 or 6 years old when memory kicked in, and I didn't get to feel it. I was there, but I didn't get to really see it or feel it. But you know, I mean, think about something like how.
Eric.
Yeah, IRA. I was trying to think of that. Think about how Woodstock came off with only one death. Well, two. And how that in 1999 when they had it, it was an all-out fucking riot. You know?
Yeah.
It's a different.
I remember.
It was a different era, man. It was a different.
It was definitely a communal feeling with the the kids back then in the 60s, and that spirit was evident in the hate Ashbury when that was going on. They had free medical clinic, free food that they would give away. They gave out free clothes, and it was working together to just achieve. And
in the 90s, you didn't have a draft happening either, and the war, and people were questioning.
Yeah, and the draft ended before I turned 18. Thank God.
Well, the other thing I think that's important to note is that now we live in a society and an age where everything is corporation dominant. We're a corporatocracy at this point. We are, and frankly, it will be the death of this world. I'm convinced of that. And I don't mean to get all hyper deep and weird here, but I think that where we're headed politically.
Well, what bothers me is the hyper surveillance or everything. I mean, we got a camera on everything. We don't know what the hell, what they're seeing, who's watching who.
Tracking device.
Well, your fucking cell phone is your camera, buddy, and
it's your tracking device.
It tracks every move you make. Yep.
They don't need something injected in your arm to do it.
Yeah, you don't need a chip. We're already carrying it around with you.
It's right here. You're inputting all the information.
I'll be watching.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, man. But I mean, it seems and feels like a completely different fucking world, man. Yeah, that's good. That's a very good point, Eric. Very, very good point.
Yeah.
There was some good bands there, though. I mean, King's X was there, and 9 Inch Nails were there. But you're right. The Limp Bizkits and the Corns, and yeah.
The thing I like about Eric, he has a way of putting things in a nutshell. Like that would give me like a couple paragraphs.
The suburban rage, yeah.
It would be nice if Eric would actually join us on a stream once, just once. He would jump in here and interject some of his incredibly knowledgeable and deep thoughts live with us. But he doesn't like me. I think
he likes lurking in.
It's not me. It's you.
He's camera shy. He's camera shy.
Hey, Eric, you missed it earlier. When I've asked you to jump in before, you've always said, I'm too stoned or whatever. We had Nick in here earlier, and Nick and his boys were all tripping ball. And they were actually pretty calm for being on shrooms, I thought.
I expected much different.
I did too. I thought it was going to be a little crazier.
Yeah.
One of them is coming from a guy who won't take tattoos. Won't take.
I know, that's funny. That's funny. Well, you know what's really odd about Nick? He doesn't even smoke weed. He doesn't smoke weed, and he barely. I know. I've tried with you, dude. I've tried. Sorry, man. But he doesn't even smoke weed. He barely drinks. He said he only does the psychedelics every now and again. So Nick's kind of the straight guy of that whole crew.
An interesting choice there. Interesting dynamic of that group of people. Yes, me.
Yeah, man.
Got his head together. I think that's why when they do the Thralls videos, like he's pretty much, I think, the one kind of leading the I guess do most of the face of it. Even though he's got everybody else, just because either he has most of the time, and whatever. Or
Right.
maybe not stoned half the time. I don't know. Trying to figure that out.
Let's see here.
There you go. Yeah.
You pass it, Eric.
We almost got through an entire stream without a meme. We came close.
We need memes.
We came real close.
But
but
We need memes.
but we gotta throw it in there. We gotta do it.
We need memes. Oh Jesus!
Have you seen the Squatch?
We've come up with a new name for you, Stefan. You're called Steph Squatch.
You misspelled it.
What did he
Steph
do?
Watch.
He put Steph Watch in there. Oh Christ, he fucked it up. That's our boy Devin for you. He fucking ruined it. Oh well.
Is he working tonight or something? Is that why?
Mail.
Well, he worked earlier today, but he just texted me at 3:00, so it's midnight there. I don't know. I don't know if he'd want to jump in or not. Are you ready to wrap up, Brian, or what?
Was that the last of it? Oh, hey, wait, no.
There he is.
There you go.
That's for you, Geoff.
Yeah, fuck off, Geoff. I know. Sweet. Eric says next time I'm on a Saturday, he'll jump in. Does that count if I'm dead by next Saturday? Because that could happen.
Well, yeah, maybe we should talk about
You can say what time though. Like 2 minutes before we wrap up.
What's the thought on the next one?
What
Rick?
topic?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna put this up front. I don't know. I wasn't planning to be here tonight because I really didn't want to dig around in my shit because I was not feeling well. I powered through it, as you can see. I tend to be the most vocal.
I think you did okay for considering your situation.
Yeah, and I tend to be the big mouth of the group, so that's cool. I get it, but I will say this, that if we're only if Geoff isn't dead, okay. So the
No
thing
pressure.
no pressure. Yeah, just
Sorry.
struggle for one more week, dude.
Guess that's
But
not
now
really
I
funny.
think that the one thing that we got to look at though is that, and I'm not going to do it simply because of my medical situation, my financial situation, but the one reason that we've kind of relied on Rick to be the host of these streams is that we have that option of getting up to 10 people in because we tend to draw more than 6 people. So while it was
Depends
not
on our topic. Like when we did the years thing, and we had that many people on board, I think it worked out pretty well, but it seemed very necessary.
But yeah, but there's a lot of you and Geoff recruiting all those other guys, who aren't really normally on week to week.
That's why we can't pull
Kind
it
of a
off
special thing,
every time.
we kind of we kind of went overboard. I kind of went overboard on that, and so I think we should always try to keep it to around 10. And I get it that Brian, you wanted to give Rick a break and not lay the responsibility of him being the guy that has to manage all that shit. I mean, I tend to be the guy that manages the on-screen stuff, but I think that now we kind of see tonight why it's nice to go to Rick's, because we have the option of not having to kick people out. Because I don't think everybody's agreeable to bouncing out for a minute or two or 5 minutes here or whatever, and but if you're in the throes of a pretty good conversation, it's kind of a bummer to go, hey, I'm going to bounce you out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I was trying to, I had the idea. Once we got full, I was going to be like, okay, once you go, I'll put you backstage, and then the next person will go, and then they'll go backstage. I don't know. It never really worked out because a lot of people were like, Necrotic Nick bounced out, and then
Serge bounced out.
Serge did. So it never really worked out that way.
Realistically, we got to slow off to a slow start today too, because we weren't sure who was joining, we weren't sure who was sticking around and all that stuff. So we didn't really get rolling until about 10:30, more or less.
By the time I joined in.
Right. So I mean, the thing about it is that Rick, we all really, I want to say this as a group for everybody, I think. We all really appreciate the amount of time that you put into thumbnails, the amount of time that you spend being selfless about jumping in and out and making sure and accommodating everybody. I didn't ask CJ in, and I always liked having CJ in, but I didn't ask him in this time.
I forgot.
I didn't ask.
He's on vacation. He wasn't good.
Right.
Well, that worked out.
I didn't ask John, and we talked about maybe bringing Steve, that guy Steve from S&T in. And
yeah,
it'd be great to have on. Yeah.
And so, and I mean, Marty was in the chat. We could have invited him. He may have said no. He may have said, "Nah, I'm cool," but we couldn't really add him because there were already 2 or 3 people waiting in the wings. Nick bounced out early. Nick H. Or we would, so it does really, you can see a big difference in having that 4 or 5 other people option with the 10-person thing. I can't really afford to do that, obviously, and I don't know how much time I've got left. So in doing these, so I'm not going to do it just for that reason. But we really appreciate you doing that, Rick. I mean, it's very cool of you.
I think the other thing too is I generally stick around the whole time. Like I don't bounce out very early, so it's like, like tonight. If Jake were to host or whatever, I'd probably be around the whole time, more or less.
That's right on my.
I come on the first half hour or something, but I'll be there till the end.
That's kind of my thing. Like, if I don't know, today, I guess tonight's kind of a rarity. Well, I'm here till 2:22, but I don't usually stay on until the very, very end.
That's true.
That's true. I'm usually like, okay, I'm done. But
we didn't. We also didn't have Jake tonight, which was another guy that's a usual that would have been. So and Serge bounced out fairly early for him. He bounced out about 12:30,
which is fine. But I also like knowing that there are some people who are always willing to hop on board. If Kellen, thanks for hopping on.
Yep. Definitely.
Yeah, it was great seeing you, Kellen, because we haven't seen you in quite a while. And you always bring really good stuff to the table, and you're always a nice caller.
Because we know he has good shit. So he's got really good stuff to say. So I'm like, that's
and can I just say about Kellen? It's like I'm not the only one that's not wearing a black T-shirt.
Oh yeah, I'm wearing black and white.
Oh, nice T-shirt.
The Death T-shirt, actually.
I got
which album?
Bloody Gore.
Scream Bloody Gore, nice.
That's a burial worthy album.
And actually, Stefan, I'm not just single shirting it. I'm double shirting it tonight. You know how they say to double wrap that rascal?
Thanks,
I'm
Eric.
double shirting it tonight because it's freezing cold in my bedroom. I've got a Nile long sleeve shirt for the last tour, not the most recent, but the one before. I forget the name of that album.
The last one or the one before last?
No, the one right before this one, 2015.
Oh, at the gates of.
No, it was the one after Gates of Seth. It was one in between.
For those whom
that's it.
Gods detest. Something like that.
Shit, I can't remember. No, Gods detest was before Gates of Seth. Shit, what's it called? It was kind of a return because I thought Gates of Seth did not sound very good. I didn't like that album very much. But we went down. That was the first time we saw them live, and kick-ass shirt. It's got mummies on the arm.
What should not be unearthed.
That's it. What should not be unearthed. Yeah. I got when I went to see them, they must have had a shit ton of old T-shirts left over because I got the Tombs of Nephrin Ka and one Annihilation of the Wicked shirt, both for $10, man. So I got like 3 Nihil. Yeah.
That's old. Those are going back to
really old. Yeah. They must have been sitting in boxes for quite a while, I'm sure. But yeah, so the one thing I was again to reiterate that it really helps because we do have a pretty wide audience here, a pretty wide group of guys that like to join in. Generally, it's nice to have that 10-person thing, so we don't have to, jettison people and too often, anyways.
On that subject, Rick, you did a year-long subscription of that.
Yeah.
StreamYard. So that's like you pay one price and you get it for a year for that.
It was a Black Friday deal. So
right.
I imagine next Black Friday, so probably around November, something like that.
But I mean, did you pay you paid once or do you pay every month for this thing?
No, I paid I think it was the annual, whatever it was. Like the
okay, it was a month. It was a
okay.
Price. Okay. Do you know what
I guess so you okay, I got it. So maybe when it's time to renew, I'm
hoping they do it. If they were to do it again, I think the way we've been, if we keep going at it like this, I'll definitely redo it if
the deal comes
around again.
And then Just
Yeah, but we could all slide you a
pitching in,
couple
yeah,
Yeah.
helping.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
well,
Do you remember how much it was?
Is this a fundraiser?
Kinda.
It's going to be a GoFundMe here pretty soon.
GoFundMe for Rick's.
yeah. I
Rick's
mean, if
StreamYard
anybody else
feed.
was, you know, partake on that offer,
Man, you'll get
And
that.
thank
you'll
members
hit the
like
goal.
you.
Open up a
Yep.
Patreon account.
Oh yeah,
How
you'll
much-
hit that goal. in
How
about-
much was it, Rick? Do you remember? Like $10 a month, or was it more?
yeah, it was like 100, maybe 120, something like that.
So like $10 a
for the
month.
year?
Do you know what it's going to be going forward when you're an? Are they going to jack you for twice as much?
Oh yeah, yeah. They work like the cable company, you know. So
Yeah.
it's going to be like
Suck you in and then up the rate.
Well, when you know what it's going to be, let us know. We can all kick in $10 or whatever, something like that, and that's worth it to everybody, I think.
this is. I mean, I've spent money on stupider things, so I think. At
Well,
least,
no, yeah, I know, but it benefits all of us that are, So
Wait, Rick, you calling us stupid? What?
I could spend money on worse stuff, you know. So.
Okay.
I was going to say you could put together a wish list. We could pay you in records.
Okay, so it's 20,
That's a great idea.
25 a month is not cheap. That if that's what it's going to bounce to, at 25 a month, at $10 a month, that's pretty cheap. But at 25, we're going to have to help you out, Rick. I mean,
And that's more than Netflix. Shit.
Yeah.
What if that?
I'm preparing another box to send to young Rick, and this is the first one that's going in there. We talked about this earlier.
All right, there's your payment.
Very happy to secure this and send it to you.
I've been trying to get that, man. It's
We all have
it's been invading me.
here in America.
I got it.
Is it tough to come by?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
It's a high roller release. Well, I don't know. Hey, Kellen, is the CD high roller as well?
Korean,
Yep.
right? Korean?
Uh,
I believe isn't Harola German?
Germany, yeah. And
Oh, I
then the
thought
band's
Irish
German
was
too.
Korean. Okay.
I could be
So-
wrong. I thought it was German.
Even their older releases are a pain in the ass.
Yeah, all of it. You can't find them in the U.S. At all. And every month or so, I just kind of put it in the metal detector and see if it's there. And it popped up at this Puke and Vomit Records, out in California, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
I never would have thought
For a decent price too. It was a pretty decent price, so I just grabbed two, and they came in a couple days ago.
That's probably not a seller that also sells on Discogs either, right? So you probably had to go right to their store.
That I don't know.
I mean, some are
Yeah.
pretty good at that, but
But
not
like you,
all sellers.
but like you said, they do have quite a bit of punk as well. Punk
I've
crust kind of
heard
metal.
some good stuff through like mostly punk bistros, and then every once in a while they'll sprinkle in some black metal or something in there. I'm like,
Yeah.
for a really good deal. So, I never ignore those guys. When it comes to that.
See, Chuck, now tonight you just graduated in the ranks of Santa Claus gift givers or gift receivers. Because Rick's going to be hitting me up, going, "Hey, well, no, you have his Instagram, so you can just contact him privately. But you're going to be
My
receiving,
email.
you're going to be receiving your first black metal album. I am like,
And in time for Christmas.
I almost have to stay alive now just to find out how that goes.
It is a great soundtrack for Christmas Eve. By the fire,
Well, July's over, so
wrapping presents.
it's not
I'm just
Christmas.
saying, if you put it in the mail in July, it should be here by December.
Should.
I'm
Also-
hearing nightmares of people waiting for stuff in the mail.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
well, we have
Put
one.
any LED lights in there so they think it's a bomb.
Rick and I have one. You missed that earlier. Rick sent me a pack about 5 weeks ago. It's still, we don't know where it's at.
And you guys are about an hour and a half
We're
apart.
an hour and a half apart. Yep.
Oh, jeez.
It's been in
It's out here in California.
It could
Yeah.
be.
Send everything to California to be sorted and then send it back. I don't know.
Rick, did you send that media? Do you remember?
That's the slowest way possible.
I thought it was first class, actually.
Actually, I don't think I did because I didn't. I think they even asked me if I had records or whatever. I'm like, nah. It's just because there were CDs in there, but it was mainly about the lights.
Yeah, the light. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. The lights.
Let there be light.
So Nicky sent me an email. He wants your address, Geoff. Should I just send that to him, or do you want me to send you his email and you guys can communicate, or both?
You have my. Do you have my address still?
Yeah, I still got it.
Okay, yeah, just send it to him, and yeah, send me his email though.
Yeah.
Text it to me, and I'll hook him up. I mean, I don't.
Okay.
I hope that didn't sound really
No.
lame, but he really sounded like he just didn't get it, and I was like, man, I've been looking for those because I haven't seen them anywhere. He didn't want it. I was intending to buy it off him for a few bucks.
Yeah.
But I mean, he seems like such a good dude, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I hope that didn't come. I was mainly doing it to be comical. I didn't, but he seems like such a good guy.
Yeah.
As soon as he said it, I'm like, oh shit. You know, I mean, when
I
he
think
brought up,
yeah, I think he's happy to send it your way.
but when he brought up the Cash App thing, it was like, you know, that was hard for me to hear because I've never been about that from the beginning when this has happened. I've not been like, hey, go make a GoFundMe for me or something like that or anything like that. I mean, I have insurance that's been dealt with. No, you little bastards, you little arrogant. I haven't talked to him much tonight. He probably feels left out. But yeah, that when he said that, it was like, man, you know, that's such a cool thing to hear somebody say something like that. But I just was like, made me feel really uncomfortable right away. Like it was like, oh, I was talking about, you know, because you guys know I've been in here for a year and a half, and you know, I've been sick for the better part of a year, and you know, I've tried not to make it about that as much as possible. So, and by the way, I forgot one album that has to go with me when I take my trip. Marillion Script for Jester's Tear. We've talked about that band before, but Marillion, you know, I love that fucking band. I love that album, and it's like and that is one of those albums I bought purely, Chuck, on the artwork. Had no idea.
Yeah, they had that. There's some really good, cool covers. They're beautiful. They're beautiful.
I don't think you're going to be questioned much. I mean, you got the tattoo, right? So
I do have the tattoo of the one. Yeah.
Is that the? Did you bring that album up for the last years?
For Marillion?
Yeah. Did you bring one up for the?
No, when we
77.
No, when we talked about Marillion, no, because that was 1983. When we talked about, I brought up those box sets from Marillion.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to remember what that was. The one when we did the first question. I'm trying to remember what it. Oh, it was concept albums. I brought up.
Yeah.
That I brought up Clutching at Straws or Misplaced Childhood, maybe both, because they're both concept albums. But you would have maybe seen the on my video that I did early on, the Analog Archives response one, where it was like all the back in like November or something. I pulled out those Marillion 40ths, and they just released Fugazi, which was the fourth one that I need, which was really their second album. And man, I really want it, but I'm like, why am I buying stuff when I don't know if I'm even going to be here in 2 weeks? You know, that's a horrible thing to say, and it's a weird thing to say to you guys, to hear me say something like that, but there is an element of it. What you got?
Yeah, do you know this one?
It's a live album from Fish, from Misplaced. Return
to Childhood.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Backside of it.
Yeah, he did that. What year was that?
That artwork.
Yeah, it's always so colorful.
2015, maybe?
Well, it's the 25th anniversary, so I'm not familiar with when it was released.
84?
This was
87.
This was released in 2006.
Oh, so he probably did that, and that was 25th anniversary.
20th.
Oh, 20th.
Yeah.
So it was 85 then. 85, 95. Yeah. I'm surprised you had that. When did you get that? Where did you get it?
I got it years ago. I don't remember. It was probably back. Probably got it when it was released, or.
Yeah, I did. You're right.
I didn't pick it up at his merch table when I saw him, which is, I don't know, 10 years ago. But
did you see him out solo, or was he out of Prague?
Yeah, he came out. Fish came out and played Great American Music Hall.
Okay.
I think you saw a PT there once, right?
Yep.
And
it was for the 13 Car album.
Yeah. So he came out, and my neighbor brought me along with him, my neighbor was playing in a band, and one of the members of his band that he was playing in knew Fish through his girlfriend or something like that. So Fish was staying with this gal at her house, and so I was able to go down after the show was over and go downstairs backstage and smoke a joint with him. He didn't smoke, but I did.
No shit.
And believe it or not, I did smoke some pot that night. But yeah, it was kind of cool to be able to see him and be able to meet him. It was just really
cool.
low key.
He's a cool guy. He's a lot of fun.
Yeah. So.
But way back when he did, he hadn't toured the States in years and years, and in 2002 or 3 or 1, I can't remember which, it was in that early 2000s. He came over. He had John Wesley. When John Wesley got married, they did a gig in Florida. They did one in Atlanta, one in New York, one in Boston, and one in Philly, and one in DC. And I saw him in DC and Philly. I think that was it. And at the Philly show, I was in charge of setting up or helping set up a thing where it was an after show meet and greet. And Wes actually used my Ovation acoustic to play a set there. And then Fish came in after the show with his entourage of people and hung out with everybody in the bar, and just super fucking cool guy. Super, super cool guy. He's one of those rare rock star guys that never was bigger than the moment for him. He was like, and they got big, but they never got like Genesis big or something like that, where they were whisked around in private jets and shit like that. But they were pretty damn big in that late 80s period until he left. And he left that band fully well knowing that he was not going to be as popular on his own as he was in the band. He chose that, and that's pretty cool.
They didn't release that Invisible Touch album, the big commercial.
Good God.
Don't make me gag.
Yeah, I stopped listening
to that era of Genesis.
Stopped listening to Genesis after, and then there were 3. Dude,
that was a good time to stop, but I saw him tour. I didn't see him in 77 or 78 when they toured when they did Seconds Out, and then they came and did And There Were 3. And if I had heard about that on the radio about them touring, then There Were 3, I would have definitely seen them then. But I didn't go check them out until 1980, 80 and 81. I think is the 2 years we saw them.
I actually did see them on the Invisible Touch tour because a buddy of mine had a free ticket. We left after the first hour. He was feeling sick or something, and I was not feeling the album. And that's a good album. Actually, that's a good album.
Yeah,
that's a good album. I would say of that era, that's the only. That and Duke are the only good albums.
Duke's a good album. Yeah.
Yeah. After this is kind of where kind of started.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, come on, Eric. I know he's full of shit. He's got to be fucking with us.
Well, I was talking about Fish as a band whose hype was over his head.
If you're gonna show good artwork, you're showing them Marillion. So here you go.
Oh yeah, I had that
That's
album.
great, dude. I love the Fix.
Yeah.
So many good songs. Stand or Fall.
Reach. Boom. One thing leads to another. I mean,
do you have any other Fix albums? Is that the only one you have?
I have a compilation on CD, but as far as vinyl, this is the only one.
Hey, by the way, Eric, we were not talking about Fish, the band. We were talking about Fish, the singer for Marillion, the 80s prog band from the UK. I don't know. Is anybody here a Fish fan?
PHISH.
Chuck, are you a Fish fan? PH Fish?
I am not. I went and saw him just out of curiosity. I went by myself 7-8 years ago. It's right after I split up, and they're okay. I'm not gonna get into them like I got into the Grateful Dead. But it's interesting. The crowd there was like almost apologetic about the way the Fish sounded when I told them I was, was more interested in the Grateful Dead. And they're like, "Oh, they're not the Grateful Dead, but they're okay. They're okay. I can see why they, have the following that they do." It's funny too because I was sitting in a general admission area down at the outdoor amphitheater, so I'm up on the lawn. And somebody next to me asked me if I had papers, and I did. So I gave them the papers, and they gave them back to me, and they lit up the joint, and they passed it to me, and I I said, I didn't want any. And the little light bulb went off in his head. It's like, oh. And they go, oh. But you had papers, so in case somebody asked you, you'd have them. And it's like, yeah, going to a fish show. Sniffing papers, but I'm not going to partake.
Wait a minute. I'm confused now. So you did or did not smoke pot?
I did not smoke pot, but I brought papers, rolling papers for with me. I had them on me for whatever reason.
Ah, okay.
So, they rolled their joint and they passed it to me, and I passed. I said no, thank you.
Puff puff pass, huh?
I didn't puff puff. I just
didn't
passed.
puff puff. Well, do you still smoke now? I thought you did occasionally.
On occasion, yeah. I prefer vaping now. As a matter of fact, I went to a dispensary with my son today, who needed some cash from dad so he can go and score some pot legally. And a friend of mine out of Oregon was here, so we all said, "Come on with me. You can see how the dispensaries are here in California compared to Oregon." And,
was he impressed?
So yeah, so he bought me a new cartridge. They last me like 6 months.
Do they really that long?
Yeah, I it's not that often that
I got a friend who does that dabbing. You ever seen that?
Yeah,
God,
dabbing.
That
Yeah,
it's crazy. You gotta get like an acetylene torch, and
right.
It kind of looks like you're smoking a crack rock,
process.
but I'm like,
well,
that is involved. You gotta have a lot of equipment.
Yeah, that'd be too lazy for something.
That's pretty
Exactly.
But actually, if you have the medical card like I did, you could go in and get shatter, or butter, which is kind of like a little, resiny, sticky, almost like a ball of snot, kind of almost in a weird way. And you just pull it. Yeah, you pull it up, and then you just you get a special little vape pen that has like electrical elements that heat up, and you put it in. Man, I'll tell you what, you want to talk about getting royally stoned quick? That's the way that works, quick. But I haven't done anything since I let my medical card roll out because I knew something was going on neurologically a year and a half, 2 years ago. And I'm not going to lie to you, I wouldn't mind having it back again right now. I could definitely use with some escape, but I'm not sure how my brain will handle it now, to be honest. But Chuck, if your kid wants to send me some weed, you got my address.
I need some weed.
Weed, poor boy.
Well, the people are like growing in their backyards. You can have 6 plants per household or per building.
Is that what it is?
And my son is at the limit, and his neighbor is at the limit. So I can turn you on, Geoff.
Wait, he's growing that at Mom's house?
Yeah, he is.
I'm surprised Mom's okay with it.
She's a deadhead. Of course she's okay with it.
Girl? She's a California girl.
Canadian girl, but she's been out in California longer than she was in Canada. She came out here a long time ago.
Now your son's, how old? Your son? 21?
22 now.
22. How old, and your daughter, does your daughter do it at all? Since she's got the brother.
She probably does because she has an older brother, and that I know how that works. I know how it worked when I was in high school. But
talking about it openly though, huh?
She was. She doesn't talk openly if she's doing it. But she spent the night with her brother this past week, and Mom's out of town. She's in Switzerland, so when the cat's away.
Doing it in a pinch, it's hard to get that smell off you.
Well, Brian, you don't.
Well, and it's like
you don't.
He's growing the plants in his backyard. She's going to go out there and visit, and she's going to see these things. It's like, what's this? She knows what it is.
Of course.
I do not, but I will say every now and then I'll try an edible, and in fact I did back in June, I think. The same friend, we were going out to this park to have like a Labor Day or Memorial Day, gathering, and he has these edibles that I think were homemade by somebody. Like, he doesn't do the dispensaries. He's got a guy, he's got his guy that he's had for years.
He knows a guy.
And so I said, well, how much are they? Or, what's the milligrams? And he told me. I said, well, just give me half. And so I was feeling pretty good, like for like 6-7 hours, like kind of just real mellow. And I was eating, I was drinking, everything's fine. Then we got in the car to go like drive an hour home, and it hit me. Like very end, like it hit me.
Wow,
like I was gone. Like I just went home. When I got home, I went straight to sleep. It was so intense there at the end. I was like, something has to be wrong with me. Like it can't last this long, right? And then be so intense at the very, very end.
Yeah, that's unusual. I
don't know what was going on.
When you're driving, your sense of distance is a little.
Well,
off.
luckily I wasn't driving.
Oh yeah, I don't.
But I was like, I was telling my wife, like,
we used to have a girl who would bring in, this is before the whole lockdown thing happened. Like she would bring in the rock candy, and it would have some of that stuff in there. That she would call it a happy candy, and some of us would partake and share, and but that was fun. On the job.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the edibles experience is completely different than smoking it for me.
It was pretty light stuff though. It's not like it was mostly sugar. Really.
Well, I believe when you do it edible and it gets into your gut, it does last longer, considerably longer. I'm trying to remember when I did the tinctures initially, they didn't do a whole lot for me. So I went to the vape, and the vape, I can't remember why I didn't like the vape. It made me feel weird in my lungs. So then what was my natural response? Go smoke the actual flower. But actually that's when I started smoking the flower, man, I'd have some nights where I'd just be gonzoed. Like it'd be like, then other nights I'd be like, man, I don't feel anything. I don't even feel like I'm high, and I just smoke the same stuff. So I think it was my brain chemistry was. But I won't lie to you. I mean, the big thing for me was I couldn't really afford it to do it with that way. So like through the dispensary, because it was just so goddamn expensive. You can start really dropping some cash, like time. And that was one of the things that I was like. And then I was due up for my renewal on my card, and I had to go have another doctor appointment, which was like $350, and it had to be out of pocket, and it wasn't covered with insurance. Now it's like insurance, but it was like going to cost me another $500 to get renewed. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know if I really want it that bad, especially since my brother's got a guy. If I really
exactly.
Want Brian, I've got to say, for someone who loves Bongzilla as much as you do, I'm incredible. Like this, I'm disappointed. Like I had visions of you just like. Yeah, like mild-mannered professional by day, but you come home, crank the Bongzilla, and just smoke fills the room.
Right. Like a true American.
I haven't smoked marijuana probably in 20 years.
Wow. Well, what I was going to say, your story of the edible.
I'm a total lightweight when it comes to edibles.
When my wife and I went back to Oregon, she picked up some edibles. She just has them before she goes to bed for sleep.
Yep.
So, but we can't take them back to Kentucky with us. We didn't want to risk it.
Yeah.
So we left them at our house. They're like in little gummy sort of edibles.
Yeah, that's what I have.
My father is a type 1 diabetic. So he has like candy hanging around the house. If his numbers get low, he'll eat some whatever. He's never smoked marijuana. He's someone who lived through the 60s but never smoked marijuana for whatever. So he is working out in the yard one day, and he needs some candy. So on the counter, he doesn't know. He grabs a handful of gummies and puts them in, and goes about his day. So he his fast forward. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna mow the lawn." So he goes out. He mows the lawn. He's like, comes inside, tells my mom, "I think the gummies. I ate some food to get my blood sugar up, but I'm feeling really off. I think something terrible is going to happen." So I need to go to the emergency room. So they took him to the emergency room. The nurses all laughed at him because he was high. You tested positive for THC. So he was just blindsided by it. But
well, it's funny you bring that up, because that night I'm type 1 diabetic as well, and I'm on insulin. And that night, I thought there was something going on with my blood sugar because I felt so out of it. But it was weird because I kept testing, and it was actually fine. But I kept testing. I kept no, the machine has to be wrong. It's got to be really. It's got to be really low. Yeah, that was the answer I was looking for. But usually when my blood sugar is low, I get really confused, and just
Sure.
So I do stuff like that where I do the same thing over and over again.
Sure.
Kind of like when
the
you're really
marijuana paranoia probably did not,
Right.
Well, did
So
you
my
have
wife
did you have anxiety from it, Brian? Did you start feeling anxious about it, or just
Yes, in fact, when we were almost home, we were about to cross a bridge, right? We're about to cross a bridge. I'm like, I should probably tell her just to go to the hospital because the emergency room because something is not right.
Holy shit!
But I said, no, I'll just write it out. And so I got home, I just went upstairs and I went to sleep, and everything was fine.
You were mega stoned, dude.
I was, yeah. It was not. And then I remember because the first time I got stoned when I was a teenager, I remember I just didn't like it. I didn't like the feeling of being like, I don't know. I just didn't like the feeling.
I didn't like it either.
So but every 10 years I try it again. I'm like, nope, still don't really like it.
Still confirming it. I don't like it.
Yep. Just seeing if it's, I mean, I have done edible or gummies twice and it was fine. It was really mellow, but this one just kind of, it must have been more stronger than he thought it was.
When I first smoked weed, I was probably 7th grade, probably. And I remember going down to the creek where we lived by and smoking this joint with this dude. And I remember on Saturday cartoons, there used to be a Puff the Magic Dragon. Do you remember that? Do any of you guys remember Puff the Magic?
Oh, yeah.
I do.
Magic
I've
Dragon.
heard about it.
It was this big cartoony dragon that would float around all sweet and happy and nice. And I'll tell you, man, I sat there after I smoked this joint with him and his face turned into Puff the Magic Dragon and he just kept coming at me like everything was in slow motion, like in time animation. It was like, what the fuck? So from that point forward, I had a lot of bad, semi weird, anxious experiences with weed, but I kept trying like a dumbass. I was not a big weed head, but I did smoke it more than my fair share as a teenager, and I'm pretty sure it's what precipitated my anxiety attacks in my late teen years. Then, it kind of drove me to feel anxiety because it's like a lot of people say, if you're going to trip, don't go into tripping worried about the trip because you will have a bad experience. If you think you're going to have a bad experience, you will have a bad experience. So I never did trip. I never tried LSD or blotter or any of that kind of stuff simply because I was too scared that in here in my head I was going to already have a bad trip.
There's a band called Belzebong, and literally on the cover is a dragon just poking up.
I like them too.
Belzebong.
Belzebong.
Yeah, with regards to the anxiety from cannabis.
Eric mentioned.
I don't usually get it, but when I eat it, the first time I really ate it was 20 years ago. A friend of mine was going to a dispensary, and he's like, "What do you want?" And it's like, "Give me something I can eat." And he goes, so he got me a brownie. It was about this big, and I went down to Big Sur with a couple of my friends, and
oh boy,
it's like, well, I don't know how much I'm supposed to eat, so I'll just eat the whole thing. And I did, and we went 5 miles up the top of a mountain on a dirt road. Nobody was up there, and I swear to God that we were going to be arrested at any moment. And I was just like that for 2 hours. And I was the only one that ate anything. So my friends were just like, "Dude, calm down." So at least I had them there to be my home base, to let me know that things
were. Hey, Brian, you want to blow me up a sec?
Yes, sir.
Eric mentioned that he's a connoisseur. There's literally a hardcore band or all about the there you go.
Nice.
Oh wow.
I'm sure he's familiar with
connoisseur, Serge.
That's awesome.
Literally called connoisseur. Not bad, but you should know. A lot of hardcore bands are straight edge and stuff, but not these guys.
Not those guys. The hardcore version of Bongzilla.
Something like that.
This stream went from music to weed very quickly.
Yeah, how did we get into weed? Where?
Geez, I don't remember.
I have some.
I have to go back
I
and look
think
back.
it was Chuck. Chuck at a show.
The papers.
Oh, that's
The
right.
papers.
Fish. We were talking about fish. That's right.
Yeah, we're talking about fish.
Kellen, do you smoke at all or no?
Oh yeah.
I used to do a lot of drugs, but I don't do them
Did you?
anymore. So.
I used to do a lot of
Those are
What-
in his.
what-
Those are in his 20s. He's in his 30s now.
What was your drug of choice? Weed?
Oh no, I drank. That was my drug of choice. But
What's my drug of choice?
That's all of our drug of choice.
yeah,
Well, what have you got?
yeah. But I
Hey, Rick, I got one
went
here.
to rehab and got sober and all that stuff.
Oh wait, how long?
Oh,
Oops.
What's
There you go.
that? Oh, pure hemp.
Pure hemp, one love.
is the booklet actually made of hemp?
No,
Or
it
is
isn't.
paper?
That's kind of where they dropped the ball. But
It looked like it could be.
it looks like a burlap sack,
Yeah.
and yeah, it definitely could be hemp. I mean, hemp has so many uses.
I remember when I first saw that Up in Smoke movie, and I believed everything could just be made out of hemp. I'm like, why do we just make everything out of? You know, they build a vehicle.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's
To smuggle it in, but
Hey, I have a friend that owns a health shop, and she sent me a bottle of $135 CBD oil. Like that's what the stuff is retailing for. It's called Lion's Pride or something like that. And I looked it up. Its rates real high. No THC in it. I was disappointed. I did not get the effect out of it I was hoping for.
Just
I
got
knew
the
it.
CBD.
I knew it didn't have THC, so I was cool on that. But I was hoping the CBD would help a lot of my pain symptoms and some of my neuro things I was dealing with. It didn't do much for me. So I want to believe it's true. I want to believe it's real. But my experience with it last month was either I'm really that fucking far gone that it's way beyond that help, or it didn't do much for me. But I will say,
was it oil that you took, or
yeah, and high.
Morning, Peter.
2,000 micrograms, so it was like a really high. What do they call it? Full spectrum. Yeah, I was disappointed. I really thought I would get at least better sleep out of it. Maybe help me sleep a little bit better, but it didn't do much. That's why I'm saying I will tell you straight up that if somebody came to the house here and offered me an ounce of weed right now, I'd probably be all over it. Just simply because of what I'm dealing with physically, I'd probably be like, "Hey, it's worth trying," you know, because I don't want to get on the pain pills because that's going to accelerate things.
That's the synthetic stuff, man. So
Well,
hard.
I'm gonna save the pain pills to when we're in the final countdown, so to speak. But I mean, you know, I don't want to be taking that stuff till I have to. But I would like to try some weed, but unfortunately, I can't really get out to any dispensaries around here. And my brother moved to Idaho recently, so I don't even really have a connection. I'm gonna have to figure something out. See if I can figure something out. But Kellen, you said you're sober?
Yeah.
3 years, you said?
So I'll have 7 years here on the 27th.
Of everything? Of every substance or what?
Yeah.
Damn, brother, that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude. That's
You
so
still,
cool.
you still do caffeine though. That's the. I used to say it's the safe one, but I don't know, man. If I would have stopped, I'd be a wreck.
Your heart would probably disagree with you. Yeah, I try not to do any caffeine anymore because my condition is such that my nervous system's already in hyper alert, hyper state of excitability, and so the one time I took caffeine, I drank a Mountain Dew the other day. Man,
oh my, that's like caffeine.
Yeah, I felt like I was on
caffeine
rocket.
overdose.
I'd have the most caffeine out of all the sodas.
Yeah.
And yellow number 5.
What's that?
And yellow number 5. That's not good for you either.
Oh, Jolt. Anyone
It-
ever drink a
it will not make you-
Oh yeah.
Jolt cola? Anyone take
Jolt.
a Jolt cola?
They even
I
make
never drank one. I remember seeing it.
Do they even make Jolt anymore?
I don't think.
Yeah.
I just saw somewhere, and it's not here, but in certain states, there's that shit. What do they call it? Four Loko?
Yeah.
Four Loko. It's like malt liquor with caffeine in it.
Oh yeah.
Talk about fucking your body up with all kinds of horrible shit. I'm one of those guys that's never even. I've only drank a Red Bull once in my life, and I absolutely hated it. Sorry, Carl. We just
I have a weed story.
I'll just whip out random stoner albums and just while you guys are talking.
Eric, I've killed a 6-pack and 2 joints. See,
This
that's
is
why
my
you gotta get on here now, Mr. Bauer. Now
Yeah.
you got to come on and talk to us. You're the most fun when you're like that. You're a fucking riot, dude. I would love to talk to Eric in a 6-pack and 2 joint mode right now.
This is not a marijuana themed album. This is more mushrooms, psychedelics.
I was gonna say it looks like a cock and balls theme.
Acrimony.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Pretty much.
Kamuli Shroomaroom is what it's called.
What the hell is
Shroomaroom? It's awesome.
Shroomaroom.
What does it sound like?
Hey, what do you get on me for?
It's it's just like stoner metal.
Oh, stoner doom.
Stoner doom, yeah. Actually, it's 97, so it's got a little bit of grunge to it. I feel like it's just got a little hint of like that 90s grunge era.
Brian,
it's just a fun album.
Brian, do you have us on your laptop or your phone?
Laptop.
Are you in your music room where you listen to all your shit?
I mean, this is where I kind of listen.
No, where's all your shit? Where's all your CDs?
No, it's in the next room.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, show us your room there because I don't think we've seen your collection.
Yeah, I can undo here and just.
Oh boy, room tour.
Oh.
Well, I'm just curious because
you muted yourself, Brian.
You're always doing stuff.
It's going to be like a massive necrotic Nick deal with a.
Yeah. An endless maze of CDs and albums and.
Brian, you muted yourself.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, I got it. Well, this is just like a stack of cassettes I play in here when I'm working.
Right.
This is like kind of new stuff I've gotten in. The shelf there is like CDs.
Right.
There's a box I got from Dive Bomb Records. It's all like just a big box of CDs I haven't listened to yet.
Holy shit! Were you in one of those Lonnie modes or what?
Yeah. Well, they had a sale, like a summer sale where all the stuff was discounted, so I kind of went crazy.
Kind of.
Yeah, kind of.
Thanks to Brian, I got in on that too.
Sorry, Rick. So yeah, I'm in the basement. So this is like, let me turn the lights on. It's also kind of a Lego room here.
Oh goodness, there you go.
Oh wow, look at that.
So this is where and actually it's like the children have taken over. You can see behind me.
Oh yeah, but you got a lot back behind.
And it's on the floor.
Don't step on a Lego.
Yeah,
I know, it's really bad. So.
That hurts like hell.
This is the shelf I just put up to hold most of the CDs. I probably need another one over there, but I'm not quite to that point. This is the other shelf. It's more like a bookshelf, but I'm just using it for.
Right.
It goes all the way to the bottom, but I got other crap. Down here is just like magazines.
Nice.
It's all decibel.
Nice. Then your vinyl's right behind you there.
Yeah, I only have just this one cube here.
So what do you have? Like about 250, 300?
Yeah, I'd say about 250. I think when I did a last count was like 200, but then I've gotten quite a bit in the last couple months.
Now let's have a moment of truth here. Since you started YouTube and hanging out with the YouTube community, your vinyl collection has expanded exponentially, hasn't it?
It has.
It has.
Totally. Like I started watching Marty and Brain Smasher and Eric Bauer, and like Rick in the early 2000s, like right after I got out of college, I didn't buy much because there wasn't much money. But then when I kind of rediscovered, buying CDs and then starting to buy vinyl again.
The illness.
Yeah, I went kind of crazy, and kind of still am, as you saw with that box of record. Yeah.
Aiden on the wall there.
What's that? Yeah.
Got Aiden on the wall.
Is that Somewhere Back in Time?
Sweet.
And
I guess your kids are old enough to not be freaked out by any of this.
No, they're 9 and 12. So not really. I mean, if they went over, if they don't really. I got my Cannibal Corpse. This is all the Cannibal Corpse stuff.
Cannibal Corpse.
I mean, if they pick it up and start looking at it, I mean,
Look at that. Cannibal Corpse gets its own special place. Oh,
Yay!
Slayer.
What about the Chris Barnes albums?
That's right here.
Your
best
boy,
ones.
your boy Stefan would be proud of you.
I'm very proud.
I did have Alice in Chains at its own spot, but I decided to move it back over there to the main shelf there. And then this is that box set by Music Bank.
Oh, Music Bank. Yeah, I've got that. That thing's getting harder and harder to find, dude.
Where's the porn?
I see them on eBay, beat up condition now, going for $125.
Here's the city.
Look at that. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
This is your 9-year-old?
Yeah. They actually. Yeah, no, both of them are come down here, and they have this whole they have like a school set up.
Right.
This is part of a school, and then this is part of like a summer camp over here. Like they have a whole story behind all of this. But then my 9-year-old he started having a friend over, and so they're doing all this is Star Wars here on the ground.
Damn, dude, that is a shit ton of Legos.
This is
That's a lot.
I know.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a real problem.
It's a real problem.
But I bought them, years and years. It's just me going and buying it for them, so it's my fault.
What's your wife do, if I can ask?
She's a teacher. She's a special ed teacher at junior high.
Okay.
So this was a storage room, and then when COVID hit, I kind of made it into
your office.
Yeah, so I just got a table here, and then this is where I do most of my listening on this thing. It's just
no kidding.
Oh wow!
Full
Look at
deck.
that.
Yes.
Look at that.
That's cool.
Beast.
Yeah.
That's vintage.
Yeah. I got it for like $20.
No,
someone was selling it. Yeah. Well, just this part. It actually didn't come with speakers.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Ooh,
it works. I mean, it doesn't sound the greatest, but it's okay. At least I can listen to it down here.
My cassette deck just took a crap on me the other day with a cassette in there. It wouldn't play it, and then it wouldn't eject it.
To answer Peter's question on basements, depends on where you live. Most of the Midwest, northern places all have basements. If you live in the southern states, Texas, Florida in particular, all the coastal states, a lot of those places do not have basements.
California doesn't
What
have
about out west?
basements.
What about out west, Chuck?
Depends. I mean, the house I grew up in had a basement that my uncle dug out, put his shop down there, but it had a crawl space under the house. I've lived in houses that were just on a poured concrete pad, so there's nothing underneath it except the pipe or whatever. And that's kind of the norm around here.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. I mean, the full-on basements I've seen back like in Canada, I understand why they need them because of the winters and stuff. You need that room to get away.
Yeah, I mean,
out here in California, you just go outside all year round. So
yeah, true. Up here, you get in Pennsylvania. Most places in Pennsylvania have. Are you, Rick? Are you in a row home down there in Philly? Or are you in a?
Yeah. Most of the row homes have a basement.
Yeah, they do.
So that's where I keep all the records I can't fit here.
Yeah, you got it spaced out too. I would actually prefer not to have a basement. If I could have the same amount of space, because you always have to deal with water issues. It's kind of a constant thing.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, we just kind of did another fix.
Anything worth saving, I don't ground level. I keep it just in case. And I got like cinder blocks, leveling things up just for that event.
Yeah, nothing's on the ground other than the Legos, but they're waterproof, I guess.
They'll float.
They will float. Yeah.
All right, fellas, I'm taking off for the evening. Thank you so
All right,
much.
You're probably going to call it anyway. Dude, good to see you, Kellen. Thanks
Yeah,
for coming.
definitely.
See you, Kellen.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
See ya.
I had I'd thrown Eric the link and told him to jump in, but I think he's gonna hold off till I die. Then I'll jump in.
Well, yeah, having a basement is also pretty nice. You know, obviously tornadoes, few tornadoes here. So I mean, when the sirens hit, you know, you head down to the basement with your pets and stuff.
Yeah, we have sirens out here for tsunamis.
Have you ever had
Yeah.
to do that? Have you,
Who?
What's up?
Brian?
For tornado?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, I mean when it's tornado like season, yeah. I mean they'll have tornado warnings, tornado watch is like there's conditions for a tornado to occur. A tornado warning is there's actually a funnel cloud or a touchdown somewhere, and yeah, you'll hear the sirens going. There's a park of just like 2 blocks down, and that's where it's a big pole. You know, they test the sirens. The first Tuesday of every month, and about 10 o'clock in the morning, you'll hear the sirens go, testing them. That's just to make sure they work all over. A couple of years ago, we had a bad one not far from me, like the next town over.
One that hit?
Yeah, it tore through. Luckily, nobody died. It was amazing. Nobody died, but it tore through neighborhoods, golf course, just did tons of damage.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because last week we had one day of really bad storms around here, like really, really heavy storms. And I hadn't looked at the weather in 2 weeks or 3 weeks because I don't go out much because I can't. And here I looked at the weather and there was a tornado warning right here around us. And I was like, well, we don't really have a basement here because we live in the top floor of a split level. So the basement is the lower level where our landlord, the homeowner lives. I don't know where we'd go if something like that touched down here, but I didn't really think much of it.
Well, we don't have them out here. Although the huge fires we're having out here created a fire tornado 2 years ago.
Wow!
That had the same dynamics as a regular tornado, but it was a fire, and it took a couple of lives. We just kind of moved across the highway, and there was a firefighter that was doing spot check with him and lifted his truck off the ground and everything.
Oh man, really?
So yeah, it's like, oh great. So we not only have to worry about earthquakes, which you'll never know when they hit, tsunamis, which you get some warning on a tsunami, but I'm not near any really coastline, and fire tornadoes and our wildfires. Great.
So wait, it's called a fire tornado?
They called it a fire tornado.
Wow, I've actually never heard of that.
And it was the first ever recorded. And I read this news article about it. And
it's like if tornadoes aren't dangerous enough, it's like putting lasers on sharks. Like
you got that right.
It's like, okay, we know how to defend ourselves somewhat against a wildfire, but let's throw in a tornado in there. Jesus.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, when you were out, when you sent me photos last year, the fires that were burning out of control, I was like, wow, man, that's, there's a lot of great reasons to be in California. There's a couple big reasons to be wary of it too, to be honest. Hey, Eric, I was just fucking with you, man. We'd love to have you on, of course. I really don't know about my longevity at this point, but we'd love to have you on. And I actually did say something to Devin, but I don't know. He says he's tired, but he's still posting in the chat. So I'm not sure what that means.
Were you wanting to push through on that idea you had for next week, or skip a week? What were your thoughts on that?
We can do next week if everybody's up to it.
What's that?
I just have to hit the next topic. Should we do the big reveal or
What's the next topic?
The one. Go ahead.
We're thinking of doing the topics questions, but centered around female bands or artists.
Yeah.
I feel like we got quite a sausage fest going.
Yeah. Well, hey,
what?
PC term for it is, but
you think?
Actually, let me interject something there because Serge actually asked me about that. He's like, "Do you guys know any female YouTubers?" And I'm like, you know, to be honest,
Not,
I mean-
for metal, not for metal, but I run into it or see.
I mean, I know of some.
I do.
Not, you know, I know that there's
But
one
we
maybe in Australia,
There are some, but there's not many.
but none that I'm like.
but do we know any though? Do we know any personally?
Mm,
Maya's the only person, female that I'm aware of. Maya's the only female that's semi-regular with us, although she hasn't been around much lately.
Yeah.
But
on the channel, but I guess
I don't think she has a channel, but we did have her on once for a couple of hours, I think. Back.
she's overseas too, so she's in some weird hours. Like it's like
All right, well there you go, Eric. That's gonna be Rick's gonna put this together a little bit. We'll put some topical questions together about females. I'm gonna struggle with
Eric,
it.
if you know anybody that'd be interested in hopping on for something like this,
Yeah, if you know any females that have a channel that might be down for jumping in, giving us that perspective, we'd love to have that too. But I don't really. The only one I know is Melanie, and I don't really know her. I've never met her.
Yeah, I mean, I commented on her stuff, but I don't know her well enough. She's a East Coast like you guys, though.
pretty busy.
Well, she may not
Yeah.
have kids, so she may
Yeah,
not want
kids,
to
yeah.
up till 2 a.m. However, to be fair, she's really seems to be pretty scoped in on one area of music, and we already have one guy like that here on the panel, so we kind of want to open it up to other people that just aren't focused on one thing.
And it's like I don't know. I've never seen her in the chat here.
Surprised me with some things.
I think that's the other aspect of it. If she's not hanging out with us, it'd be different if she was hanging out, wanted to join
Right.
in, you know. But Serge asked me about that. Also asked me if we have any, any people that aren't white guys. And I said, well, Rick's not white. Rick's you're from. Rick's you're Spanish, right?
Yeah, but if I need to be white, I can. I'll take that role.
You can pull it off.
I can pull it over.
Yeah,
Well,
you can,
wait. Serge is Russian. Stefan,
Serge-
you're Romanian, correct?
Yes.
Well, you know, and then you got
well,
the
but the
rest
thing is,
of us are kind of we're white. I'm sorry.
Stefan
but
is of
that's
Stefan is of undisclosed origin because he's a Steph Squatch, so we don't really know. You know, with him,
I don't want to be a Sasquatch.
you don't want to be Sasquatch. No, you're
Nah.
not Sasquatch. You're Steph Squatch.
I want to be a pirate.
There's a difference.
Oh no! Don't start the pirate story, Brian. This is a story I got. People used to call me that back in high school.
See, that should say Steph Squatch, not Steph Watch. By the way, Devin, if you're watching, way to go, dipshit.
But maybe it is like it's watch out
my
for
own-
the Steph Squad.
I'm gonna get my own. I'm gonna get my own Discovery Channel like a documentary.
There you go.
Chasing Steph Squatch.
You are the missing link.
And actually,
You can hear him in the forest.
the
when he's playing Cannibal Corpse.
wait a minute, hold on. What did Devin say here? He said something
Hold on.
about fuck, where'd it go? A topic.
Wait. Okay, here we go.
I don't see what it says.
Yeah, female artists. Yeah, we're gonna try and
Well,
make
we'll
all
try
the
to do
questions center
that.
around that. Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm going to do very well because I know I don't have a lot of metal female stuff, but I'm sure once I dig, I should probably have more than I think I have, but you never know. So
That was my impression for early on. I was like, man, I can't really think of anything on the top of my head. Then as I start digging,
Just today, I was looking at like the way like Chuck, like he didn't show any metal, so it was, it works. It doesn't have to be.
oh yeah,
I don't think I have any metal in my
Make it
collection.
interesting,
Surprise, surprise.
Just have something to say.
like
next,
that.
next Saturday, guys, I'm gonna be at a concert. So
oh, what do you
Oh,
got?
congratulations.
your favorite band there, Geoff, String
What?
Cheese Incident,
Oh, nice. Where at?
the Greek Theater in Berkeley.
Cool.
So
Well, we'll be thinking about you.
That's great
yeah, I'll
news.
be out there. I'm gonna bring my son so he can hang out with a bunch of
Oh, nice.
spinning little hippies. So
Well, we'll get you on another time. You're always welcome. Obviously, know that, and I
Thank
don't
you.
know how many I've got of these left in me. but hopefully I can make another one or two, and we'll see where that goes. But yeah, this should be. Rick, are you going to kind of drive the topical content? I mean, or is it just female artists? Period.
Well, we can take questions we haven't used and just orient it towards, it's all about showing, it's things centered. It doesn't have to be female leading. It can just be female oriented. I think Brian and I were going back and forth over examples.
I threw one in there. It was just like, who's your favorite female guitarist? Someone
there you
who
go.
Yeah, I thought, and I'm still
Wilson.
with my there you go.
I think one question I had was
that's a good-
a band that wears enhanced by having like a female backup vocalist or something,
Yeah.
something like
Great gig in the sky.
You could actually, the first thing I thought of is the British bands that used backup female singers.
Yeah,
They did a Great Gig in the Sky. Fish on some of his songs that just make the tune, that's a good one.
The Devil, oh yeah.
I don't
I have
know
some of that.
I don't know that band either.
I've heard them. Speaking of that, actually, Nicky had recommended in a chat, I think on Friday night, something about Something the Woman. Did you guys hear about that on Relapse?
Yeah, King Woman. He actually,
King Woman.
He messaged that to me.
I gotta be
Mentioned that to me as well.
Not bad. It's not bad. I was a little surprised by it.
It's been around a while.
I need to check it out.
It's very heavy doom, heavy stoner doom, something like that. So, yeah, Chuck. I mean, we actually, since you've come on and I know more than anybody, you don't have a lot of metal in your collection. I like to touch on all of my collection generally, which is pretty wide ranging. It's not.
It really is. It really is, Geoff.
Yeah, and I mean, so don't feel bad about that. I know you don't, but I mean, don't feel like. And we'll try to get you there. Maybe we'll get you there with a little bit of metal.
Maybe you'll get us with some Grateful Dead. Or some Pink Floyd. But those are just two bands that were not on my. Never really came on my radar. Other than knowing Floyd of them.
Floyd should be on the radar.
Yeah, I've listened to them, and they never really did anything for me.
Really? Wow. I mean, the Dead. I have 2 albums: American Beauty and Working Man's Dead, and
those are pretty good places to start at.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean,
American Beauty is a classic, I think.
I don't really feel like I need any more than that, and there's a lot more out there, but I just don't feel like I need it. See, Eric. That doesn't mean I hate the Dead. It's just they're not a band that's high on my radar as far as I'm going to do a lot of listening to them.
Absolutely,
but I don't
understand that.
Yeah, I don't hate them. In the right time and space, I can enjoy them.
I have a some people just hate them for what they symbolize, I think. And some people just can't listen to that type of music, and I understand not being able to listen to to their music, but because there's definitely genres out there that I don't listen to. I don't listen to polka music. Don't understand that stuff. We have our own tastes, and I totally respect that, and I totally get it. But
you don't have Lawrence Welk's greatest hits, Chuck?
I actually have a Lawrence Welk's greatest hits album I picked up at
no
Goodwill store.
I was actually kidding.
I swear to God, I saw it. It had Moon River on it. It's like, I know that song, and it's Lawrence Welk. And as a kid growing up, Lawrence Welk was on the TV on Saturday nights in my parents' house and my aunt and uncle's house. And
oh yeah, I saw it. All
it's like it's their TV and they're controlling it. So we've got to wait for Lawrence Welk to get off air. So
it's not bad though. They had great musicians, man.
They really had they replay it on PBS every now and then, and like 4:00 on a Saturday afternoon for all your senior citizens out here. So, and I watch them, and it's just like, damn, it's really a really good band, really talented musicians. But again, it's not music I'm going to listen to. I spun the album once, and it's somewhere around here, probably in the pile to go back to the Goodwill.
It's funny that you guys were talking Neil Diamond. I think I was off during that phase. And, man, I remember my mom and my stepdad listening to the live album, whatever it was called.
Hot August Nights.
Hot August Nights, yeah. Dude, that guy was, God, what a fucking performer. What a voice.
Yeah.
No problem with me, man. Neil Diamond's the shit, bro.
You know what else I saw? A concert of John Denver. Back in the at the peak of his career popularity, and I was impressed, man. That guy
Who's that?
wrote some
John
really
Denver.
good songs.
John
What's
Denver.
that?
John Denver.
John Denver.
Great guy. Great artist.
Yeah, and he had a great band on this lineup. I think it was
They did.
recorded in England.
Think about all those hits he wrote, man, and those hits are great songs. They're all great.
Rocky Mountain High.
Oh, so good, so good.
Yeah.
Sweet Home Alabama, or it's not Sweet Home Alabama.
Come on.
Take me home, country road.
Right. The song that says
Annie's song
has a line in it that's "You light up my life."
No,
that's what's her face?
Yeah, what was her name? Minnie Riperton or something? No, who was it? Was that Olivia? Was that Olivia Newton-John?
I think it was Olivia Newton-John. It's now that I got that in my head, I'm not gonna pull out that John Denver.
No, the one that he had was
"You light up my senses
you fill up my
senses. You
like
fill up my senses."
Like a night in the forest.
Right. And he was being interviewed. And he like wrote that on a ski lift, going up to the top of a run. He just the words came to him, and he goes, "I got to write this down," and he recorded it. And that was
I think that's Annie's song. I think it was his wife or girlfriend. I think it was his wife. You fill up my senses.
Yeah.
Like a night in the forest. Dude had a fucking amazing voice. Oh my god.
Yeah, big range. And that song, my one of my friends who lead singer in a band, when he got married, he recorded that with his band for the last dance at the reception, and nobody knew it was coming except for his friend that was going to play it and him, because he recorded it. And I swear, when they played that and he's out on the floor dancing with his wife, there's not a dry eye in the house, man. It was really touching.
Somewhere, someplace where it's at now, and may have been lost in the sands of time. But I had a John Denver's greatest hits, of course. This is that's those '70s artists. I own Michael Jackson stuff. I'm not, ashamed to say that. I have a Michael Jackson greatest hits, and I have Thriller. Great albums, man. They're fucking great.
The Jackson 5 are pretty good too. I mean, there's some fun songs that they did that weren't the.
I got that ABC on vinyl.
What's that?
I got that ABC on vinyl.
Do you?
There you go.
Yeah.
Does that have? Never mind. I can't think of it.
What's that?
My brain must be shutting down because it's getting later.
Starland Vocal Band. You know who that was? Remember them?
Sky Rockets in Flight.
Sky Rockets in Flight.
Oh yeah.
I remember them now.
Afternoon Delight.
Afternoon Delight. Man, and the funny thing is that song was so huge, and it was about fucking in the afternoon.
Yeah.
How awesome is that shit?
It's the best.
Or how about Sonny and Cher? Some of Sonny and Cher's greatest hits, like I Got You, Babe.
The beat goes on.
Wait a minute, Stefan has a story for us. What's that all about?
Stefan.
Oh, sorry. No.
It's your time.
No, because you guys were talking about weed before, and I actually do have this is like a funny weed story that actually occurred back in 2019. Actually, it was completely unexpected. I never really told that many people about this weird. It's not like a weird event, but what happened actually. And I was like, did that?
Stefan, get to the story.
Okay, fine.
What happened first?
Okay, I was in Baltimore Maryland for the final last for the final last BronyCon that they had, and I was just enjoying the convention, having a good time. I was waiting for one of my friends to come back from I think from the vendor hall, because it was huge and it was packed with about 10,750 people. So
all the bronies.
Yeah, exactly. And all of a sudden, these two dudes come by, and and like they have like a small video camera, and they look like they're not like a news team, like someone who would just like do like YouTube videos. And first he was just like randomly interviewing me, and then he comes up to me saying, "We got Jack Black over here," and all of a sudden I was like, "All right." And then all of a sudden he said, "This is how it went down first." He said, "Oh, how you enjoying the convention?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm enjoying a good time. I'm glad to be here. I'm happy to be with my friends." Blah 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 and all that. And then all of a sudden he just started looking at me, and he's like, "All right, let's get down to business. Do you know where I can get some good weed at this place?" And I was like, no, I don't know where it is. And then all of a sudden I was like, he was like, all right. And then he just left after that. He was like, all right, anyway. And then he just left after that. And I was like, what was that all about?
Kind of random.
They were profiling you.
Wait a minute, I have two questions here. Stefan,
Yeah.
was this in your former incarnation before you had longer hair and a beard?
Actually, no, that was when I had this.
Oh, it was when you had the long hair. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I thought if you were looking like Mario or Luigi, I'm wondering why anybody's asking you where drugs are.
and the funny part is they didn't.
Mario does like mushrooms, though.
They weren't even a part of the con. They didn't have the badge or anything or nothing. I was like, who let these guys in? Like,
Okay, so the
security here.
Second question I have for you: where was this at? Baltimore? Where at?
Baltimore, Maryland, at the convention center.
Okay, that's a big place. That's a pretty big place, right?
Oh, it's huge.
And how many people do you think were there? Did you hear how many people were there?
Hold on. Let me tell you. Actually, they have it online. How many people attended that convention that year?
I would think at a My Little Pony convention, the drugs would be abundant.
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm thinking. Those two guys will have no problem scoring any type of drug at that convention hall.
Actually, there was quite a bit of.
So we talking like 10,000 people, 20,000 people?
Actually, the amount of people who came to the last one in 2019 was 10,215 people.
How did they have that much room for that many fucking nerds? Is what I want to know.
Well, actually, the thing is, there was a Rubik's Cube convention on the other side.
Oh man!
So,
Holy double booked! Good God!
The nerd factor just went up by 10.
Yeah.
Let me guess. Next to that one was the Slinky convention.
Nah.
No.
Actually, let me tell you, we actually had one portion of the convention. That's why everything was so packed. Even like the lines just to get the panels in the event hall was like huge. If you see like videos on YouTube of like vlogs and stuff, you could see how freaking busy it was at that time.
Was the Teletubbies convention right next to that then?
No, that was 2020, Geoff.
Well, that would make sense if Teletubbies were there because people who watch Teletubbies are usually stoned.
Tinky Winky.
If they're not like 2 years old.
Tinky Winky. Have you got the white pony? Ah, I see what you did there, Peter. I see what you did there. We haven't talked to Peter in a long time, have we?
Yeah, it's been a while.
These haven't been going as late as they. Well, I guess the last one did, didn't it?
So the last one was about 3. I think
when it comes on, it's usually a sign we've been running on.
3:30. 3:30 it was. Yeah. Tonight, where are we at?
It's like it was 5 in the morning.
3:30 Central Time.
We should probably wrap. We should probably wrap it, huh?
Yeah, I'm fading.
We're almost at 7 hours.
I'm sure Brian's like, God damn, can we just wrap this up like hours ago?
there is one thing I want to say actually that I saw before.
Can you say it in less than a minute?
Actually, I could do it quick. Yeah, Rick. Can you pull out that obituary vinyl that you had slow to be bought? I want to see which one you got because I have like a different version. I want to know which one you have.
No, hold on. Let me.
This is the one from Listenable. It comes in.
Okay, you got the gold vinyl, but do you have like the inner sleeve?
I'll show you everything that's in here. So basically, if you want to be buried with the record, it looks like that.
Yeah, actually, that's I wanted to know if you had that one. 'Cause I remember seeing that. I have the picture disc version of that, but I didn't know that the regular vinyls come with that picture of the whole band in the coffins and has the whole little history thing in the back of it. I didn't know that.
So,
I don't
Steph,
know.
your whole story was about you getting approached for dope, huh?
Yeah, basically, that happened at the con. Actually, that's just that one moment when I was waiting for everyone. It was just random. They didn't have any badges. They had nothing that had to do with the con. They just randomly came up.
They just looked at you and they said, "Man, that guy's a fucking stoner, bro."
He's got to be. He's got to be holding.
It's gotta be holding. Gotta be
I was
holding.
the only dude in the entire con who had a malignancy T-shirt. So.
There you go. Exactly.
So really, I
You
didn't
may
wear
be
any
onto
pony-
something.
I didn't wear any pony T-shirts. I was wearing like death metal band T-shirts.
That's
like,
exactly
the whole
why they
con.
came to you, brother. They're like, that guy's fucking rad, man. He's at a weirdo convention, but he's definitely a dope smoker. I can tell by that shirt, man.
I'm surprised I wore Tales of Necrophilia and no one said a single thing about my shirt.
Well, you got to get your shirts made up with Platonicus Beelzebubba Goldberg on them.
I still want to get that actually made as a shirt and wear it.
Go for it. You have my permission. All right, guys. Want to call it?
Yeah, I think we should.
Good to me.
Time to go to sleep.
Actually, if we go for 30 more seconds, we will have gone 7 hours.
Yeah.
So,
30 more seconds.
Anything super profound to say in 26 seconds?
My name is Geoff.
Yeah, I have that. I think Listenable likes those gold variants. I have Gorgut's
I actually love that.
Considered Dead on, and it's listenable and it's gold. Same color gold.
I love it when they name it different. Like it's the same color, but they give it different names. You know, it's like it's the same shit.
All right, guys. Good night.
There it is.
We did it.
See you, Peter.
Hey, thanks for making this kind of a good last minute topic stream.
Yeah,
Well
we
done.
did pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Good night.
Later.
Catch you later.
Right.
Good night.